#1 The Junior's Request. Chapter 1, Junior Female Students Request. Parallel World. September, the start of the school year, also meant military training for freshmen. Zhiqiu was in his dorm eating watermelon and watching a show, with the dorm's air conditioner blowing steadily. Compared to the heat outside, the dorm was very comfortable. While eating his watermelon, Zhiqiu occasionally looked out the window at the junior male students and junior female students undergoing military training on the opposite field. Sweating under the scorching sun, that's true youth, Zhiqiu sighed inwardly. Hey, Zhiqiu, I heard there's a really pretty girl among this year's junior female students. She was named Campus Belle as soon as she entered school. His roommate Zhang Jun complained while playing a game, though his score was a bit dismal. Campus Belle, does such a thing really exist in reality? Zhiqiu shook his head. He wasn't single. Though it was pretty close to being single. Because he had an online girlfriend he'd been dating for 2 years, silly dear. The two chatted on QQ every day, sharing their recent happenings, and their relationship was very good. However, because it was a long-distance online relationship, they hadn't met in person, and since she was in high school before, they hadn't video chatted either. But silly dear told him that she also got into a university in Zhongcheng this year. There are many universities in Zhongcheng, and Zhiqiu didn't know which university silly dear had been accepted into. As for getting into Zhang University, where he was, Zhiqiu didn't think in that direction, as silly dear had previously said her grades were poor. A few days ago, silly dear asked for his photo. According to silly dear, they might run into each other in Zhongcheng, and even if they didn't, having a photo would make it easier to arrange a meeting later. Zhiqiu didn't hold out much hope for a chance encounter. Zhongcheng is so big, and there are so many university students, a chance encounter isn't that easy. What's more, the photo silly dear gave him was of her on an outing. Her face wasn't clear, but it showed that his online girlfriend had a very good figure. If his online girlfriend wasn't coming to his school, then the matter of delivering watermelon and water to the training ground had nothing to do with him. At this moment, Zhiqiu's Tencent QQ popped up with a message. Discovering it wasn't a message from silly dear, Zhiqiu was a little disappointed. The message was from a freshman junior female student from the School of Economics and Management. She had somehow added him as a friend and would occasionally ask about the school's situation. Zhiqiu had also joined Zhang University's freshman group, but he mostly lurked. Although he was surprised by the junior female student adding him as a friend, Zhiqiu was still very enthusiastic about answering her questions about the school during the start of the semester. Lin Xinyu's nickname, Senior, our freshman military training is almost over, but I'm not very familiar with the campus environment. Can you take me on a tour tonight? Zhiqiu was stunned. As a senior, having entered school a few years earlier, he should help the junior male students and junior female students. Because Zhang University is large, and it was their first time attending university. Back then, the naive him had also consulted many seniors and senior female students. Putting himself in their shoes, Zhiqiu decided to be a good senior. As a good senior, a junior female student's request could not be denied. Zhiqiu's screen name, okay, let's meet at Kainyuan Square at 7 p.m. At Kainyuan Square in the evening, many young men and women were skateboarding. Zhiqiu stood at the entrance of Kainyuan Canteen, waiting for the junior female student's message. However, he suddenly felt the atmosphere around him was a bit strange. Because many people on the training ground were looking towards the entrance of Kainyuan Square. It seemed as if something big was happening there, making people unable to resist looking. Including those seniors who were skateboarding, they had also stopped. Is that Campus Belle Lin? Why is she here at Kainyuan? Doesn't the School of Economics and Management, where Junior Lin is, reside in Nanyuan? Under the square's lights, amidst the focused gazes. A girl wearing a white t-shirt and blue denim hot pants was holding 2 cups of milk tea, standing at the entrance of Kainyuan Square. She was about 1.67 meters tall and had a beautiful figure. Her pure yet alluring aura made everyone's eyes light up. She slowly walked in from the square entrance, looking around as if searching for something, with a faint smile on her face. Her long legs were as white as jade, slender and well proportioned. Her delicate and elegant features were striking. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, appearing to be gilded with a faint gold under the night lights. Lin Zhiqiu, a first-year student in the finance department. She was selected as Zhang University's campus belle with an absolute advantage upon entering school. Moreover, she entered Zhang University with excellent grades, scoring dozens of points higher than the admission line. It could be said that even without her elegant and beautiful appearance, she would still be a dazzling presence in this school. Lin Zhiqiu slowly walked into Kainyuan Square, still carrying 2 iced pearl milk teas. The hot September air caused condensation to form on the surface of the milk tea cups. Lin Zhiqiu looked around the square, as if searching for something. Seeing this, the people on the training ground couldn't help but be surprised. Judging by campus belle's demeanor, it seemed she came to Kainyuan to find someone. And she even bought 2 cups of milk tea. Could it be a date? No, that's impossible. The campus belle had been in school for less than half a month. Who would have such influence to make the campus belle buy milk tea? Could it be that the campus belle has relatives at the school, or perhaps a close friend also got into Zhang University? Campus belle Lin, why are you here? Are you here to tour Kainyuan? Do you want me, a senior, to lead the way? Junior female student, do you want some watermelon? Junior female student, do you want to skateboard? Seeing the campus belle's arrival, many male students had already gathered around her. Everyone spoke one after another. All wanted to show off in front of the campus belle. After all, this was the campus belle, the new goddess in many people's hearts. Fresh and elegant, vibrant and charming. Most importantly, campus belle Lin had never dated in high school. A talented junior female student with a pure yet alluring aura. Who wouldn't like a girl like that? #2 The junior was actually the school beauty. Chapter 2, the junior female student is actually the campus belle. No need, thank you, seniors. I'm here to find someone, so you don't need to trouble yourselves. Lin Zhiqiu smiled slightly, politely declining the kind offers of the seniors. Although this campus belle junior female student always smiled and was polite to people, she exuded a cold aura that kept people at a distance. Suddenly, Lin Zhiqiu looked as if she had seen something, her beautiful eyes constantly flickering. The surrounding seniors and male students of the same grade were stunned, even though they had all heard news of the campus belle before. The school forum evaluated her as refined and ethereal, like a girl who stepped out of the 2D world. Only upon seeing her in person did they realize those evaluations were accurate. Junior female student, who are you looking for? Maybe we can help. That's right. Is it a relative or a friend? Tell us the name and major, and maybe we know them. No need, I'm looking for a senior. I messaged him to tell him I arrived. Crack. The group of seniors nearby turned to stone, as if they had heard the sound of their hearts breaking. Lin Zhiqiu's nickname, Senior, I've arrived at Kainyuan. Where are you? Zhiqiu's screen name, I'm at the entrance of the Kainyuan cafeteria. Zhiqiu, who was browsing short for a specific social media, saw the message and replied. Upon seeing the message, Lin Zhiqiu's eyes brightened slightly, and she immediately looked up. The campus belle is looking over here. Could the campus belle still remember me from the welcoming event at the start of the semester? She specifically brought milk tea to meet someone. Their relationship must be extraordinary. The few boys sitting at the entrance of the Kainyuan cafeteria were extremely excited. It seemed as if the campus bell was delivering milk tea to them. As Lin Xinyu walked toward the Kainyuan cafeteria, many eager male students shifted their gaze, guessing the campus bell's target. Zhiqiu was also very curious at this moment. So this is the campus bell. She truly lives up to her name. If the campus bell is delivering milk tea to someone, won't that person be envied to death? Hooking up with the campus bell just a few days after school started, they're probably going to become famous. Zhiqiu felt a bit schadenfreude while simultaneously waiting for his junior female student to arrive. Seeing the campus bell junior female student walking toward the Kainyuan cafeteria entrance, Zhiqiu suddenly remembered that his roommate Zhang Jun had said the campus bell was named Lin Xinyu. At this moment, Zhiqiu felt something was wrong, because the campus bell's gaze was locked onto him. Lin Xinyu's eyes seemed to hold a hint of teasing. It must be an illusion, right? Lin Xinyu's nickname, Senior, stand right there and don't move. Should I go buy 2 pounds of oranges? Lin Xinyu's nickname, Lin Xinyu? No way, Zhiqiu felt a hint of unease. Her target couldn't possibly be me, right? Just as Zhiqiu was filled with uneasy speculation, Lin Xinyu stopped right in front of him. Senior, why are you frozen? The milk tea is for you. Lin Xinyu smiled as she looked at Zhiqiu, handing him the milk tea in her hand. This smile was different from Lin Xinyu's previous smiles. It was clearly genuine joy, like a young girl on a date. Like the sun shining after the rain, it made one's heart flutter. Zhiqiu accepted the milk tea Lin Xinyu handed over. So the junior female student he was supposed to show around campus was the campus bell junior female student. Speaking of which, Senior, you really look exactly like your photo. Lin Xinyu giggled. Following Lin Xinyu's affirmation, the area around the Kainyuan cafeteria became strangely quiet. Everyone looked at Zhiqiu in surprise. The campus bell actually came personally to deliver milk tea. And she delivered it to a senior, just like a date. What's going on? Has this guy hooked up with the campus bell just a few days after school started? During military training, a second-generation rich drove a Ferrari and sent a car full of roses, but Junior Lin didn't even spare a glance. Could this senior be a relative of the campus belle, like a cousin? No way, judging by his expression, he looks surprised too, so they don't seem to know each other beforehand. Does this guy have anything special about him? Could he be from the same hometown as the campus belle? Everyone speculated, and Kainyuan Square was filled with a thick sour smell of jealousy. Although many male students knew they had no chance with the campus belle, that didn't stop them from hoping the campus belle wouldn't date. Because the campus belle was their goddess, a pure and noble existence. Who would agree to such an existence starting a relationship right at the beginning of the semester? Consequently, many people stared intently at the two, hoping to see what happened next. Some even took out their phones to take pictures, as the scene was truly astonishing. At this moment, Zhiqiu gazed deeply at the fresh and stunning junior female student before him. Lin Xinyu's nickname? A freshman junior female student in economics and management. That's right. Senior, did you recognize me too? So why did you buy milk tea for me? Lin Xinyu blinked her clever, large eyes, thought for a moment, and replied, payment for showing me around campus. Hearing the campus belle's explanation, the tense atmosphere in the square immediately eased. So it was just a reward for showing her around campus. Junior Lin doesn't have a boyfriend. That's great. The campus belle junior female student is still pure and noble. The campus belle just wanted to learn about the campus environment, and this guy was just lucky enough to be chosen by her. This explanation sounds very reasonable. With so many people watching right now, should I slip away? If I slip away, the campus belle will probably be very embarrassed. If I don't slip away, I don't want to be the focus of so much attention, and showing the campus belle around campus will make many people jealous. Just then, a sound came from Zhiqiu's mind. The newbie author is asking for recommendation tickets. Looking for someone in Karachi today. Hashtag 3 Taking the School Beauty for a Walk Around Campus. Chapter 3, Touring the Campus with the Campus Bell. Ding. Super Real Life System activated successfully. Option 1, Tour the Campus with the Campus Bell. Reward, tenfold cash back on consumption. Option 2, Refuse the Campus Bell's request. Reward, 1 Porsche 718 sports car. A strange voice echoed in Zhiqiu's mind, leaving him somewhat surprised. Super Real Life System? What are these options? Is this a simulation game? Why is there such a voice in my head? Did I hallucinate because I stayed up late playing games last night? Or was I hearing things because the attention from everyone around me was too stressful? As Zhiqiu pondered, the voice in his mind began a countdown. Host, please make your selection quickly. 10. 9. 5. Zhiqiu wasn't sure if the system was real, but given the current situation being surrounded by onlookers he really needed to choose quickly. Senior, are you unwilling to show me around the campus? If so, I'll tell everyone tomorrow that you refused me. Lin Xinyu saw Zhiqiu spacing out and pressed him for an answer. No, I'd be delighted. Zhiqiu took a deep breath. If word got out tomorrow that he had rejected the campus bell, his life at school would likely become difficult. Zhiqiu led Lin Xinyu out of Kainyuan Square, planning to visit the sports field first. The Kainyuan sports field had no large lights at night, making it much darker than Kainyuan Square. Walking there with the campus bell would be much more low-key. Host selection detected. Tenfold cashback will be activated at 9 p.m. The two walked unhurriedly on the sports field. Is military training tiring? Zhiqiu asked with concern. It's all right. I'm not tired anymore after seeing Senior, Lin Xinyu replied playfully, smiling. The street lights at night shone on Lin Xinyu, adding a radiant beauty to her appearance. Zhiqiu was momentarily stunned. He quickly thought of his girlfriend Silly Deer to distract himself. The two toured the Kainyuan sports field, the library, and a few other major areas of the school before returning to their starting point, Kainyuan Square. He figured the campus belle should return to her dorm now. After all, his mission to tour the campus was complete. But who knew, Lin Xinyu had no intention of leaving. Instead, she looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Lin Xinyu's presence still attracted many gazes in Kainyuan Square. Zhiqiu was puzzled. Junior female student, is there anything else? Senior, you didn't drink any of the milk tea I bought you while we were touring the campus. I have to watch you finish it before I leave. Lin Xinyu playfully stuck out her tongue, her tone carrying a hint of anticipation. As soon as she finished speaking, many hostile glances were directed toward them. Was it really just a campus tour? Did her tone and gaze truly mean nothing? Had the pure campus belle junior female student been tricked by a scumbag? Zhiqiu felt the pressure from his surroundings and quickly inserted the straw into the milk tea and took a few sips. Seeing Zhiqiu drink her milk tea, Lin Xinyu smiled happily. Okay, senior. It's getting late, so I'll head back to the dorm now. Walk safe, junior female student, and be careful. Zhiqiu sighed in relief. Zhiqiu walked back to his dorm while opening QQ. Daibao, what are you doing? Silly dear, I just got back to the dorm. What about you? Zhiqiu's screen name, I'm also on my way back to the dorm. By the way, is military training tiring over there? Silly dear, it's all right. The instructor takes pretty good care of us girls. Say, has anything interesting happened around you lately? Zhiqiu's screen name, today, a junior female student asked me to show her around campus, and she seems to be the campus belle. Silly dear. You're already hooking up with the campus belle just after school started? Are you cheating on me? It's not like that. She just said she wasn't familiar with the campus environment, so she found a senior to show her around. Then you have really good luck that she only sought you out. What good luck? You don't know how many people were glaring at me like they wanted to annihilate me. Silly dear, a big beauty is touring the campus with you, and you still say you have bad luck. Yes, Zhiqiu's screen name, huh, how do you know she's a big beauty? If the campus belle isn't a big beauty, what is she? That sounds reasonable, but I feel like something is off. What's off? Yes, Zhiqiu's screen name, I don't have photos in my profile, and there were so many people outside the Kainyuan cafeteria, how did she know it was me? Silly dear, maybe you posted photos in the freshman group, and she saved them. Yes, Zhiqiu's screen name, that might be true. My roommate posted my photo in the freshman group before, and I was also asked to post pictures myself. Yes, Zhiqiu, sitting in front of his screen, nodded. That explanation certainly made more sense. Silly dear, there's another possibility, maybe she entered Zhang University just for you. Impossible. I didn't even know her before. Then do you think the campus belle is pretty? Did your heart race? She's pretty, but my heart didn't race. I only like you. Silly dear, sweet talk. Do you say this to your campus belle too? No, I would never say these things to anyone else. Then who is prettier, the campus belle or me? Of course, you are the prettiest. You are the prettiest in the whole world. Smooth talker. You haven't even met me, and you're already running your mouth. Meanwhile, at Zhang University's South Garden Building 3, Dorm 315. Inside the dorm, one girl was binge-watching a show, one was playing Honor of Kings, and one was browsing Douban. But at this moment, all of them turned their attention to a corner of the dorm room. There, Lin Xinyu sat on her chair, holding her phone and displaying a girlish smile. Novice author requests recommendation tickets. You'll never believe why I moved to Karachi. My life in emojis, airplane, person surfing, sushi, man mountain biking. Hashtag for the aloof school beauty's persona has collapsed. Chapter 4, The Cold Campus Belle's persona crumbles. It had been almost 2 weeks since they entered the university, and in their eyes, Lin Xinyu was a cold campus belle. But the persona of the cold campus belle Lin Xinyu right before them had crumbled. She was looking at her phone with a shy expression, just like someone who had fallen in love. What was going on? Since the semester started, countless senior male students and classmates had tried to pursue her, only to be rejected one by one. According to what they had learned over the past few days, Lin Xinyu had never had a boyfriend and was extremely indifferent toward romantic relationships. No matter the method of confession, they couldn't move this icy campus belle. However, the way she was just now, hugging her phone and giggling, was clearly the behavior of a girl in love. Xinyu, what makes you so happy? Lin Xinyu snapped out of her focus on the chat logs. Nothing much, I just read a few jokes. Roommates Wang Lu, Zhang Suiai, and Li Dongqing clearly didn't accept this explanation, their eyes fixed on Lin Xinyu. From the moment you returned to the dorm until now, I've felt that something was off. Exactly. The cold campus belle persona has completely crumbled. Tell us, did you go out on a date tonight? Which grade and which department is he from? Of course not. I just asked a senior male student to show me around the campus, that's all, Lin Xinyu laughed. Showed you around campus? A senior male student. You asked him proactively. Yes, senior male students know the campus better. The three roommates exchanged glances, their eyes full of surprise. It was over, the cold campus belle's persona had crumbled. Lin Xinyu felt her roommate's astonishment, and her cheeks grew warm. I just toured the campus, What's so surprising about that? Because your cold persona has crumbled, Li Dongqing complained. We've never seen you proactively meet a guy. Wang Lu and Zhang Sui agreed, exactly. Be honest, are you interested in that senior male student? That's not it at all. Lin Xinyu denied her roommate's speculation. I just think fate is truly marvelous. Is the senior male student handsome? Wang Lu gossiped. He's just average. Lin Xinyu waved her hand dismissively. Do you have a picture? I want to see too. The other two girls also pressed her for an answer. No, no, Lin Xinyu quickly denied. Li Dongqing rested her chin on one hand. What a pity. I'm really curious what the senior male student Xinyu has taken a liking to looks like. There's no taking a liking to anyone, nothing has been settled yet. Lin Xinyu nervously took a sip of water. The three roommates exchanged glances, clearly skeptical of Lin Xinyu's answer. Lin Xinyu knew things couldn't continue like this, so she quickly changed the subject. I'm a little hungry. I'll treat everyone at the snack street. Who wants to go? Me. Hearing about late-night snacks, the attention of the three girls was immediately diverted. I'm hungry. I'm going out to buy something to eat, and I'll talk to you when I get back. Silly deer sent a spinning emoticon. Okay, be careful. Oh right, while I'm gone, don't go hooking up with your campus belle. I wouldn't proactively chat with any girl besides you. Humph, I'll believe you for now. After Silly Deer sent this message, she went offline. Hey, Zhiqiu, did you hear? Tonight, the campus belle toured the campus with a senior male student. I wonder what kind of strategy that senior male student used. Yeah, hooking up with the campus belle so quickly I need to learn his techniques. I heard the campus belle even bought him milk tea. I'm so jealous. West Campus Dormitory Building 15, Room 502. When Zhiqiu returned to the dorm, his roommates Zhang Jun, Tang Liguo, and Lin Feng immediately shared the latest gossip. However, since the gossip was about himself, Zhiqiu wasn't very interested. Zhiqiu followed his roommate's topic for a moment, asking a few questions, and then climbed onto his own bed. Lying on the bed, Zhiqiu pondered the day's events. The sudden appearance of the system and the campus belle junior female student were both situations he was unfamiliar with. He felt especially tired today, and just as Zhiqiu was about to fall asleep, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Ding! The tenfold consumption rebate event has officially begun. The event will last for 1 week. The system's voice gave Zhiqiu a jolt, and his drowsiness vanished. He had completely forgotten about the consumption rebate matter. Zhiqiu called the system in his mind. Then, an electronic screen invisible to outsiders appeared before him. A detailed introduction was written on it. Tenfold consumption event. All consumption made by the host during the event period will be rebate tenfold to the host's bank account, with a maximum rebate limit of 500,000. Zhiqiu was slightly stunned. Could such a good thing really exist? Doesn't that mean he could get 500,000 just by continuously spending and receiving rebates for a few days? No, he had to test the waters first. Since he was a little hungry, Zhiqiu decided to go buy something to eat. The liveliest place at Zhang University at night, besides the major sports fields, was the West Campus Snack Street. Every night, students from various campuses would come to the snack street to spend money. They would drink a little alcohol at the barbecue stalls and chat with roommates or friends. Many club gatherings took place in the large restaurants, and couples gathered at the various small food stalls. Unlike the dimness of the Kainyuan sports field, Ziwan Snack Street was exceptionally bright, with dazzling lights. It could be said that Ziwan Snack Street gathered the common, vibrant lifeblood of Zhang University. Rookie author requests recommendation tickets. Pub future ads. Hashtag 5 Having Barbecue with the School Beauty. Chapter 5, Eating Barbecue with the Campus Belle. Considering both filling his stomach and the consumption rebate, Zhiqiu chose a barbecue restaurant. Hello, that will be 53 yuan in total. Zhiqiu had chosen his late-night snack and scanned the merchant's payment QR code. If the 10 times consumption rebate was real, then he should receive a rebate of 530 yuan. Just as Zhiqiu was thinking, a text message arrived on his phone. Your card ending in 8886 received an online banking income, UnionPay deposit, of 530 yuan on September 22 at 21:20. Zhiqiu's heart was stirred. This system was actually real, just like in web novels. Zhiqiu had already decided, when he went back today, he would first spend his living expenses at the supermarket, and after the rebate, he would go to other high-consumption places tomorrow. After all, once the amount was large, the school would not be a good choice for consumption. He wouldn't need a week, he should be able to get a full rebate of 500,000 yuan. Just as Zhiqiu was eating and pondering, he felt the atmosphere in the barbecue restaurant change slightly. At this moment, Lin Zhiqiu and her roommates walked into the barbecue restaurant, chatting and laughing among the four of them. It must be said that the campus belle's effect was evident. Before long, the barbecue restaurant was packed. I want this, and this. Lin Zhiqiu's roommates ordered the skewers they wanted to eat. Zhiqiu, what do you want? The three roommates asked Lin Zhiqiu. However, Lin Zhiqiu's gaze wasn't on the food in front of her, but on a corner of the barbecue restaurant. Lin Zhiqiu was somewhat dazed, so she didn't reply to her roommate's question in time. Oh no, what's wrong with Zhiqiu today? Li Dongqing asked, a little worried. Wang Lu sighed, looking at this situation, she's either in love or she's gone silly. Zhiqiu, what are you thinking about? Order some food. Zhang Sui held Lin Zhiqiu's arms with both hands, turning her towards the food counter. You guys, just order what you like, I'm not picky. I saw an acquaintance, I'll go say hello. Lin Zhiqiu had a joyful expression, her eyes seemingly sparkling with light. After explaining this to her roommates, Lin Zhiqiu walked towards Zhiqiu's seat. Senior, what a coincidence, you're also at the snack street to eat? You came at just the right time. I ordered too much and can't finish it. Why don't you have some too? Zhiqiu's stomach was feeling a bit bloated from eating. As a new youth of socialism, one must cherish food. So Zhiqiu, seeing Lin Zhiqiu standing before him, made the suggestion. All right then, I won't be polite. Lin Zhiqiu sat opposite Zhiqiu and elegantly ate a skewer of meat. Seeing this scene, the atmosphere in the barbecue restaurant became a bit strange. Lin Zhiqiu's three roommates were stunned for a while, then exchanged glances, guessing that the boy must be the senior Lin Zhiqiu mentioned. And those who had come to the barbecue restaurant because of the campus belle were also stunned. The campus belle junior female student, a cold and aloof goddess, actually took the initiative to greet a boy and didn't mind eating the leftover skewers from him. What was wrong with this world? Although this campus belle junior female student had only been at school for less than 2 weeks, her aloof persona was already established. Because she had coldly rejected many second-generation rich, peers, and seniors who pursued her. There were almost no boys around her, especially in situations where it was just the two of them. Many who tried to approach her were deterred by her indifference. Although the campus belle had a good personality and was kind to others, her ethereal demeanor created an unapproachable distance. But the campus belle before them seemed to have gained a touch of earthly charm, as if she had transformed from an otherworldly fairy. She sat opposite the man, a smile in her eyes. It was as if her world had suddenly changed from black and white to pink. At this moment, everyone wanted to know, who was this man? Was he the campus belle's relative? Otherwise, why would the campus belle be so enthusiastic? Lin Xinyu ate unhurriedly opposite Zhiqiu. And the full Zhiqiu slowly pondered his compound interest plan. If he received the full 500,000 yuan, what would he use it for? Buying a house wasn't quite enough, cryptocurrency was being cracked down on by the state, and Zhiqiu wasn't good at stock trading. After much thought, Zhiqiu decided to use the 500,000 yuan as his startup fund. Although he hadn't yet decided on his startup project, Zhiqiu decided to take it one step at a time. There was no rush to think about it after getting the full rebate. But he absolutely couldn't just think about spending. After all, there was no telling when the system might disappear. It wouldn't be good if he spent it all and developed extravagant habits. While Zhiqiu was thinking, the two fell into silence, but the atmosphere was not at all awkward. Lin Xinyu slowly ate her skewers, her gaze continuously on Zhiqiu. Feeling the junior female student's gaze, Zhiqiu smiled in response. At this moment, Lin Xinyu suddenly remembered a line from Stray Birds: "You smiled and talked to me of nothing, and I felt that for this I had been waiting long." Lin Xinyu took a sip of the extra cola Zhiqiu had ordered, and her gaze towards Zhiqiu became gentle. Newbie author seeks recommendation tickets. #6 Follow-up question from the school beauty's roommate. Chapter 6, Interrogation from the campus belle's roommates. Senior, how has university life been for you? It's alright. I really like the atmosphere at Zhang University. Both the academic environment and the dorm atmosphere are great. What I love most are Zhang University's cherry blossoms. Then, could you go see them with me next year? I've always heard about Zhang University's Cherry Blossom Festival, but I've never been to Zhang University before. Junior female student, you can go see them with your boyfriend then. Zhiqiu chuckled awkwardly. Walking around campus was fine, but if he went to the Cherry Blossom Festival with the campus belle, how many people would hate him? Was military training tough? Are you used to the food here? Military training was fine, it's almost over. The food here is a bit spicy, but it's manageable. Lin Xinyu didn't press Zhiqiu about changing the subject, wearing an expression that said, "I've got you figured out." Lin Xinyu is from Shanghai, where people are used to sweet food. In that case, Junior Lin and Silly Deer are from the same place. Do they know each other? But Shanghai is so big, it probably wouldn't be such a coincidence. Speaking of which, this junior female student of mine is a bit too familiar. She finished the barbecue but is still sitting across from me playing on her phone. Zhiqiu hesitated for a moment, then looked at Lin Xinyu. Junior female student, you still have friends waiting for you, right? Oh dear, I forgot while I was talking to you. Lin Xinyu paused, only then remembering her roommates. Junior female student, you should go quickly. I need to head back too. I have a pile of clothes to wash back at the dorm. Zhiqiu was now eager to go spend money at the supermarket, especially since he wasn't close with this campus belle junior female student. He had only been focused on not wasting food earlier, and only now realized that many people in the barbecue restaurant were paying attention to their table. As expected of the campus belle, she was practically a sight magnet. Wait, to Zhiqiu, the campus belle was just a junior female student. After all, he had a girlfriend. Moreover, he didn't want to become the imaginary enemy of all the boys in the school. Zhiqiu stood up, preparing to leave. Don't rush, senior. It's still early, you have time to wash your clothes. Since I haven't gone over yet, my roommates have probably already started eating. Lin Xinyu raised her head. Her delicate face, illuminated by the light, possessed a youthful beauty, and her eyes held a hint of playfulness. Junior female student, look, a lot of people around us are watching. Aren't you worried about rumors? Zhiqiu said with a wry smile. Lin Xinyu also felt the surrounding gazes, but as the campus belle, she was long accustomed to such attention. You're so worried about rumors, Senior, do you perhaps have a girlfriend? Lin Xinyu asked, smiling as she looked at Zhiqiu. Yes, junior female student, I have a girlfriend, even though it's an online relationship. Zhiqiu replied affirmatively. He had no intention of hiding the fact that he had a girlfriend. After all, in modern society, online relationships and long-distance relationships are common, and many even lead to marriage. Although he had never met his online girlfriend, and only had a photo where her face wasn't clear. But Zhiqiu felt that as a good youth of the new era, he shouldn't be the kind of scumbag who dates two people at once. The campus belle junior female student was indeed very beautiful and had excellent grades. But since he didn't intend to pursue her, there was naturally no need to conceal his relationship status. Lin Xinyu was slightly stunned, clearly surprised by Zhiqiu's answer. Boys who were so quick to admit they had a girlfriend when facing her were rare. However, Lin Xinyu was very satisfied with Zhiqiu's answer, and her eyes were full of smiles. Speaking of which, have you two met in person? Have you video called? Neither. Zhiqiu felt helpless regarding Lin Xinyu's question. This was something that troubled him. Sigh, an online relationship where you don't meet or video call. Lin Xinyu feigned a look of surprise. It's fine. Our relationship has been very good for over 2 years. All right, goodbye, senior. I'm heading back to my roommates now. Bye-bye. Zhiqiu stood up and walked away, but on his way out of the barbecue restaurant, he was pulled by 2 pairs of hands onto a chair at another table. Before Zhiqiu could react, 3 youthful but serious faces appeared before him. He's quite handsome. It looks like he's worthy of our Xinyu. Senior, what is your major? We haven't seen you in the economics and management department. Senior, your methods are impressive, catching our Xinyu in just a few days. Li Dongqing, Wang Lu, and Zhang Sui crossed their hands beneath their chins, wearing the expressions of detectives. However, this interrogation wasn't serious at all, it felt more like playful teasing. Junior female students, you guessed wrong. I am not pursuing junior linear. Are you sure? No, we just have a very normal relationship between a senior and a junior female student. You call this normal? Dongqing was clearly dissatisfied with this answer. If you don't believe me, you can go ask her yourself, Zhiqiu said with sincerity. The 3 sisters exchanged glances. Did they really misunderstand? Are you really not pursuing Xinyu? No, and I already have a girlfriend. Zhiqiu shook his head. You have a girlfriend? Why didn't you say so earlier? Dongqing looked surprised. It seemed they really had misunderstood. All right, then we apologize for bothering you, senior. Please take care. Wang Lu said awkwardly. Zhiqiu sighed in relief, left the barbecue restaurant, and headed back toward his dorm. Willing to lie about how we met. #7 The second milk tea from the school beauty. Chapter 7, The campus belle's second cup of milk tea. Zhiqiu bought a large amount of food at the supermarket, spending 200 yuan and receiving 2,000 yuan in cash back, before heading to the dorm. Campus spending is still too slow, Zhiqiu lamented. My sons, Daddy is back. Zhiqiu boastfully placed the plastic bag full of food he was holding in front of him. Unexpectedly, his roommates were not attracted by the snacks. Zhiqiu, when did you hook up with the campus belle? Brother Zhiqiu, take me as your disciple. Zhiqiu Zi, did you know you're famous? Seeing Zhiqiu return to the dorm, Tang Liguo, Zhang Jun, and Lin Feng all gathered around him. Zhang Jun raised his phone and pointed to the homepage of the campus forum. The 3 pinned news items were particularly eye-catching. The campus belle gave a certain guy milk tea and toured the campus with him. Has the world gone crazy? The campus belle and a certain guy ate barbecue together. What is their relationship? The campus belle's latest photos, high-definition big pictures. Zhiqiu stared at the forum for a moment, then sighed. Zhiqiu wasn't surprised at all that he was posted on the forum. But he really hadn't intended to pursue the campus belle. But if he said that, no one would probably believe him. After all, touring the campus with the campus belle was just because they happened to be QQ friends, and the barbecue joint was a pure coincidence. Moreover, it was clearly that campus belle junior female student who actively clung to him. This junior female student was quite familiar and didn't hold back at all. Zhiqiu sincerely looked at his three roommates. "I'm telling you the truth, I'm not pursuing the campus belle." The three roommates exchanged glances, then smiled at each other. "We know you're not pursuing the campus belle. Don't you have an online girlfriend? We just envy your good luck." Huh. Zhang Jun patted Zhiqiu's shoulder. "No one deserves the campus belle, the campus belle belongs to everyone." Tang Liguo took a sip of water. "Someone with ulterior motives must have exaggerated the story, right? Brother Qiu, you must be a relative of the campus belle, right?" "A relative? How did I suddenly gain a beautiful relative?" This completely confused Zhiqiu. Weren't the pinned posts on the campus forum exposing his relationship with the campus belle? So, out of curiosity, Zhiqiu read the posts himself. Zhiqiu discovered that in the second post, most people believed he was a relative of the campus belle. Most people thought no one could possibly win over the campus belle so soon after the semester started, especially since Lin Xinyu was in existence known as the aloof goddess. Seeing the opinions in the posts, Zhiqiu almost burst into tears. Since everyone didn't believe he was pursuing the campus belle, he didn't need to explain anything. Zhiqiu breathed a sigh of relief, took a shower, and lay down on his bed. He planned to go to the city area tomorrow for a spending spree. He currently had about 5,000 yuan, and spending it all would give him 50,000 yuan in cash back. After sending Silly Deer a good night message, Zhiqiu decided to go to sleep. Just then, a message popped up on his key. "QQ. Xinyu Zhengzi, Senior, I'm not familiar with Zhongcheng or the area around the school. Can you show me around?" Zhiqiu's screen name. "No way, my girlfriend would get angry if she found out." "Xinyu Zhengzi, how do you know she'll be angry? Why don't you ask your girlfriend if she agrees?" Zhiqiu thought about it. He really should let Silly Deer know about this, so he sent a message to Silly Deer. "That campus belle junior female student from last time asked me to show her around Jiangqing school area. It's ridiculous, so I refused." "Silly Deer, that's fine. Go ahead and show her around. I trust you." "Seriously? You're not being sarcastic, are you?" "Silly Deer, seriously. After more than 2 years, I still trust you." "All right." Having received his girlfriend's consent, Zhiqiu agreed to Lin Xinyu's request. The next day was Saturday, and the sun was shining brightly. However, due to the end of military training, the camouflage uniforms that represented youthful vigor were gone from the sports field. Zhiqiu stood at the school gate, waiting for Lin Xinyu to arrive. At that moment, Lin Xinyu also stepped through the school gate. Today, she was wearing a white short-sleeved top and a black short skirt, with a cute small bag slung over her right shoulder. Her skirt swayed with her steps, radiating a youthful aura. She had bright eyes and white teeth, with pupils like clear autumn water. At this moment, she was still holding 2 cups of milk tea. The humid air touched the cold cup walls, condensing into dew that trickled down. The campus belle's fair, jade-like fingers were slightly reddened by the cold, making them quite beautiful. Although she was outside the school, she remained the focus of many people's attention. Lin Xinyu saw Zhiqiu waiting, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she pouted somewhat proudly. "Senior, your milk tea." At that moment, a light breeze blew through her hair, allowing Zhiqiu to catch a faint fragrance. Ding! Detecting that the host is in super real life status. Option 1, accept the milk tea. Reward, unlock the Find Business Opportunities function. Option 2, reject the Campus Bells milk tea. Reward, consumption cashback limit raised to 1 million. Find business opportunities? What kind of function is this? Zhiqiu was slightly stunned. Immediately afterward, the system's voice rang out in his mind again. Find business opportunities. The host can use this function to look for business opportunities in the current city. It can be used once per week. Senior, why are you spacing out? Catch it quickly. Lin Xinyu looked at Zhiqiu with a proud expression. Zhiqiu took a deep breath, temporarily stopped thinking, and accepted the cup of milk tea. Thank you, junior female student. It's nothing. This is payment for the senior showing me around. Lin Xinyu had a happy expression on her face. Seeking someone to do, with in Karachi. #8 Weekend with the School Beauty. Chapter 8, A Weekend with the Campus Belle. Although Zhang University itself is located in a commercial district. However, because it was the weekend, there were many university students in the commercial area surrounding the school, including many Zhang University students. Therefore, after careful consideration, Zhiqiu brought Lin Xinyu to Han Street. This commercial street, with a total length of 1,500 meters and a total area of 210,000 square meters, could be called a paradise for women. Because girls generally enjoy shopping. Lin Xinyu's beautiful eyes sparkled incessantly. Although there was no shortage of bustling commercial streets in Shanghai, what mattered more was the person she was shopping with. Senior male student, what are we doing here? Lin Xinyu blinked her eyes. Zhiqiu, however, had already started walking inside, saying as he walked, don't you girls all like shopping? Lin Xinyu puffed out her cheeks. All? Which other girls have you brought here before, senior male student? No, you're the first. Speaking of which, since you girls shop often, you should know what things here are relatively expensive, right? Lin Xinyu tilted her head. Was she really the first? The corner of Lin Xinyu's mouth curved slightly upward, and her eyes held a smile. Lin Xinyu was about to hurry forward. At this moment, a clear voice sounded from behind her. Xinyu. Didn't you say you were going to the library? Zhiqiu and Lin Xinyu turned around simultaneously and saw Li Dongqing and Wang Lu behind them. Both of them were dressed elegantly today. It must be said that Lin Xinyu's dormitory was practically a fairy dormitory. Li Dongqing wore a slip dress, and the high heels she wore made her already tall figure even more eye-catching. Wang Lu wore a JK uniform with a short skirt and had pure and adorable makeup. Senior, yeah, you're here too. You two aren't on a date, are you? Wang Lu teased. No, no. I just asked senior male student to show me around Zhongcheng, Lin Xinyu said, awkwardly waving her hands. Li Dongqing and Wang Lu exchanged glances, clearly disbelieving Lin Xinyu's words. Yesterday's barbecue restaurant could still be called a coincidence, but today's situation was inexcusable. Zhiqiu looked them over and couldn't help but laugh. You three are truly worthy of being roommates, you all dress quite exquisitely when you go shopping. Hearing Zhiqiu's evaluation, Wang Lu confidently swayed her hips. Of course. We are beautiful maidens. All right, Lulu, don't you still have something to buy? The sensible Li Dongqing grabbed Wang Lu, preparing to leave. I don't. I didn't say that. No, you do. Wang Lu struggled, but she was still dragged away by Li Dongqing. Before leaving, Li Dongqing even gave Lin Xinyu a gesture of encouragement. Speaking of which, aren't your roommates shopping in Zhongcheng? Why didn't you join them? Zhiqiu asked, staring at Lin Xinyu. Senior male student, didn't you just ask me what things here are relatively expensive? Lin Xinyu avoided Zhiqiu's gaze, changing the subject. Yes, do you have any leads? I just saw a branded clothing store that I know about. Even a cheap t-shirt costs over 1,000 yuan. Hearing this, Zhiqiu's interest was immediately piqued. Alright, let's go take a look. If the cheapest items cost thousands, then there was a high probability of finding clothes costing tens of thousands or even over 100,000 yuan. In that case, Zhiqiu would only need 2 more cashback transactions to reach 500,000 yuan in cashback. So, Zhiqiu followed Lin Xinyu to the Armani specialty store. Zhiqiu was unfamiliar with this brand. After entering, he immediately looked at the price tags. When the sales assistant saw Zhiqiu leading in a great beauty like Lin Xinyu, she greeted them with a beaming smile. After all, men usually buy clothes to save face when accompanied by a beautiful woman. After looking around, Zhiqiu did not find any clothes he liked. The cheapest ties here cost over 1,000 yuan, and the most expensive clothes cost tens of thousands of yuan. Zhiqiu was just about to ask the junior female student if there was another store. Instead, Lin Xinyu came over, holding a black casual suit jacket. Senior male student, I think this suits you perfectly, Lin Xinyu said, smiling radiantly. Zhiqiu glanced at it and immediately shook his head. Why buy a suit in such hot weather? Lin Xinyu, however, stepped forward, holding the suit up against Zhiqiu to compare the size. You don't necessarily have to wear it right after buying it. You can wear it when autumn arrives in a while, Lin Xinyu pouted. Senior male student, just go try it on. It's air-conditioned in here anyway. At this moment, the sales assistant nearby also smiled and chimed in, Sir, your girlfriend has excellent taste. This suit is our new arrival, and it's currently on sale with a discount. Hearing the sales assistant's words, Lin Xinyu blushed and gripped the hem of her skirt with both hands. She's not my girlfriend, we're just classmates, Zhiqiu explained. The female sales assistant looked ambiguous. Oh, I see, my mistake. Although she said this, her expression clearly showed she didn't believe it. Lin Xinyu felt a bit shy and quickly handed the suit jacket to Zhiqiu. Senior male student, hurry up and go try it on. Looking at Lin Xinyu's expectant expression, Zhiqiu finally compromised, taking the clothes and walking into the fitting room. It was his first time wearing a suit, as he generally disliked formal clothing. But after putting on the suit, he felt that things were indeed a little different. When Zhiqiu came out of the fitting room, the sales assistant was stunned, and Lin Xinyu's eyes were twinkling with stars. The suit jacket was certainly good-looking, but it was ultimately just casual wear. Yet, when worn by Zhiqiu, it looked as if it had been tailor-made for him. He was like a prince from a fairy tale, radiating a noble aura. Looking at himself in the fitting room mirror, Zhiqiu was also very satisfied. Although he had always been confident in his looks, he had never properly dressed himself up. Lin Xinyu's little heart started pounding wildly just from looking at him. Senior male student, this outfit suits you very well, you look great in it. The sales assistant was also showering him with praise from the side. Senior male student, what about you? How do you feel? Do you like it? Zhiqiu nodded. Junior female student, you have great taste. This one is indeed good. But I won't buy it after all. It's too expensive. This caused the sales assistant's hopeful expression to immediately dim. She had thought this handsome man would buy it without hesitation, but he wasn't buying it. The reason was actually that it was too expensive. If he thought it was expensive, why come to Armani? Zhiqiu reached out to take the clothes off. Lin Xinyu stepped forward to stop him. Don't say no. Just buy this one. I'll buy it for you. Zhiqiu couldn't help but be stunned. Was this what a wealthy woman was like? However, he still smiled and refused. There's no reason to let a girl pay for me, and this jacket costs 25,000 yuan, it's not cheap. Lin Xinyu tightly gripped the small bag slung over her right shoulder. My parents give me a lot of allowance, I can certainly afford 25,000. Lin Xinyu's beautiful eyes stared intently at Zhiqiu. Besides, I think this outfit suits senior male student especially well. The novice author has successfully signed the contract. Please vote for recommendations. Hashtag 9 Do you like me? AI model, Gemini 2.0 Flash. Chapter 9, Do you like me? Zhiqiu was a little confused. Why are you suddenly buying me clothes? Don't tell me you like me? That won't do, junior female student, I have a girlfriend. Lin Xinyu didn't expect Zhiqiu to suddenly say such a thing, and her face immediately flushed red. She pretended to be calm, of course not. I just think you're a very nice senior male student, and the clothes suit you well. What? This beautiful girl isn't his girlfriend? What exactly is their relationship? The sales assistant was also stunned, and a soap opera began playing out in her mind. While confused, Lin Xinyu had already selected a pair of trousers for Zhiqiu and told him to try them on with the suit. When he came out in the full set, Lin Xinyu was very satisfied. She walked up and helped Zhiqiu adjust the clothes. Let's just buy this set. Senior male student, you look super handsome in it. Zhiqiu sighed helplessly. He had actually already planned his countermeasure. That was to buy in separate transactions. Speaking of which, finding a good rebate store was also thanks to Lin Xinyu. So, Zhiqiu chose an Armani clutch bag, which conveniently cost 4,900 yuan. I want to buy this. Please wrap this one up for me. Zhiqiu looked at the sales assistant. The sales assistant's dim gaze instantly brightened. She had just heard this handsome guy complain that the clothes were too expensive and thought she had wasted her time. Understood, sir. All right, let's pay now. Zhiqiu was quick and decisive. This made the sales assistant extremely happy. These were her favorite kind of customers. Your card ending in 8886 has received an online bank transfer, UnionPay deposit, of 49,000 yuan. Seeing the ICBC text message, Zhiqiu was overjoyed. Senior male student, why did you buy a bag? Didn't I tell you to buy the suit? Lin Xinyu, standing nearby, pouted, feeling upset that Zhiqiu hadn't chosen the suit. Here, this is for you. Thank you for bringing me here. Zhiqiu casually handed the bag to Lin Xinyu. He didn't need a women's bag anyway. This is for me. Lin Xinyu blushed. Do you want it or not? If you don't, I'm returning it. Zhiqiu urged. No, wait. I want it. Thank you, senior male student. Hearing Zhiqiu mention a return, Lin Xinyu quickly took the bag. Lin Xinyu held the bag close, a joyful expression on her face. But won't that mean senior male student can't buy the suit? I guess I should buy it then. Who said I wasn't buying it? Sales assistant, wrap up the whole outfit for me. The sales assistant was now beaming. Turns out this handsome guy was just joking, darn it, he got her. The suit was 25,000, the trousers 11,000, a discount of 2,000 yuan, resulting in a 340,000 yuan rebate. Seeing the number displayed in his mobile bank balance, Zhiqiu felt extraordinarily secure. Let's go. There's a milk tea shop over there. Let's sit for a bit. After buying the clothes, Zhiqiu planned to take Lin Xinyu around to shop. Lin Xinyu followed with light steps, occasionally looking up at Zhiqiu's tall and broad back, her mind filled with countless thoughts. The moment they walked into the milk tea shop, Zhiqiu felt everyone's eyes gather on them. Given Lin Xinyu's beauty and charm, this situation was quite common and nothing to fuss about. However, some of those gazes were also focused on Zhiqiu. After all, Zhiqiu also fell into the handsome guy category. Everyone watched them with admiring glances, and the murmuring rose and fell. The two tacitly ignored the surrounding attention and chose a seat by the window. "What would you like to drink?" Zhiqiu asked. Just as Lin Xinyu was about to speak, a little dating tip she had seen online suddenly popped into her head. So she said, "Strawberry bobo milk tea." "No strawberry, no milk tea, just the bobo." Zhiqiu. Lin Xinyu noticed Zhiqiu's surprised expression and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Where did you learn that phrase? Do you know what it means?" "How did you know I learned it?" Lin Xinyu seemed to realize something, so she searched Baidu, and her pretty face instantly flushed red as she silently lowered her head. Zhiqiu sighed and turned to the counter. After resting briefly at the milk tea shop, the two walked around Han Street again. Eventually, Zhiqiu bought an Apple phone and a computer, finally completing the 500,000 yuan rebate mission. After returning to school, Zhiqiu picked up his phone and began sharing his day with his online girlfriend. "Silly dear, how was it? Was shopping with the campus belle fun?" "Zhiqiu, it was alright. I'd rather shop with you." Afterward, Zhiqiu briefly described the day's events, appropriately omitting a few details. "Speaking of which, we're both in Zhang City. When can we arrange a time to meet?" "Silly dear, the time to meet hasn't arrived yet. Zhang City is so big, maybe we've already met without realizing it." "Alright, no rush. After all, you haven't been in Zhang City long, and we have plenty of time." Zhang University South Campus, Building 3, Dormitory 315. Lin Xinyu put down her phone and gradually fell into contemplation. There are many dense guys, but Zhiqiu's density has clearly reached the level of scrap metal. Was her hint not obvious enough? Otherwise, how could Zhiqiu be so clueless, like an idiot? Since childhood, this was the first time Lin Xinyu had actively approached a man. She had no experience, and due to the requirements of her persona, it was also inconvenient to ask her roommate for advice. Sigh, this feeling of green-lighting herself is truly indescribable. In her anger, Lin Xinyu clenched her delicate fists and hit the rabbit doll by the bed a few times. That guy, hasn't he seen her photo? Although the photo wasn't clear, her figure hadn't changed. Yet, she had been hanging around him so many times in the past 2 days, and he still hadn't recognized her. Idiot. This is so annoying. I actually have to go to such lengths to flirt with you. Lin Xinyu complained, but when her gaze shifted to the bag Zhiqiu gave her, her eyes softened. Meanwhile, Zhiqiu was in the dormitory fiddling with his newly purchased phone and computer. "Achoo, did you rob a bank?" Roommate Zhang Jun looked at Zhiqiu in surprise. "Achoo, did you strike it rich? You changed your computer and phone just a few days after school started." Tang Liguo also stopped the game he was playing. "It's wrong of you to say that. Maybe Achoo was rich to begin with," commented Lin Feng, who came from a good family. That night, Zhiqiu lay on his bed, feeling somewhat dazed as he looked at his mobile bank balance. In just a few days, he had earned the money that an ordinary person would take several years to accumulate. Sure enough, it was because the system, this cheat, was too powerful. Zhiqiu took a deep breath, calming his excited feelings. $500,000 was just his start-up fund, and the second step was high-quality investment. Thinking of this, Zhiqiu activated the Search for Business Opportunities function. Humbly requesting recommendation tickets. Hashtag 10 Business Opportunities in Milk Tea Shops. Chapter 10, Business Opportunities for a Milk Tea Shop. The Find Business Opportunities function has been activated. Automatically searching for business opportunities in the city for the host. Zhiqiu sat on his bed for a long time, data continuously scrolling before his eyes. This was the business opportunity data provided by the Find Business Opportunities function. However, there was too much data at the moment, overwhelming Zhiqiu. System, filter out all low-quality business opportunities and narrow the scope to within 5 kilometers of Zhang University. Zhiqiu saw the electronic screen invisible to others before him and called out in his mind. Low-quality business opportunities have been filtered, and the scope has been narrowed. Immediately after, Zhiqiu found that most of the data before his eyes had disappeared. Among the remaining few, the closest business opportunity to the school was in Kunguang Plaza near the school. Moreover, the light of this business opportunity was significantly brighter than the others, indicating higher quality. The next day, Zhiqiu walked out of the school gate and headed towards the location indicated by the business opportunity. A bit sweet milk tea shop. Zhiqiu arrived at the first floor and looked at the shop, which didn't seem to be doing well. The Find Business Opportunities function was pointing to this very shop. And the business opportunity data displayed for this milk tea shop was very high. However, the highest data wasn't for the shop itself, but for a milk tea recipe. System, check the milk tea recipe data. Business opportunity, a bit sweets exclusive milk tea recipe. Method of use, combine with milk tea ingredients to create various exclusive milk teas. Estimated net profit, 3,900%. Seeing the detailed data of the milk tea recipe, Zhiqiu was a bit stunned. Nearly 40 times the net profit? Are milk tea shops that profitable? But this milk tea shop in front of him seemed to be poorly managed. There are many types of milk tea now, such as Yudiandian, Gumming, and Haitia. Attracting customers among many milk tea shops is a major challenge. Therefore, it needs to have its own unique milk tea characteristics. So the most crucial thing here is a bit sweets exclusive milk tea recipe. Zhiqiu tidied up his appearance and pushed open the milk tea shop's door. Even though it was the weekend and located in a commercial district, there weren't many people in the milk tea shop. The honest-looking owner sat bored in a chair, scrolling through short for a specific social media. Seeing a customer, the owner quickly got up. "Hello, what would you like to order?" Zhiqiu ordered a pearl milk tea and drank it, but felt it lacked any special characteristics, so he asked the owner. "Boss, your business is a bit slow. I don't know what's going on, but there are indeed very few customers. How long have you been running a milk tea shop here?" "About 2 years. 2 years? Zhiqiu pondered that this milk tea shop wasn't very famous. He'd been at the school for over a year, and none of his friends had ever bought from it. "So, have you made any money in these 2 years?" The owner sighed. "Don't even mention making money. The rent goes up every year. With rent, renovation, and various other costs, I've lost over 100,000 yuan in these 3 years. And you can still keep going." "Keep going what?" "I'm closing down when the shop's lease expires this year." "Then, boss, do you have any exclusive milk tea recipes?" Zhiqiu asked curiously. "Yes. I researched a new recipe at the time, but the cost would have been even higher, and with business already bad, I gave up on it." Zhiqiu smiled, probably understanding why the milk tea shop's business was poor. The milk tea shop's poor business was partly because there were many milk tea shops in the vicinity, and this one lacked its own unique characteristics. Another even more crucial reason was that Kunguang Plaza was a relatively high-end comprehensive plaza. The consumers here mostly pursue quality, and a bit sweets low-priced, uncharacteristic milk tea seemed out of place. After all, those who value their status prefer Starbucks or other high-priced but distinctive beverage shops. If this shop were opened inside the school, business should be pretty good. After all, students prioritize affordability, and uniqueness comes second. Zhiqiu plans to open this milk tea shop in Zhang University's Ziwan Snack Street. He's already thought of a name, Dai Lu Milk Tea. At that time, following the milk tea recipe, he would raise the price slightly, making it both unique and not too expensive. So the key thing is to get that exclusive milk tea recipe. After a moment of thought, Zhiqiu looked at the owner. Boss, are you selling that milk tea recipe? You want to buy the recipe? The owner was also surprised that someone wanted to buy a recipe he wasn't using. The owner thought for a while and tentatively asked, how much are you planning to offer? How much do you want? Hearing this, the owner's heart blossomed with joy. It seemed this young man really wanted that recipe. 120,000 yuan. I want to try to make up for my losses over the past 2 years. Zhiqiu shook his head. Then 100,000 yuan. I can't go any lower. Zhiqiu thought for a moment, a recipe with a 3,900% net profit. How about this? I'll give you 100,000 yuan, but we need to sign a contract. This recipe can only belong to me, and you cannot sell it to anyone else. The owner had a bewildered look on his face. 100,000 yuan, just like that? And can a milk tea recipe really sell for that much? He was just making a tentative offer. The owner was stunned for a long time. Are you serious? Young man, don't joke around. After all, the young man in front of him looked to be only around 20 years old. Could he really produce that much money, or was he just messing with him? Zhiqiu nodded. Give me the milk tea recipe, then sign a transfer contract with me, and I'll transfer the money to you. Receiving a definite reply, the owner became excited. No problem, I'll sign it right away. Zhang University Snack Street. Zhiqiu sat in a restaurant, and after eating and drinking his fill, he looked at the milk tea recipe in his hand. According to the system's Find Business Opportunities function, the owner's recipe had been converted into individual milk tea beverage recipes for various combinations. Now that he had the milk tea recipes, the next step was to rent a shop in Zhiwan Snack Street. Since it was a milk tea shop, the storefront didn't need to be too large. Zhiqiu looked at the rental app on his phone and called the real estate agent responsible for the Zhang University Snack Street area. Zhiwan Snack Street still had a large flow of customers. Although there were many commercial districts around Zhang University, many students didn't leave school much on class days. An hour later, Zhiqiu met the real estate agent, dressed in a uniform, at the school gate. You are Mr. Ye, right? The real estate agent asked tentatively. Because the young man in front of him still looked like a student. Zhiqiu nodded affirmatively. I contacted you. I want to rent a commercial space in the snack street. Hello, Mr. Ye, let me introduce myself first. I am Su Wentao from Dezhou Real Estate. Hello. May I ask if Mr. Ye is renting a shop for business or something else? Just for business. I need a shop of about 50 square meters. Do you have any resources for that? Su Wentao nodded. No problem, there are quite a few such shops. How about I take you to see them first? Image. #11 Daily Milk Tea Shop. Chapter 11, Daily Milk Tea Shop. Zhiqiu was clearly not very satisfied with Su Wentao's reply. That takes too much time. There's no need for that. I have classes tomorrow. Classes? The real estate agent was slightly stunned after hearing this. Good heavens, he really is a student. Is this the legendary university student starting a business while still in school? However, as an intermediary service provider, he wouldn't show his inner thoughts on his face. All right then, Mr. Ye, do you have a preferred storefront? Zhiqiu took out his phone, pointed to a storefront listed on Anjubao, and asked, I want to rent this one. How much will it cost? Okay, let me calculate it. Su Wentao opened his phone and searched for the storefront Zhiqiu was interested in. He had seen people rent quickly, but it was rare for someone to rent a storefront without even looking at it first. If all clients were like this, being an agent would be much easier. I've calculated it. The storefront Mr. Ye is interested in is listed on Anjubao for 8,000 yuan a month, requiring a deposit of 1 month and payment of 3 months in advance. If you rent for a year, the total, including the agency fee, is 130,000 yuan. Fine, I'll take this one. Rent it for a year. Zhiqiu was quite satisfied. Speaking of which, how soon can this storefront be open for business? It will probably take a few days for cleaning and handover. Add money. We can get it done by tomorrow. Zhiqiu thought for a moment again. Also, I need a billboard displaying daily milk tea shop, several sets of tables and chairs, and the necessary milk tea shop equipment. Mr. Ye, we are not responsible for renovations. All right, Mr. Ye, we can probably get it all done in about a week, Su Wentao replied, noting how generous this customer was. And the procedures for the business license, Zhiqiu summarized. If it's just running errands, that won't cost anything, consider it my personal favor. However, the timing for the license depends on the relevant departments, which I cannot guarantee. That's fine. No worries. Just notify me when the license comes through. After Zhiqiu and Su Wentao agreed on the price, they went to Dezhou Real Estate to sign the lease contract. After making the payment, Zhiqiu checked the balance in his mobile banking app. He spent 100,000 yuan on the milk tea recipe and 160,000 yuan on the storefront rental and related costs. Now, he only had about 200,000 yuan left. The remaining task was to hire a few waiters. Since Ziwan Snack Street is also located on campus, the cost of hiring a few university students for part-time work shouldn't be high. Moreover, the snack street is narrow and crowded, so there's no need to worry about promotion or similar things. Usually, everyone finds out quickly when a new store opens. Having his own store for the first time gave Zhiqiu a sense of accomplishment. After returning to his dorm, Zhiqiu pondered his recruitment advertisement. Daily milk tea shop is opening soon. Location, Ziwan Snack Street at Zhang University. Plenty of time for recruitment. Those who are hardworking and reliable are welcome to apply for part-time work. Salary negotiable. Double pay on weekends and holidays. Contact person, Penyanan. Phone, 13713. Zhiqiu used his phone to post the recruitment ad on a certain local city app, and also posted the message in the Zhang University student part-time job group. He did not use his real name, firstly to keep a low profile, and secondly to avoid unnecessary trouble. Silently making a fortune, that's what he wanted. The next few days would be spent waiting for the store to be ready and for calls from applicants. Many university students participate in work-study programs, so finding satisfactory employees shouldn't be difficult. Afterward, he browsed the campus forum and posted the advertisement information. Just as he was about to lie down on his bed, he saw a trending post. Are you kidding me? The campus belle is actually intimate with this man. There was a series of photos inside the post. They were all scenes of Zhiqiu and Lin Xinyu together. This included Lin Xinyu giving Zhiqiu milk tea, eating skewered barbecue together at a barbecue restaurant, and even photos of Zhiqiu and Lin Xinyu strolling down Han Street. He was careless, he hadn't expected there to be so many Zhang University students on Han Street during the weekend. This left those people in the previous trending post who claimed Zhiqiu was the campus belle's relative speechless. After all, there's a limit to self-deception. The campus belle's gaze toward Zhiqiu in those pictures clearly looked like they were dating. So this is what that senior looks like. How is he worthy of campus belle Lin? So jealous. How could someone as perfect as the campus belle be dating? Hard to accept. Something must be wrong. I was actually at the barbecue restaurant then. That man told the campus belle's roommate that he had a girlfriend, and it wasn't the campus belle. Oh, then it's fine. He must just be the campus belle's relative. Zhiqiu held the mouse, continuously scrolling down the comments and reading slowly. Judging by the post's popularity, everyone's emotions were running high, but most comments were skeptical. Zhiqiu sighed helplessly. Fortunately, most people still didn't believe it. But what if the campus bell comes to deliver milk tea again in the future? That would make it impossible to explain. Zhiqiu put down the mouse in his hand and looked at his roommates. Say, guys, what do you think about campus bell Lin? Looking at her while lying down, Zhang Jun, who was playing Honor of Kings on his bed, replied casually. Zhiqiu, didn't the campus bell say she just randomly found a senior to tour the campus with? Don't overthink it, Tang Liguo, who was playing Dungeon Fighter Online, advised. Zhiqiu sighed and looked toward the upper bunk in the southeast corner. Old Lin, aren't you going to share your opinion? Don't talk, I'm enjoying myself. Lin Feng's quilt rose and fell repeatedly, finally returning to stillness after a bout of trembling. I'm done. Zhiqiu, what did you just ask? Zhiqiu, scram. The next few days were relatively calm. Zhiqiu went about his daily life, waiting for the milk tea shop to open. On Friday, Zhiqiu, as usual, went to the library to study after class. After working on some post-class exercises, Zhiqiu received a message on his Penguin account. Zhiqiu, senior, where are you? Zhiqiu's screen name, I'm studying in the library. What's wrong? You should be familiar with the campus and its surroundings by now. Zhiqiu, nothing, nothing. I was just asking. Zhiqiu didn't think much of it and continued working on his exercises. However, halfway through his exercises, Zhiqiu sensed a change in the surrounding atmosphere. That's right, Lin Zhiqiu had come again. Just like before, she was holding 2 cups of milk tea. The difference, however, was that she was carrying the handbag Zhiqiu had given her. Seeing Zhiqiu doing exercises, she quietly sat down across from him. She rested her beautiful face on her right hand while sipping her milk tea. Zhiqiu was sitting by the window in section B on the 3rd floor of the library. Sunlight shone into the library, falling upon Lin Zhiqiu. Lin Zhiqiu in the sunlight was breathtakingly beautiful. Regardless of the angle, any photo of her could be used as a magazine cover. Although noise was prohibited in the library, the campus bell's arrival still caused a brief stir. Especially the campus bell's admirers, their gazes could have killed Zhiqiu several times over. #12ILL make you juice from now on. Chapter 12, I'll make you fresh juice from now on. Originally, Campus Belle Lin hadn't sent that man milk tea for a few days, which relieved many of her admirers. But today in the library, Campus Belle Lin was sitting opposite Zhiqiu again. If the milk tea in her hand was also for Zhiqiu, wouldn't that be solid proof? Inside the library, many eyes were drawn to their direction. The library is so big, how did you find me? Zhiqiu asked Lin Zhiqiu in a surprised whisper. It's simple, I walked from the 1st floor to the 3rd floor. Lin Zhiqiu puffed out her cheeks, a proud expression on her face. Senior, you've been working hard studying, have some milk tea. Lin Zhiqiu looked at Zhiqiu, smiling like a flower, her beautiful eyes instantly curving into crescent moons. Zhiqiu sighed, junior female student, didn't I say I have a girlfriend? Can't you drink milk tea from a female friend just because you have a girlfriend? Lin Zhiqiu retorted self-righteously. Can I? Can't I? Then, junior female student, if you were my girlfriend, could I drink milk tea bought by other girls? You can try. Lin Zhiqiu frowned, a smile on her face. But Zhiqiu felt a chill. Try it and die? Zhiqiu reluctantly took the milk tea, inserted the straw, and took a sip. It seemed that since Campus Belle Lin had sent milk tea many times, the system wasn't activated this time. He had already become zen about Campus Belle Lin, the junior female student. Anyway, it looked like Campus Belle Lin, the junior female student, was already clinging to him. Never mind, it's just milk tea, right? Who cares if Campus Bell Lin bought it or someone else did? Just drink it. Anyway, he was upright and had nothing to fear. Lin Xinyu rested her chin on her hands, observing Zhiqiu, then suddenly spoke, "Senior, isn't drinking milk tea often not very healthy?" Zhiqiu almost choked. "So you yourself know that drinking milk tea often isn't good. Drinking milk tea often can easily lead to obesity or cardiovascular diseases, so junior female student, don't send milk tea anymore in the future." Zhiqiu said with a serious face. Lin Xinyu nodded, "Okay, then I won't send milk tea anymore. Is that true? It's a deal." Zhiqiu was so moved he almost cried tears of joy. Has Campus Bell Lin, the junior female student, finally come to her senses? Was his peaceful campus life finally returning? Then do you like watermelon juice or orange juice? Lin Xinyu asked. Zhiqiu had a black person asking a question face. "I have a juicer in my dorm." And then? Lin Xinyu made a horizontal V sign with her right hand in front of her eyes, "That way I can make you fresh juice from now on. Isn't juice healthy?" Lin Xinyu's smile carried a hint of mischief. Although their voices weren't loud, many people around pretended to study while straining their ears to listen. Hearing Lin Xinyu's words, everyone seemed to fall into a brief state of petrification. Campus Bell Lin personally making juice? And this guy didn't seem too happy about it? This relative relationship was too good, wasn't it? Even with self-deception, it couldn't be explained away. But many people still didn't understand. How did Zhiqiu do it? After all, Campus Bell Lin had only been enrolled for 3 weeks. And 2 of those weeks were spent in military training. Not to mention her admirers didn't believe it, Zhiqiu himself didn't believe it. Why? Zhiqiu was also very curious. Lin Xinyu thought for a moment, "Of course, it's to thank Senior for taking care of me since the beginning of the semester. Junior female student, are you a saint? A small kindness should be repaid with a gushing spring." He was just an ordinary second-year senior. He wasn't some second-generation rich or second-generation official. Besides, he had already said several times that he had a girlfriend. Those second-generation rich pursuers should be your target. Zhiqiu really couldn't figure it out. Did he have some special quality or charm? Aside from being handsome, he didn't seem to have any outstanding advantages. "If you don't object, I'll take that as a yes. While Zhiqiu was in a daze, Lin Xinyu quickly said, "Don't be too touched, Senior. I didn't agree." "No, you did." Lin Xinyu stood up, smiled slightly, then it settled. "I have class later, Senior, bye-bye." Seeing Lin Xinyu wave goodbye and leave, Zhiqiu already felt the chill from his surroundings. He looked around and found many boys staring at him with hostile eyes. The smell of gunpowder and sourness filled the B section of the 3rd floor. Thanks to Lin Xinyu, Zhiqiu had no choice but to pack up and leave the library. On the way back to his dorm, Zhiqiu's phone rang. "Hello. Hello, is this Mr. Peng?" A clear voice came from the phone. It sounded like the owner of this voice was a young girl. Of course, this was just Zhiqiu's initial deduction. After all, judging solely by voice might lead to encountering Xiao Biluo. Zhiqiu paused for a moment, then immediately recalled. This girl called him Mr. Peng. The name he used for the milk tea shop advertisement a few days ago was Penyanan. So, most likely, this girl was here to apply for the job. "Yes, I am Penyanan. May I ask what's the matter?" "Hello, Mr. Peng, I saw your recruitment information in the Zhang University student part-time job group a few days ago. You're looking to hire part-time servers, right?" He guessed correctly after all. "Yes, are you interested in applying?" "Where is the interview?" "Oh, I happen to have time now. Let's make the interview location a bit sweet milk tea shop in Kunguang Plaza, Zhiqiu said after some thought. The girl on the other end of the phone hesitated for a moment. I have two friends who also want to interview together, is that okay? Of course, our shop just opened and we're in urgent need of staff. Okay, we'll be right there. Zhiqiu rejoiced inwardly. He didn't expect people to apply so quickly, and even in a group. After hanging up the phone, Zhiqiu first returned to his dorm and put away his books. Then he took a shower, styled his hair, and changed into more formal clothes. After all, as the boss, he was the first impression others would have of the job, so he couldn't dress too casually. Otherwise, people wouldn't trust him. Half an hour later, Zhiqiu was ready to go out. Zhiqiu, you're dressed so formally, going on a date. Only Zhang Jun and Zhiqiu were in the dorm now, and Zhang Jun, who was playing League, teased him. No, going out for a part-time job interview, Zhiqiu replied with a smile. After all, he didn't even dress up like this when he went to Han Street with Campus Bell Lin. Zhiqiu, we young people can be poor, but we can't lose our integrity. Of course, if it's a fair-skinned, rich, and beautiful woman, then disregard what I said. Zhang Jun thought Zhiqiu was being pursued by a wealthy woman and tried to persuade him. After all, Zhiqiu was considered a handsome man with a dignified appearance, so being a pretty boy also had its market. Don't get the wrong idea, it's a legitimate part-time job. I'm leaving. Zhiqiu then left the dorm and headed towards the agreed-upon a bit sweet milk tea shop. Hashtag 13 The Second School Beauty. Chapter 13 The Second Campus Bell. Just like last time, a bit sweet at Kunguang Plaza still didn't have much business. Zhiqiu pushed open the milk tea shop door, and the cold air from the air conditioner rushed toward him. Mr. Ye, what brings you here? The honest-looking boss greeted him warmly. Nothing, meeting friends here. I want 4 cups of the signature milk tea. After paying, Zhiqiu chose a window seat in the milk tea shop and sat down. Speaking of which, after drinking Campus Bell Lin's milk tea a few times, Zhiqiu felt he liked drinking milk tea more than before. Could Campus Bell Lin be trying to subtly win him over? While Zhiqiu was contemplating, 3 girls pushed open the milk tea shop door. The 3 of them looked around the milk tea shop, finally locking their gaze onto Zhiqiu sitting by the window. However, after exchanging glances, they hesitated for a moment and didn't step forward to ask. Hello, are you here for the interview? Zhiqiu spoke first, greeting the 3 of them. Yes, that's us. Only after confirming that Zhiqiu was the person hiring did the 3 girls walk over. Sorry, Mr. Peng, you're too young, so we weren't sure. We thought you were about the same age as us. Zhiqiu smiled, it's fine. Milk tea is on me. The 3 girls sat down on the sofa opposite Zhiqiu. The one who looked more outgoing was probably the girl he had spoken to on the phone. She wore a long ponytail, a black t-shirt, and denim hot pants. She looked mature and sexy, and should be quite popular. Next to her was a short-haired girl with delicate features. And sitting on the outer edge was a beautiful girl with shoulder-length hair. She was an extremely charming young woman, with facial features so exquisite that no flaw could be found. She was wearing a white dress, the waistline of which cinched her slender waist into delicate, fine lines. She was about 1.65 meters tall, and her legs beneath the dress were slender, giving her an excellent figure. Zhiqiu couldn't help but take a few extra glances at the last girl. Because this girl's appearance was on par with Lin Xinyu's, both had bangs, and the difference might only be in the length of their hair. Shouldn't such a beautiful girl be pursued by boys at university? Instead, she came out looking for a part-time job. Let me introduce us. The outgoing girl looked at Zhiqiu. My name is Wang Ying, and these are my roommates, Zhang Xian and Li Fengjin. Hello. Zhiqiu nodded in reply. No need to be so reserved. I'm a student at Zhang University, just like you. The three girls looked astonished. This young man was a student at the same school, but the difference was that they were applying for part-time work, while he was starting a business. Don't be so surprised. Consider this a branch opened by my parents, and I'm just in charge of management. Seeing the surprised expressions of the three girls, Zhiqiu took a sip of milk tea and fabricated a more acceptable explanation. By the way, have any of you done similar part-time jobs before? Zhang Xin and I have done other part-time jobs at Zhang University, but Fengjin is working for the first time. Hearing Li Fengjin's name several times, Zhiqiu suddenly remembered that the campus belle a year ago seemed to be Li Fengjin. The news he often heard when he was a freshman was about Li Fengjin, the campus belle of the School of Public Administration and Management. Objectively speaking, Li Fengjin and Lin Xinyu represent two different styles of beauty, but everyone likes to chase after new things, which is why Lin Xinyu's posts are the hottest recently. I don't have relevant work experience. Li Fengjin lowered her head, but I will work hard to learn. Zhiqiu was about to say something, but he recalled the popularity effect Lin Xinyu brought to the barbecue shop that day. System, activate the Find Business Opportunity function and check Li Fengjin's business opportunity data. Business opportunity data. Name, Li Fengjin. Business opportunity identity, campus belle of Zhang University's School of Public Administration and Management. Business opportunity, huge popularity attraction, capable of bringing popularity and stable customer traffic to the daily milk tea shop. Zhiqiu was slightly surprised, feeling that this recruitment was quite good after looking at the business opportunity data. As expected of a campus belle, her ability to drive traffic is still very strong. On the other side, seeing that Zhiqiu hadn't replied, Li Fengjin bit her lip tightly. Mr. Peng, we will teach Fengjin well. Wang Ying said. My apologies, I was thinking about something else just now. It's fine, all of you can come. The milk tea shop should be ready to open this weekend. Can you start working the day after tomorrow? Yes. The three girls nodded simultaneously. Wang Ying glanced at Zhiqiu and raised the critical question, what about our working hours and salary? Zhiqiu thought for a moment. Most contemporary university students either rush to class almost late in the morning or sleep until noon if they don't have class. Excluding the times when business is slow due to classes, the conclusion is reached. Working hours on weekdays will be from the end of morning classes until the start of afternoon classes, and from the end of afternoon classes until 9 p.m. Weekends and holidays will be from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., with triple pay. The base salary is 2,500, how about a 3-day probation period? A part-time salary of 2,500? Wang Ying and Zhang Xin were a little surprised by the salary, and they were very satisfied with the schedule Zhiqiu arranged, as it wouldn't affect their classes. Fengjin, however, was calm. After all, she had never worked part-time and had no concept of wages. After exchanging glances, the three girls all nodded. Okay, boss, we have no problem. If there are no problems, you can leave now. Contact me by phone when the time comes. Okay, goodbye, boss. The three girls, successfully hired, happily got up and left the milk tea shop. This boss is quite handsome, and he started his own business, plus he's a student at Zhang University. He's very outstanding. Why does she feel he looks familiar, though? But she's never heard the name Penyanan before. Li Fengjin walked at the back of the group of three, developing curiosity about Zhiqiu. And curiosity is often the beginning of love. Zhiqiu's appearance was indeed good, and he could be described as a genuinely handsome type. But the main reason Li Fengjin felt something different towards him was Zhiqiu's entrepreneurial behavior. Since childhood, Li Fengjin had considered herself excellent, with outstanding academic performance. But this young man, who was about the same age, had already started his own career and was even her boss. Thus, his image inexplicably grew taller in her eyes. After all, Zhiqiu was the first boss in her life. So, before leaving the milk tea shop, Li Fengjin couldn't help but look back at Zhiqiu. Sensing Li Fengjin's gaze, Zhiqiu offered a gentle smile, "Don't worry too much, just work hard when the time comes." I understand." Li Fengjin was a little shy and hurriedly caught up with her two roommates ahead. Seeing Li Fengjin catching up, Wang Ying asked with concern, "Fengjin, are you sure you want to take the part-time job at the milk tea shop with us?" "Yes, I'm sure." Li Fengjin sighed, "I had a fight with my dad, and he won't give me living expenses until I admit I'm wrong. I have no other choice." Hashtag 14 Meeting the Silly Deer. Chapter 14, Meeting Silly Deer. Ajin, actually, if you just apologize to Father Li, the matter will be over. There's no need to suffer like this, Zhang Xian advised. No, I don't like commercial marriages without an emotional foundation. I won't admit I'm wrong. Li Fengjin got angry whenever she thought about her father arranging a marriage for her. She was the daughter of an entertainment magnate in Zhang City and a top student campus belle at Zhang University. With these two identities, her future, whether in work or taking over the family business, should be bright. Her life should have been very comfortable, but her father suddenly wanted her to enter into a marriage alliance. As a new youth of the 21st century, she would never agree. She would rather work part-time than marry for business. So, Father Li, wanting his daughter to agree to the marriage, stopped giving her living expenses and froze her credit card. That's why she and her two roommates were here for an interview today. However, as the top student in her department, she was confident she would be the best employee. Supporting herself was no challenge for her. Even though she had never worked before, she was still full of confidence. At the same time, Zhiqiu also embarked on his journey back to Zhang University. On the tree-lined path of the campus, Zhiqiu took out his phone and dialed Su Wentao's number. "Hello, Mr. Ye. Are you calling about the milk tea shop? The license will take a few more days, but the milk tea shop is already cleaned up and is expected to open this weekend." "Okay, thank you for your trouble." Zhiqiu was very happy. This Su Wentao was quite reliable. "Not at all, you're too kind." After the call, Zhiqiu contacted the milk tea ingredient supplier introduced by the A-Bit Sweet Boss via WeChat. After settling the milk tea ingredient supply, Zhiqiu breathed a sigh of relief. His business journey had officially begun. But when would his peaceful campus life return? As Zhiqiu expected, when he opened his phone to check the campus forum, there was another post discussing the campus belle wanting to make juice for him. It seemed he needed to take some measures to get his daily routine back. At 8 p.m., Zhiqiu lay on his dorm bed and opened Silly Deer's penguin chat interface. "Adai, are you asleep yet?" "Silly Deer, no, it's still early, isn't it? And it's the weekend tomorrow, who sleeps that early?" Silly Deer sent a cat with a question mark emoji. "Silly Deer, I just finished my face mask and was about to message you. Maybe it's telepathy. Speaking of serious matters, come to our school and meet me." "Silly Deer, why so sudden? Didn't you say last time that the time wasn't right yet?" Zhiqiu sent a sighing emoji. "I'm already entangled in rumors with the campus belle. I need you, my official girlfriend, to come out and clarify." "Silly Deer, oh, what happened between you and the campus belle again?" "Exactly. The rumors were almost gone after a few days of not seeing each other, but she actually wants to make juice for me." "Silly Deer, what? You're not satisfied that the campus belle wants to make juice for you?" Silly Deer sent an angry emoji. "Satisfied my foot. I'm about to become the public enemy of the entire school. Silly dear, so you mean you need me to appear to help you dispel those rumors, right? Yes, and we've been in an online relationship for more than 2 years, and we're both in Zhang City. I want to meet you. Let me think. At this moment, in dorm 315, building 3, South Campus of Zhang University. Lin Xinyu sat on a chair, looking in the mirror, waiting for her face mask to be done. She rested her chin on one hand, her slender, fair fingers as smooth as jade. She was also conflicted at this moment. Should she directly tell Zhiqiu her identity? Perhaps many of her admirers didn't understand why she ignored so many second-generation rich and children of officials at school, yet preferred the low-key Zhiqiu. That was because she pursued platonic love more. Most of her admirers at school loved her beauty, but Zhiqiu loved her soul. After all, Zhiqiu hadn't seen her exquisite and delicate face before he liked her. But it was also for this reason that she initially didn't want to reveal her identity when they met. Because she felt that since Zhiqiu loved her soul, he should recognize her when she appeared before him. He should actively recognize her and then embrace her. This was the soul resonance in love, and also the reason Lin Xinyu said the time was not yet right. However, Zhiqiu still hoped she would clarify the rumors about the campus belle, which showed his heart was still with her. Thinking of this, Lin Xinyu's small face flushed slightly. But after only a moment of shyness, Lin Xinyu's mood turned to anger. This big oaf, he usually didn't even dare to look at her properly when they met. It was as if she would eat him. He couldn't recognize her even if she walked around him a few times. So annoying, this stinky man, Lin Xinyu sighed. Hearing the campus belle's sigh, the three dorm sisters couldn't help but look up at the conflicted Lin Xinyu. What's wrong, Xinyu? Is something bothering you? Lin Xinyu thought for a moment. An online friend I've known for several years is also in Zhang City and wants to meet me. What? An online friend? Meet. The three immediately stood up and gathered around Lin Xinyu's seat. Is this online friend male or female? Wang Lu asked the core question. Lin Xinyu's eyes darted away. Of course, it's a girl. Zhang Sui looked at her with an interrogating gaze. Tell the truth. All right, it's a boy. Upon hearing Lin Xinyu's reply, the expressions of the three roommates instantly turned serious. Xinyu, do you know that many human traffickers trick people through online relationships? Exactly, and many male online friends want to meet girls for that thing. Be careful not to be molested. And you're so pretty, it's too dangerous. Reject him, don't give him any chance, tell him to scram. Only a few online friends are reliable, and they might even use fake photos or something. Lin Xinyu bit her lip lightly. I want to refuse, but we've known each other for several years, and I don't want to make him sad. Hearing Lin Xinyu's words, the three sisters were petrified on the spot. This was the aloof campus belle Lin. Although her aloof persona had been broken by an older student before. But for most people, she was still an untouchable existence. She had always rejected her admirers mercilessly, giving them no chance at all. But today, she actually didn't want to make a male online friend sad by rejecting him. When had she ever cared so much about a man's feelings? She was even so conflicted about refusing to meet? Lin Xinyu looked at her petrified roommates and couldn't help but sigh. It seemed her behavior these past few days was very different from her usual persona. She wouldn't discuss relationship issues with her roommates anymore. I will refuse him, don't worry. After speaking, Lin Xinyu got up, went to bed, and lay down in her quilt. #15 I will recognize you at a glance. Chapter 15. I will recognize you at a glance. However, the three sisters in the dormitory clearly didn't intend to drop the topic. Xinyu, you said before, how many years have you known each other? Does he often post updates about luxury cars and famous watches? Have you two seen each other's photos? You didn't tell him your real information, did you? Zhiqiu, be careful. There are quite a few online scams lately. He hasn't asked you for money, has he? Lin Zhiqiu turned sideways and looked at her three roommates. Sisters, don't worry. I'm not that kind of silly girl. Wang Lu was still worried. I know you're smart, but many scams target smart people. I'll be careful. I'll just reject him. Lin Zhiqiu picked up her phone again and opened the penguin chat box for Zhiqiu. Okay, I agree to meet you, but you must recognize me yourself, alright. Zhiqiu, upon receiving the message, was slightly stunned. Recognize her without a frontal photo? It doesn't matter. After 2 years of chatting, if it's true love, I'll recognize you the moment you appear next to me. No problem. As long as you come, I'm sure I can recognize you at a glance, Zhiqiu replied confidently. Lin Zhiqiu, lying on the bed, burst out laughing. Her three roommate sisters were already used to it. Recognize her at a glance? How many times had she circled around him already? Heh, men. So ordinary, yet so confident. So where and when should we meet? Silly dear, the sports field opposite your dorm building, 1 p.m. Alright, I will definitely recognize you at a glance. Thinking that he could finally return to his peaceful daily life, Zhiqiu couldn't help but feel a little excited. Unlike the West Campus sports field during class hours, the field was crowded on the weekend. Some clubs were holding activities on the field. And many couples were flirting on the field's grass. Of course, most people came to the field to exercise and sunbathe. Before heading out, Zhiqiu took a fragrant shower, fixed his hair, and put on his handsomest clothes. At the same time, South Campus Dormitory Building 3, Room 315. Lin Zhiqiu sat at her desk and applied makeup. Meanwhile, her three dormitory sisters stood by, all looking at her with astonishment. One must know that Lin Zhiqiu had been barefaced, or at most wearing light makeup, since the start of the semester. After all, Campus Belle was naturally beautiful and didn't need makeup to be gorgeous. But Lin Zhiqiu was applying makeup right now, something must be up. The three sisters exchanged glances. Zhiqiu, are you sure you're not going to meet an online friend? Lin Zhiqiu, looking into the mirror as she dressed up, said, No, I'm going to the school sports field to move around. But why are you wearing makeup? Because the sun is strong on the field, I need sunscreen. What does sunscreen have to do with makeup? Have you guys noticed that Zhiqiu hasn't been normal since military training ended? Wang Lu sighed. Zhang Sui nodded in agreement. The persona of the aloof Campus Belle is getting further and further away. Could it be related to that senior? Li Dongqing added. Lin Zhiqiu put down the lipstick in her hand. All right, stop overthinking things. I'm going to the sports field now. Zhiqiu, should I go with you? Li Dongqing was still worried. No need. If you get tanned, I'll feel bad. After speaking, Lin Zhiqiu slung the handbag Zhiqiu gave her over her shoulder and left. Meanwhile, Zhiqiu was already waiting at the sports field. The sun was a bit scorching, and there were quite a few people. He had been careless. If he couldn't recognize her, silly dear would get angry. But it didn't matter. He believed the power of true love would let him recognize silly dear. Just as Zhiqiu was sitting worriedly on the grass, the sports field became somewhat noisy. Hey, Campus Belle is also here at the sports field. It really is Campus Belle. Why did she come to the West Campus sports field? The Kainyuan sports field is clearly closer to South Campus. Lin Zhiqiu was wearing a floral dress today, revealing her fair arms and delicate collarbone. She was holding a parasol, and her makeup was more refined than usual. She possessed a hint of elegance along with her fresh and natural beauty. This pure yet seductive aura truly made it impossible to look away. At this moment, most eyes on the sports field were focused on Lin Zhiqiu. It was clear that today's campus belle was slightly different from usual, more mature and charming. Is campus belle here to participate in these club's activities? Maybe she's here to watch the soccer practice. Half of the West Campus sports field is often used by the Zhang University soccer team for practice, including today. Thus, under everyone's astonished gazes, Lin Zhiqiu looked around the sports field. It seemed campus belle Lin was looking for someone on the field, rather than having arranged a specific meeting spot. After all, when arranging a meeting, people usually specify the exact location, such as the entrance to the field, or near the vending machine. Instead of searching aimlessly like campus belle Lin Zhiqiu, I'm over here. At that moment, a loud voice attracted the attention of everyone on the field. In the center of the West Campus sports field, a boy wearing a soccer team training uniform waved at Lin Zhiqiu and then walked over. He had a handsome, well-defined face and a hearty smile. His looks were arguably on the level of a department hunk. At this moment, his eyes held a hint of excitement. Zhang Linjia, the only son of Huachuang Real Estate Company, the student union president of Zhang University's School of Mechanical Engineering, and also the captain of the Zhang University soccer team. He was the cream of the crop among the tall, rich, and handsome. This second-generation rich had never met a girl he liked at school until he met Lin Zhiqiu after the freshman enrolled. In this way, this person and campus belle could be considered a good match. So campus belle Lin was looking for Zhang Linjia. Good heavens, after being rejected so many times, has young Master Zhang finally won over campus belle Lin? Senior Zhang is so handsome, why isn't Lin Zhiqiu chasing him? What's the big deal about Zhang Linjia? Doesn't he still have 2 arms and 3 legs? But he's handsome and rich. What do you have? You guys, all you boys know is how to be jealous. Wait, shouldn't the point of complaint be why he has 3 legs? The onlookers on the field were discussing animatedly, their gaze shifting between Zhang Linjia and Lin Zhiqiu. Many of the spectators on the field didn't often check the campus forum and didn't know about Lin Zhiqiu delivering milk tea. So many people genuinely thought Lin Zhiqiu had come to find Zhang Linjia. But when Lin Zhiqiu heard Zhang Linjia's voice, she merely glanced at him indifferently, then resumed her search across the field. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes again. So campus belle wasn't here to find Zhang Linjia. Was this guy being delusional? But who exactly was campus belle looking for? Could they be even more outstanding than young Master Zhang? Zhang Linjia felt a bit awkward. Zhiqiu, do you want to watch our practice? No need, I'm not really interested. Thank you. Lin Zhiqiu wore a faint smile and rejected him very directly. If Lin Zhiqiu's roommates were present, they would definitely exclaim that this was the usual Lin Zhiqiu, this was the aloof campus belle Lin. #16 I can't recognize it, I'm so stupid. Chapter 16, Can't recognize me, so stupid. At this moment, Lin Zhiqiu's gaze continued to sweep across the sports field. Finally, in a corner of the sports field, she saw a boy burying his head low, playing on his phone. A smile blossomed on Lin Zhiqiu's face, and she walked toward that direction. Senior, are you sunbathing here? Lin Zhiqiu said, holding a parasol and looking down at Zhiqiu. Zhiqiu pretended not to hear, continuing to scroll through his short for a specific social media. Senior, if you don't speak, I'm going to hug you from behind, Lin Zhiqiu threatened. At this moment, the people on the sports field couldn't help but widen their eyes. What did the campus belle say? She'll hug this boy if he doesn't speak. Aren't those the words and actions only couples share? Impossible. How could the aloof campus belle Lin talk to someone like that? Who is that creepy guy sitting in the corner, looking down at his phone, scrolling through short for a specific social media to watch beautiful girls dance? Junior female student, I have important business today, Zhiqiu whispered. Please leave first. We can talk about anything else later. No, I'm not leaving. I have something very important this afternoon, junior female student, please don't mess around, okay? Lin Xinyu pouted and looked at him haughtily, who's messing around with you? Can't I just chat with senior? It's fine, but I really have something to do today. Let's talk next time. Then look up at me. I put on makeup today. Yes, Zhiqiu sighed, junior female student, what's your zodiac sign? Huh? Lin Xinyu was slightly startled. Taurus. Why? I'm Pisces. The horoscope says I need to avoid Taurus today, Yes, Zhiqiu said seriously. Do you think I believe you? Lin Xinyu gave him a look that said, do you take me for an idiot? Yes, Zhiqiu sighed inwardly. Fine, to be honest, I'm meeting my girlfriend this afternoon. Lin Xinyu pretended to be surprised. An online girlfriend? Meeting on the sports field. Yes, so this afternoon is very important to me. Junior female student, can you leave first? If she sees a lot of people watching, she might not dare to show up. Thinking of Silly Deer, Yes, Zhiqiu quickly opened the chat window for Silly Deer on Penguin. But for some reason, even though the appointed time had arrived, Silly Deer still hadn't sent him a message. Since you've already made plans, why are you playing on your phone in the corner? Because I don't have a front-facing photo of her. She wants me to recognize her myself. The corner of Lin Xinyu's mouth lifted slightly, and she put away her parasol. Senior, do you think my figure resembles your online girlfriend? Lin Xinyu spun around lightly, showing off her figure. Yes, Zhiqiu was slightly stunned. Looking up now, he realized the campus belle was wearing makeup today. The people on the sports field were equally stunned. The campus belle was actually laughing and chatting happily with a man, and her words were teasing. Just as Yes Zhiqiu was about to answer, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Dash. Ding, detecting that the host is in super real-life status. Option 1, answer that the campus belle resembles the online girlfriend. Reward, 1 chance to perfectly compose a song. Option 2, answer that the campus belle does not resemble the online girlfriend. Reward, 1 high-efficiency workout bracelet. How could he possibly answer that she resembles her? Yes, Zhiqiu quickly lowered his head. I looked. You don't resemble my online girlfriend. Junior female student, please leave quickly. You have received the high-efficiency workout bracelet. At the same time the system's voice faded, Yes Zhiqiu felt something extra in his pocket. Reaching in, it seemed to be a bracelet. Yes Zhiqiu used the system to check the bracelet's data. The system showed it was a metaphysical item. As long as he wears it, he can apply a workout buff to himself. Specifically, doing 1 push-up is equivalent to doing 3 to 5, walking feels like jogging, physical exertion during exercise is also reduced, allowing for greater endurance. It doesn't require long-term exercise to turn an ordinary person into a muscular man with an 8-pack. However, Yes Zhiqiu didn't have time to study this item right now. Lin Xinyu, on the other hand, was a little disappointed. This dense, straight man. He said he would recognize her at a glance, yet here she was right in front of him, and he didn't recognize her. He didn't even take a few extra glances at her, even though she had specifically hinted at it. Stupid man. If this continues, does she have to be the one to pursue him? Lin Xinyu looked at Yes Zhiqiu irritably. What time did you arrange to meet her? 1 p.m. But look, it's already 1:15 now. This was also what Yes Zhiqiu found strange. Maybe she was delayed by something. It's fine. No, maybe she's already here, but you just didn't recognize her. Do you want to try harder? Lin Xinyu began giving intense hints. This behavior was like having the exam answers already written on the blackboard, yet the student just buried their head and refused to look. Maybe that's really the case. Maybe she couldn't find me. Zhiqiu stood up and looked around, but after scanning the area, he didn't find any similar targets. He clearly remembered that the girl in the photo had a great figure, truly stunning. If he had to say who nearby resembled her, the person who looked most like her in the entire sports field was actually the Campus Bell Junior female student right in front of him. But wasn't the Campus Bell Junior female student's Penguin ID Lin Xinyu's nickname? And if Silly Deer was the Campus Bell Junior female student, wouldn't she have said so already? Zhiqiu sighed. Maybe Silly Deer ran into something urgent and stood him up. After all, the internet and reality are different. Could it be that she just didn't want to meet? Seeing Zhiqiu's expression turn dejected, Lin Xinyu couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. He must have been really looking forward to this meeting. What if he really couldn't recognize her? Should she tell him herself? This guy? He clearly said he would recognize her at a glance. So stupid. And she even hinted several times. As she thought about it, Lin Xinyu grew angry. So she stopped talking to Zhiqiu and just sat down next to him on the grass. Just like that, the two sat silently on the grass, each lost in their thoughts, until 2:30 p.m. Meanwhile, many of the Campus Bell's admirers also silently sat there until 2:30 p.m. Finally, Lin Xinyu couldn't hold back anymore. So, how did you two meet back then? Zhiqiu looked up, his eyes filled with tenderness. About 2 years ago, I failed my college entrance exam. I didn't even pass the second-tier university cutoff. Everyone in my family opposed me retaking the exam, hoping I'd go to a third-tier university. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xinyu suddenly widened her eyes. You met her under these circumstances? Yes. She was also a high school student then, and her grades were similarly poor. She often encouraged me, giving me the courage to retake the exam and accompanying me through that dark period. Thinking of this, Zhiqiu smiled very happily. She is my angel, so junior female student, please don't make jokes like that again. Lin Xinyu was stunned for a moment. Actually, At that moment, a soccer ball rolled past Zhiqiu, and Zhiqiu immediately stood up. #17 There are so many people in this world. Chapter 17, So many people in this world. Excuse me, could you please kick the ball over here? On the other side of the field, a soccer player spoke with an apologetic expression. Zhiqiu kicked the soccer ball back, then turned to look at Lin Xinyu. Actually, you were saying what? Nothing. Lin Xinyu buried her face in her lap, the emotions she had just been brewing were interrupted. She hadn't realized that the optimistic boy she met online 2 years ago was facing difficult circumstances at the time. Back then, Lin Xinyu's beloved maternal grandfather had passed away. Unhappy every day, she just wanted to find an outlet online to confide in, and then she met Zhiqiu. This boy she had never met told her jokes and shared funny stories every day to cheer her up, helping her move past those sad times. Later, that boy successfully retook the entrance exams and got into Zhang University, becoming someone she looked up to, so she also studied hard during the summer vacation of her second year of high school. Targeting Zhang University, all so she could meet the boy she liked. Thinking of those days, Lin Xinyu's nose stung, and tears began welling up in her eyes. There are so many people in this world, and most choose to like someone based on appearance. But in this world, only one soul can truly touch another soul. Feeling emotional, she didn't wait for Zhiqiu's reply and quickly left the sports field. Holy crap, the campus bell is crying. What did they say? The campus bell was fine just a moment ago. A campus bell is a campus bell, even when she cries, she looks beautiful. I feel like the scene looks familiar. Huh? Have you seen the campus bell cry before? No, I mean, Isn't this how the female lead cries in TV dramas when the male lead cheats on her and abandons her? The two have a big fight, the male lead defends the mistress, and the female lead covers her face, weeping, and rushes out. Isn't that how it always plays out on TV? As soon as he said this, the discussing admirers on the sports field all fell silent. What a melodramatic speculation. The campus belle is so fresh and lovely, the epitome of pure desire. Who would be confident enough to be the mistress and defeat the campus belle? But now that he mentioned it, it seemed possible after all, how could a domestic flower compare to a wild one? Sensing the hostile stares around him, Zhiqiu hurriedly fled the sports field. It wasn't that he was cowardly, it was just that the campus belle's admirers were numerous and powerful. While running away, Zhiqiu put on the high-efficiency training bracelet. It was quite useful, and he didn't feel tired at all while fleeing. Meanwhile, Lin Zhiqiu had already returned to the dorm. Seeing the campus belle return covered in tears, her three roommates were shocked. They quickly rushed over and surrounded Lin Zhiqiu. "Zhiqiu, what happened to you? Didn't you just say you were going to walk around the field? Were you deceived by that netizen? Did he use a fake photo or did he harass you?" Lin Zhiqiu shook her head. "No, I just felt a little emotional." "Huh. Zhiqiu must have broken down. She hasn't been normal lately anyway." The three girls exchanged glances, recognizing the helplessness in each other's eyes. "Zhiqiu, what exactly are you talking about?" Li Dongqing looked completely confused. "You wouldn't understand. Maybe this is what true love is like." The moment she finished speaking, the three looked at each other. True love? They wouldn't understand? Why would campus belle Lin come back from a trip outside saying things like this? Zhiqiu couldn't have been tricked, right? The three dorm mates couldn't help but feel nervous. "Did you go meet your netizen?" Wang Lu voiced the shared concern of the three girls. "No, I just recalled some past events." Lin Zhiqiu took a deep breath. "It's fine, I'm okay now. You don't need to worry about me." Lin Zhiqiu calmed herself down, then prepared to leave the dorm. "Zhiqiu, why are you going out again?" Li Dongqing stretched out her arms and blocked Lin Zhiqiu. "I'm going to the supermarket to buy some watermelon and oranges to make juice." A sparkle shone in Lin Zhiqiu's eyes. Hearing Lin Zhiqiu's reply, Li Dongqing stopped blocking her. All right, she had promised to make him juice before. She would give him a cupful of her love. Meanwhile, Zhiqiu, lying on his dorm bed, received a message from Silly Deer. "Silly Deer, you said you'd recognize me at first sight, remember?" "Silly Deer, I was so close to you, walking around you a few times, and you still didn't recognize me." Silly Deer sent an angry emoji sticker. She then sent a candid photo of Zhiqiu, showing his back. Judging by the distance, it must have been taken from far away. Zhiqiu instantly grew excited. "You came?" "Silly Deer, of course I came, and I was very close to you too. Then why didn't you say hello? I waited for ages." "Silly Deer, didn't you say you could recognize me at first sight? If it's true love, shouldn't you have recognized me yourself?" "Of course it's true love, but there were a lot of people on the field today, and then the campus belle showed up, distracting me and preventing me from observing properly." "Silly Deer, so, the campus belle is more important than me?" "Not at all. Of course you're more important. I even advised her to leave then." "Silly Deer, I don't care. Since you didn't recognize me, I just left." "Fine." Zhiqiu sent a disappointed emoji. Zhiqiu sighed and clicked on the picture Silly Deer had sent. Zhiqiu felt something was off. Since the photo was taken from a distance, she must have already recognized him. If she recognized him, why didn't she come over and say hello? Was it because the campus belle was nearby, and she felt awkward approaching? "Silly Deer, why aren't you replying? Silly dear, are you angry? Hurry up and talk to me. Otherwise, I'll get angry too. Seeing that Zhiqiu hadn't replied, Lin Xinyu thought Zhiqiu was angry. At this moment, Zhiqiu saw Silly Deer's message and fell into contemplation. When did she take this photo? Was it when the campus bell was pestering him, or when he was sitting and waiting? Why did he not notice anything? I understand now. It must be the campus bell's fault. After all, if a girl comes to meet a boy only to find him talking to another girl, she usually wouldn't dare approach. Especially since the other girl was the campus belle. Zhiqiu finally reached his conclusion. No, I was just thinking about when you took the picture. Silly dear, well, keep thinking. I'm going to the supermarket to buy some things. Wait, when can we meet again? Next time, let's pick a less crowded place. I promise I'll recognize you at first sight. After a while, Silly Deer's reply came through. Silly dear, let's choose Singles Day then. More than a month? That long? Why choose Singles Day? Silly dear, a month isn't long. We were fine even when we didn't meet for over 2 years before. Silly dear, because I always spent Singles Day alone before. I hope this year I can spend it with you and not be single. Silly dear sent a shy and happy emoji sticker. That actually makes sense. Silly dear, alright, I'm going shopping now. I'll chat with you later. Knowing that Silly Deer hadn't stood him up, Zhiqiu felt much better and put down his phone. #18 The milk tea shop is now open. Chapter 18, The milk tea shop opens. Although the meeting with Silly Deer didn't go as planned this time, Zhiqiu didn't have the mental capacity to dwell on it for now. Because the Daily milk tea shop was officially opening tomorrow. He had already contacted Su Wentao earlier to confirm that the opening was set. The milk tea ingredients from the supplier had also arrived. Waitresses had already been hired, and the 3 girls hired on Saturday morning had also learned the basic milk tea making process. It could be said that everything was ready, just waiting for tomorrow's opening. But Zhiqiu decided to go check everything beforehand today, just to ensure nothing went wrong. At Ziwan Snack Street, Zhiqiu found his milk tea shop. At this moment, Su Wentao was arranging staff to clean the milk tea shop. Zhiqiu looked at the Daily milk tea shop signboard and the brand new facade, nodding in satisfaction. As expected, the money wasn't spent in vain. The effect is excellent. You've worked hard these past few days, Zhiqiu said to Su Wentao. Su Wentao quickly waved his hand. Not at all, Mr. Ye, you are too kind. The efficiency is quite high. Mr. Ye, let me take you inside to have a look. Let's go in and look. The milk tea shop was tidied up nicely. And various milk tea utensils were neatly arranged. The chairs and benches for customers were also properly set out. Led by Su Wentao, Zhiqiu also inspected the milk tea ingredients and tested the milk tea equipment. Alright, let's officially open tomorrow. After confirming everything was correct, Zhiqiu returned to school. The next day at 9 in the morning, the boss and the waitresses arrived on time. Zhiqiu looked at the 3 girls. Are you ready? We are ready. Wang Ying and Zhang Xian stood straight, speaking with their heads held high. They were all wearing customized Daily milk tea shop uniforms, looking clean and sharp. Li Fengjin, standing beside them, seemed a bit nervous. After all, this young lady was working as a waitress for the first time and wasn't quite used to it. Don't be nervous. Just be careful, making milk tea isn't difficult, Zhiqiu comforted her. Okay, thank you, boss. Li Fengjin's pretty face flushed slightly, and warmth gradually rose in her heart. The boss truly was a gentle person, just as she had imagined. Oh right, did you post the updates I asked you to last time? Wang Ying nodded. We posted it. Share it and collect 20 likes for half-price milk tea during the first 3 days of opening. Fengjin's post got the most shares, Zhang Xin added. I also arranged for part-timers to hand out flyers floor by floor. I believe quite a few people should know our milk tea shop is opening. Zhiqiu turned around, opened the doors. The daily milk tea shop is officially open. Yes, boss. Zhiqiu pushed open the milk tea shop's main door and hung the open sign outside. On a weekend morning, the snack street was relatively quiet. But soon, a flurry of hurried footsteps came from around the street corner. Is this the place? It seems to be called the Daily Milk Tea Shop. Should be right. School Belle Li is actually working as a waitress here. That's unbelievable. I want to be the first to drink the milk tea made by School Belle Li. Brothers, let me go first. Charge. If we're late, there won't be any seats left. On the first day of the daily milk tea shop, most of the customers were attracted by Li Fengjin. After all, if you couldn't woo the campus belle, drinking milk tea personally made by the campus belle seemed like a decent alternative. However, these customers had one annoying characteristic: they all wanted milk tea made by Li Fengjin. This made the already inexperienced Li Fengjin even more flustered, causing her to spill quite a few cups of milk tea. Things only improved later after Zhiqiu implemented a rule forbidding customers from specifying who made their milk tea. Even so, the milk tea shop still had a very long line. Boss, this milk tea tastes really good. This strawberry bobo milk tea also has a very unique flavor. It's delicious. Many customers who bought the milk tea praised it highly. After all, this milk tea was made using an exclusive secret recipe, even though it increased the cost and price. But as long as it tasted good, college students wouldn't care about a few extra yuan. Following the positive reviews of the milk tea's flavor, within just half an hour, those who came for School Belle Li were more interested in drinking the delicious, signature milk tea. They were immersed in the delicious taste of the milk tea. And being able to see Campus Belle Li working while drinking it was a feast for the eyes. Thus, the milk tea shop was quickly filled with people. There were also many people checking in and taking photos because the daily milk tea shop's decor was very artistic. Seeing the college students taking photos of their milk tea and posting updates, Zhiqiu was inwardly delighted. Wasn't this equivalent to free advertising for his milk tea shop? Boss, I want another cup. Boss, 4 cups. 3 for takeaway for my roommates. Please rejoin the queue. Seeing the booming business of the milk tea shop, Zhiqiu, sitting behind the counter, couldn't help but smile slightly. It seemed today's opening was a complete success. However, this was also expected, as this was the perfect milk tea recipe certified by the system to yield a 39-fold return. If the milk tea didn't have a unique flavor, that would be truly bizarre. It seemed with this milk tea shop, he would have a continuous stream of income every day. Plop. Just then, another cup of milk tea was knocked over. Li Fengjin's shoulder trembled, and her expression gradually became aggrieved. This was already the 8th cup of milk tea she had spilled today. This didn't even include the milk tea that was ruined or failed to meet standards. Boss, I didn't mean to. Zhiqiu pressed one hand to his forehead, opening his mouth to say something. But before he could speak, Li Fengjin immediately rushed over. Boss, I know I messed up, can you please not scold me? Then I'll deduct your pay. Huh? I'm still in my probationary period, I don't have a salary yet. Zhiqiu sighed, then I'll deduct it from your monthly salary. Oh, deduct it then. She thought, he only knows how to deduct pay and doesn't comfort me at all. Li Fengjin stomped her foot, thinking that the boss wasn't gentle at all. Actually, Zhiqiu had originally intended to comfort Li Fengjin and didn't really mean to deduct her pay. But his milk tea shop was a business, after all. If Li Fengjin wanted this job, she needed to grow under pressure. Although being a waitress wasn't highly technical, carefulness was required in every line of work. As a good boss, Zhiqiu still hoped Li Fengjin would work properly. Thus, over the next few hours, Li Fengjin, who knocked over a few more cups of milk tea, had slightly red eyes. The mindset of this pampered young lady gradually collapsed. She regretted being so confident, thinking that working was easy. Being a waitress is really hard. I'm sorry, boss. Zhiqiu took a deep breath, forcing a smile. It's fine. You'll get better with practice. Keep going. All right, the boss is still very gentle. Li Fengjin took a deep breath and started cleaning up the spilled milk tea on the floor. Come on, Li Fengjin, you can do it, Li Fengjin cheered herself up internally. Time passed little by little, gradually approaching the busy lunchtime period. Hashtag 19 Being a boss's wife is the easiest. Chapter 19, Being the boss's wife is the easiest. What's going on? Why is the line so long? I heard it's a new milk tea shop, and it's half price for the first 3 days of opening. Really? Really, look at your Moments and WeChat feeds, they're probably full of posts about it. I saw many people commenting that the taste is good, let's go queue up too. Not today, right? The line is so long, and the shop is full. Isn't it only the first day of opening? So many people? Are they shills? It seems Campus Belle Lee is working part-time here. Then I have to go queue up too, I also want to drink the milk tea made by the Campus Belle. Thus, the daily milk tea shop, with the help of Moments and WeChat feeds, had already gained some fame at Zhang University. Although it was only a small buzz, the shop was indeed popular on its first day of opening. After being busy for most of the day, in the afternoon, because Zhang University had evening self-study on Sundays, the number of people in the milk tea shop finally decreased. So the 3 exhausted people finally had a chance to rest. At this time, Zhiqiu handed over 3 cups of their signature milk tea. The 3 girls took a sip, and their eyes lit up. It turns out the milk tea we make is so delicious. Suddenly, I feel a great sense of accomplishment. I feel healed. Li Fengjin continued to take a few sips. How was it? Are you tired today? Zhiqiu asked with concern. After all, the 3 girls were the main ones busy, he was just helping out. The 3 girls nodded at the sound, especially Li Fengjin, whose head bobbed like pounding garlic. The money was certainly not earned for nothing, this half-day was definitely more tiring than handing out flyers for a whole day. But the booming business was a good thing, so they were also very happy. However, the 3 girls all had one question: why was the Dailu milk tea shop's milk tea so delicious? After the boys drank the milk tea, they all forgot about school beautily and only focused on drinking milk tea. Boss, is our milk tea recipe specially made? Yes, a friend of mine came up with it, and I perfected it. Zhiqiu wasn't wrong in saying that, after all, the final various recipes were created by Zhiqiu through the system. Alright, it's the first day of opening and there were a lot of people, you're all tired, and freshmen and sophomores have evening self-study tonight. Zhiqiu glanced at the 3 tired individuals. So let's call it a day, go back and rest. Oh yeah, long live the boss. Li Fengjin cheered excitedly. Thank you, boss. Wang Ying and Zhang Xian restrained the excited Li Fengjin. The 4 tidied up the milk tea equipment, cleaned the tables and chairs, and swept the floor. At this moment, Zhiqiu noticed Li Fengjin, whose mood seemed a little low. Fengjin, how do you feel today? Ah, me. Li Fengjin looked at Zhiqiu in surprise. Yes, exactly you. I feel, not so good. Li Fengjin bit her lip lightly, her delicate face full of grievance. She looked at Zhiqiu with her beautiful eyes, her expression as if saying, hurry and comfort me. Do you think part-time work is difficult? Yes, I initially thought it would be very simple, but I often make mistakes. Boss, am I very stupid? You are indeed a bit clumsy. Hearing Zhiqiu's reply, Li Fengjin puffed up her cheeks, her eyes slightly red, looking as if she was about to cry. However, everything is difficult at the beginning. The first part-time job is always like this, you'll be fine once you get the hang of it. It seems no line of work is easy, Li Fengjin sighed, only being the boss's wife is the easiest. Hearing Li Fengjin's words, her two roommates were shocked, and Zhiqiu was also somewhat stunned. What the hell? How did it get to being the boss's wife? Does Fengjin want to be the boss's wife? The two roommates exchanged glances, seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Did this girl Fengjin give up on herself and plan to take a shortcut? Just because she doesn't want to be scolded and have her salary deducted? Seeing the expressions of the three people opposite her, Li Fengjin also realized what she had said. Her pretty face flushed slightly, and her tone became flustered. I didn't say I wanted to be the boss's wife, I just said being the boss's wife is easier. I don't want to be the boss's wife, at least not now. I just thought of my aunt, she's the boss's wife of my uncle's company. She plays mahjong and watches dramas at home every day, very relaxed. Li Fengjin said 4 sentences in one breath, but felt like she was digging herself into a deeper hole, so she simply shut her mouth. Zhiqiu sighed, fortunately, this girl probably didn't mean that. After all, he had a girlfriend, one campus belle was already troublesome enough, let alone 2. Milk tea is just one of many jobs. Not doing it well doesn't mean you're stupid, you can have areas where you excel. Zhiqiu comforted Li Fengjin. Boss, is what you said true? Li Fengjin, who had been disheartened today, her eyes lit up. Of course it's true. Boss, you're so good to me, boo-hoo-hoo. Zhiqiu felt a little embarrassed. Fengjin, when you enter society in the future, there will be a lot of polite talk like this, don't be easily moved. Polite talk? Doesn't that still mean she's stupid? Li Fengjin froze on the spot. However, Li Fengjin still nodded. This was her first time working part-time, and also her first time receiving affirmation from others for her efforts in society. Many people pursued her. Many people praised her beauty. Countless people regarded her as a goddess. But only the boss affirmed her efforts, even if her performance was not satisfactory. Zhiqiu watched the changes in Li Fengjin's expression, thinking that the girl shouldn't overthink things. Zhiqiu turned and looked at Wang Ying and Zhang Xian. What's wrong with her? Why is she crying when I praise her? We don't know either. Wang Ying and Zhang Xian were also stunned at the scene. Having been with Li Fengjin for a year, they had never seen her like this. She was the campus belle of Zhang University, although her fame this year had been largely overshadowed by the newly enrolled campus belle. But this wasn't because Li Fengjin was inferior to Lin Xinyu. It was just that school beauty Li was more low-key. Last year, many second-generation rich also desperately pursued her, spending thousands just to get a smile from her. The aloof her rejected them one by one, and a year's time made those hopeless suitors choose to give up. One must know that her fame when she entered school was no less than Lin Xinyu's now. But what was wrong with her today? She was moved to tears just by a single compliment from the boss. The school belle Li they knew was not such an emotional person. If her suitors saw this, wouldn't they all collectively freeze? Actually, the reason for Li Fengjin's abnormality was very simple. She had argued with her father and had her credit card frozen, so she was no longer living the life of a young lady. This Cold War caused some emotional deficiency in her, leading to her emotions fluctuating more than before. And Zhiqiu appeared in her life as the boss at this time. #20 The school beauty came to the dormitory building. Chapter 20, the campus belle came running to the dormitory building. As the only daughter of a wealthy family, she lacked the care of siblings since childhood. Li Fengjin had also temporarily lost her father's love. In Li Fengjin's eyes at this moment, wasn't someone who would discipline and encourage her exactly like a brother or father figure. Therefore, she was involuntarily drawn to Zhiqiu emotionally. Since Zhiqiu was close to her age, Li Fengjin subconsciously recognized him as a big brother. But perhaps even she herself hadn't realized the thoughts deep within her heart. Alright, you guys have worked hard enough today. Go back and rest. Remember to come to work on time tomorrow afternoon. Being late will result in a deduction from your wages. Upon hearing the 3 words deduct wages, Li Fengjin's shoulders trembled slightly. After the 3 people left, Zhiqiu tidied up, preparing to close the door and leave. However, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Daily milk tea shop revenue calculation complete. Today's revenue, 3,256 yuan. Net profit, 1,057 yuan. Congratulations, host, your business path has successfully begun. Reward, 100-fold revenue card. Amount credited, 325,600. Zhiqiu stared at the electronic screen, visible only to him, and was slightly stunned. As expected of the milk tea recipe recommended by the Search for Business Opportunities skill. Over 1,000 in profit in one day, and this was the profit after the half-price promotion. He thought about it carefully, and it seemed about right. People had been buying continuously from 9 in the morning until now, and the gross profit margin of the milk tea shop was high, so the number was accurate. He had previously purchased a large amount of raw materials, leaving him with only over 100,000 on hand. Now, with the system crediting over 300,000, his funds were approaching 500,000 again. The 100-fold revenue card, quite interesting. With the funds he currently possessed, he could open a branch store in a while. On the other side of Zhang University, Lin Xinyu, currently lying on her dorm bed scrolling through updates, was slightly startled when she saw a post about the daily milk tea shop shared in her feed. The astonished campus belle Lin looked toward her 3 roommates. Do you know about the daily milk tea shop? Me. Li Dongqing, the dorm news expert, quickly answered. This shop just opened today on Z1 Snack Street. It's half price for the first 3 days, and it's super popular on Qzone and Moments. It opened today. Yep, today. Lin Xinyu slightly raised her head, and a ridiculous idea gradually formed in her mind. Could this shop have been opened by one of her admirers? But her university admirers shouldn't know her previous penguin nickname, right? Her penguin nickname in high school was Silly Deer, and her new university account nickname was Lin Xinyu's nickname. It couldn't possibly be opened by that guy Zhiqiu, could it? He never mentioned anything related during their chats, so probably not. It must just be a coincidence, right? No one would be that outrageous, would they? What's wrong, Xinyu? Do you want to drink milk tea from that shop? I saw reviews on Moments saying the taste is pretty good. Nothing. I just feel like it's quite popular. Lin Xinyu randomly made up an excuse. The line at that milk tea shop is really long. Let's go buy it in a few days, added Wang Lu, who was watching a drama. Seeing the milk tea updates on Moments and hearing her roommates talk about milk tea, Lin Xinyu suddenly thought of something, got up, and prepared to squeeze some fresh juice. Sunday evening. West Campus, Building 15, Dorm 502. Attack him, attack him. Holy crap, this ultimate is great. Team fight, team fight. Where's the healer? Heal quickly. Are you waiting for us to die before you heal? Triple kill. Brother Zhiqiu is awesome. Go, Brother Zhiqiu, charge. Charge. One push. Pentakill. Awesome. Following the explosion of the crystal, the word victory slowly appeared in the center of the screen. The four big men in dorm 502 were as happy as 200-pound children, overjoyed by the pentakill they had just secured. Zhiqiu pretended to hold a cigarette, took a drag, and said with a look of experience, "Death is like the wind, always by my side." The three beasts collectively cast looks of disdain. "You're getting way too cocky. Go put your hands on your hips for a bit." Zhiqiu then cooperatively put his hands on his hips, operated the computer to return to the main screen, and said, "Continue, come on, let's have some fun." Just as the four were about to start another round, the dorm door was suddenly pushed open. The person who opened the door was not a stranger, he was a guy from another dorm in their class. As soon as he entered, he yelled at the top of his lungs, "Awesome, Brother Zhiqiu. You're seriously too awesome." Dorm 502 was collectively confused, not understanding what this guy was shouting about. The guy excitedly ran up to Zhiqiu and exclaimed, "Brother Zhiqiu, Campus Bell Lin came running to the dorm building looking for you. You are incredible." The dorm suddenly fell silent. Zhang Jun, Tang Liguo, and Lin Feng froze on the spot, seemingly doubting if they had misheard. "What did you say?" Campus Bell Lin came running to the male dorm building. "That's right. She came looking for a Zhiqiu." "Yeah, she specifically asked for Zhiqiu. Are you sure you're not messing with us?" "Why the hell would I mess with you? Campus Bell Lin is right downstairs at the male dorm building. A lot of people are gathered there. Brother Zhiqiu, you should hurry down." The three goofballs were clearly finding this situation unbelievable and fell silent for a moment. Lin Xinyu came running to the male dorm to find Zhiqiu. What kind of joke was this? Although Lin Xinyu and Zhiqiu might be relatives, she was the campus belle known for her aloofness since entering the school. Coming to the dorm building to find a guy, and doing it while being watched by a crowd, it made it look like the campus belle was chasing Zhiqiu. Compared to this, they would sooner believe that a female classmate in their 20s was dating a middle-aged man in his 40s. The three roommates were stunned, but Zhiqiu wasn't. He merely paused for a moment before revealing a look of helplessness and a smile. An unusual sight appeared outside the male dormitory entrance. Campus belle Lin Xinyu stood downstairs at the male dorm building, like a beautiful landscape, so dazzling that people couldn't take their eyes off her. Around her, many onlookers and admirers of the campus belle had gathered. The campus belle, known for her aloofness, actually took the initiative to run to the male dorm to find someone. Who would believe that? Finally, amidst the noisy discussions, the protagonist arrived late. Zhiqiu, walking out of the dorm building, saw Lin Xinyu immediately. She was wearing a white t-shirt and a black skirt, appearing exceptionally beautiful under the night light. "Senior, this is the fresh juice I squeezed for you." Lin Xinyu's eyes curved into crescents. She had liked Zhiqiu for a long time. But after learning Zhiqiu's story on the sports field that day, she liked him even more. Seeing him made her happy, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up. "Did you just finish evening self-study?" Zhiqiu didn't immediately take the cup of juice but asked with concern. I came over right after self-study ended." Lin Xinyu's pretty face flushed slightly. Zhang University has evening self-study on Sundays. Freshmen are required to attend, sophomores are not strictly required, and juniors and seniors have no evening self-study. Because it was the time when students left evening self-study to return to their dorms, there were so many people downstairs at the dorm building. Of course, the arrival of the campus belle was also a factor. #21 Zhang Sui's conjecture. Chapter 21, Zhang Sui's conjecture. Zhiqiu touched his nose. "Actually, you don't have to squeeze juice for me." Lin Xinyu was slightly startled. "You don't like juice? I just don't understand why you're so good to me." "You'll understand eventually." Zhiqiu shrugged and took the juice from Lin Xinyu. "I'll walk you back." Zhiqiu felt a bit bad. Okay. Lin Xinyu nodded shyly. Just like that, the two protagonists of the onlookers left the West Campus boys' dormitory building. The two walked side by side, moonlight gently spilling over the earth. Lin Xinyu, in the moonlight, took light, quick steps. Zhiqiu smiled slightly. Lin Xinyu was a very good girl. If it weren't for silly deer, he probably would have fallen for her. But there are no ifs in love, first come, first served is the rule. Moreover, the girl who accompanied him through difficult times was also a lovely existence. The two walked quietly along the tree-lined university road, not saying anything. It was just a short walk back to the dorm, but Lin Xinyu felt like a very long time had passed, as if from youth to old age. Thank you, Senior Ye, for specifically walking me back. Lin Xinyu smiled very happily. You're welcome. I'll head back now. Zhiqiu turned around, waved his hand, and walked out of the girls' dormitory area. When Zhiqiu returned to the dorm, Zhang Jun, Lin Feng, and Tang Liguo all crowded around him. Zhiqiu gave a wry smile, not knowing how to explain. Do you believe me if I say Campus Belle and I aren't dating? Lin Feng sneered, come on, if it's not a relationship, why would she squeeze juice for you? Look at the way Campus Belle Lin looks at you, she's practically melting. Exactly, something's definitely going on. And he even lied to us, saying she was Campus Belle's relative. Tang Liguo and Zhang Jun also chimed in from the side. Oh man, this is my fault too. I never said I was Campus Belle's relative, you guys forced that on me. Zhiqiu sighed. I really didn't date Campus Belle. My girlfriend even knows about Campus Belle. Helpless. Zhiqiu had no choice but to show his roommates his chat history with silly deer, and only then did the farce end. The next morning, Zhiqiu arrived at the West Campus sports field. Since getting the high-efficiency exercise bracelet, Zhiqiu felt that he, who used to be a homebody, was starting to enjoy sports. Just as he was about to run a few laps to warm up, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure on the sports field. In late September, the sky still brightened quite early. Around 6:10 a.m., there were a few people exercising on the sports field, mostly boys. But one person stood out, because she was a youthful and lovely girl. She was wearing a thin white jacket, and her smooth black hair was tied into a ponytail. Her fair face was adorned with cute and delicate features, without any makeup. What was most attractive was her graceful figure, even wearing a jacket couldn't hide her proud physique. As she ran, her ponytail swayed with her, full of youthful vigor. The boys doing their morning exercises couldn't help but turn their gaze towards her. A lovely girl who also enjoyed exercising was nothing short of a goddess to them. However, they watched as the goddess jogged all the way to a man and stopped. Does the goddess have a boyfriend? The men's faces instantly darkened, filled with baseless jealousy. Senior Ye, what are you doing here? Zhang Sui asked with curiosity. Because she had jogged all the way over, her breathing was a bit rapid, causing her chest to rise and fall slightly. What else would I do at the sports field? Like you, I'm here for morning exercise. Zhiqiu replied. Zhang Sui pressed her right index finger to her lips, but I've never seen you here before. Since military training, she had gotten into the habit of morning runs. Unless something else came up, she would run a few laps every day, but she had never seen Zhiqiu there before. Zhiqiu smiled slightly, it was a sudden whim. I'll probably be here every morning from now on. Oh. Zhang Sui nodded, though she didn't fully believe him, a hint of suspicion in her eyes as she looked at Zhiqiu. She wondered if Senior Ye, who had said last time that he wasn't pursuing Xinyu, had now changed his mind and wanted to continue developing things with Xinyu, hence this act. After all, she was Xinyu's roommate, and getting on good terms with her would allow him to get information about Lin Xinyu. there really was such a possibility. After all, if he truly had no interest in Zhiqiu, how could Zhiqiu be so good to him? It couldn't be that Zhiqiu was pursuing him, right? No way, no way, would anyone really think that Campus Belle would pursue them? It was clear that Senior Ye wanted to achieve his goal through her. Heh, men, they do have some cleverness. Too bad, his scheme had already been seen through by her. Zhang Sui felt she had guessed the truth of the matter, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curved into an arc. However, ideals and reality always have some discrepancies. After a while, she found that things were developing differently from what she had guessed. Zhiqiu started running and didn't come to ask her about Lin Zhiqiu. Zhang Sui thought, just pretend, you'll come to ask me after 2 laps. So she pretended to be nonchalant and ran beside Zhiqiu. Then, 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. The West Campus sports field, which was also the main sports field for Zhang University's military training, was 400 meters per lap. 400 meters per lap, 3 laps would be 1200 meters. For Zhang Sui, who ran frequently, this distance was fine. But when she, out of breath, saw Zhiqiu looking completely at ease, she couldn't help but be shocked. Moreover, Zhang Sui noticed that Zhiqiu's running posture was very standard, just like someone who frequently trained in running. After 3 laps, besides his breathing speeding up a bit, his steps weren't messy, and his speed was very even, as if 3 laps were just a warm-up for him. Unless he was a frequent runner, it would be impossible to achieve this. As a runner, Zhang Sui was certain of this. Could it be that he used to run here at night? After all, she only came to the West Campus sports field for morning runs because South Campus was closer to the Kainyuan sports field. Zhang Sui thought this way, falling into deep contemplation. She realized that Senior Ye really seemed to be just simply running for exercise. Lap after lap, Zhang Sui couldn't keep up with Zhiqiu anymore, but Zhiqiu was still running. During this process, he didn't ask her anything about Lin Zhiqiu. Although one really shouldn't talk while running. But when she couldn't keep up with him, shouldn't he have stopped naturally and taken the opportunity to inquire about Campus Belle Lin? Zhang Sui expressed her curiosity. After all, the truth of the matter was different from what she had expected. However, Zhiqiu, running ahead, had no idea what Zhang Sui behind him was thinking. If Zhiqiu knew Zhang Sui's speculation, he could probably only retort, "Girl, don't overthink things so much." Hashtag 22 I am going to start speeding up. Chapter 22, I'm about to speed up. Contrary to Zhang Sui's guess, Zhiqiu was genuinely just here to run. It would be a pity not to use the high-efficiency exercise bracelet the system rarely rewarded him with. Besides, exercising is good for him. After all, no matter how rich one is, they need a good body to enjoy it. He wasn't practicing running away because he was afraid of the Campus Belle's many suitors chasing him down. Putting everything else aside, once he got his body in shape, he could take photos of his abs. Who doesn't love a handsome guy with an 8-pack? And because of the bracelet's effect, he found exercising quite interesting. Zhiqiu slowly immersed himself in the light, swift feeling of walking as if flying, forgetting Zhang Sui, who was jogging with him. Suddenly, he heard a gasp behind him. Ah! Zhiqiu reacted quickly, stopping his body swiftly and immediately reaching back with his arm as he turned around. Thanks to Zhiqiu's quick reaction, Zhang Sui avoided the tragic sight of falling to the ground. But she fell into Zhiqiu's arms, a beauty in his embrace, soft and warm like jade. It was Zhiqiu's first intimate contact with a girl. Although he had spent time with the Campus Belle many times before, he had always maintained a distance. Looking at Zhang Sui's beautiful face, flushed red from exercise, and her panicked, pretty eyes in his arms, Zhiqiu was momentarily lost in thought. Noticing Zhang Sui frown, Zhiqiu thought she disliked such close contact. So he helped Zhang Sui stand upright, creating some distance. But Zhang Sui's frown deepened, and she let out a soft cry. As if in pain. "Are you all right?" Zhiqiu asked with concern. "I'm fine, I think I just sprained my ankle." Zhang Sui leaned on Zhiqiu, supporting herself on her right leg, her left foot slightly raised, not daring to touch the ground. Zhiqiu knew all too well about sprained ankles, as boys were often mischievous when they were young. "Sit down first, I'll help you take a look." Zhiqiu intended to help Zhang Sui onto the grass, but Zhang Sui didn't want too much physical contact with a boy and subconsciously wanted to refuse. However, when she saw Zhiqiu's furrowed brows and serious, worried expression, the words that were about to come out of her mouth went back in. Zhang Sui obediently allowed Zhiqiu to help her onto the grass. Then she saw Zhiqiu about to take off her shoe. This time, Zhang Sui couldn't stay calm and quickly shouted, "Stop, stop, stop." Zhiqiu, realizing his actions were a bit abrupt, awkwardly froze his hands by Zhang Sui's feet. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward for a moment. "I'll take them off myself." Zhang Sui's pretty face turned even redder. She bent down, carefully took off her shoes, and then removed her white socks. Zhang Sui's feet were fair and delicate, with smooth skin, beautiful like jade. Seeing Zhiqiu staring at her feet in a daze, Zhang Sui's face flushed completely red. She finally couldn't help but say, "Can you stop staring at me?" Zhiqiu turned his head without changing his expression, swallowing, as if it was no big deal, but inwardly he couldn't help but marvel. Before, Zhiqiu didn't understand those foot fetishists, thinking they were perverts. But now it seemed he was too young back then. After taking a deep breath, Zhiqiu refocused his gaze on Zhang Sui's feet. Due to her fair skin, it was very clear that Zhang Sui's ankle was a bit red. "Does it hurt?" Zhiqiu asked with concern. Zhang Sui was a strong-willed girl, even when injured, she would subconsciously downplay the severity. "It's all right." "Then try moving your ankle." Hiss. As soon as her ankle moved, Zhang Sui involuntarily gasped in a breath of cold air. Due to the pain, Zhang Sui's beautiful eyebrows furrowed, making her cute and delicate melon seed face even more pitiable. "It seems you've injured a bone, let's go to the infirmary to get it checked out." The experienced Zhiqiu stated his judgment, then turned his back to Zhang Sui. Since Zhiqiu had been squatting in front of her, this turn made it seem like he was going to carry her on his back. Zhang Sui quickly shook her head, "No need, no need." Zhiqiu was slightly startled, turning his head back to look at her in confusion. "No need for what?" "We definitely need to go to the infirmary to get it checked." "Ah, weren't you going to carry me just now?" Zhang Sui asked blankly. "I was just looking in the direction of the school infirmary." "What were you thinking?" "A sprained ankle doesn't mean you can't walk, so why would you need someone to carry you?" Zhiqiu laughed. "Oh." Realizing her misunderstanding, Zhang Sui was so embarrassed she wanted to find a hole to bury herself in, like a helpless little pitiable one. "By the way, are your roommate and friends nearby? If so, should we call them over to help you?" Zhiqiu asked Zhang Sui. "No, Zhiqiu and the others are probably still sleeping at this hour." Zhang Sui shook her head. "All right then, I'll take you there." Zhiqiu sighed, it seemed he was the only one to be the good Samaritan. "Be careful, make sure your foot doesn't touch the ground again, or another twist will really make you comfortable. Zhiqiu said, extending his hand to Zhang Sui. "Can't you say something nice?" Zhang Sui gave Zhiqiu a resentful look. She looked at Zhiqiu's outstretched hand, hesitated for a moment, then leaned on his hand and stood up. The muscular men exercising not far away saw this scene, their eyes red with jealousy, their hearts filled with sourness like lemons. Zhiqiu helped Zhang Sui slowly leave the West Campus sports field. He, who had no trouble running several laps, felt somewhat powerless in the current situation. There was no other way, it was just too awkward. Zhang Sui maintained a relatively safe distance from him to avoid too much physical contact. But this relatively safe distance made them walk exceptionally slowly. Zhang Sui placed both hands on Zhiqiu's right hand, hopping forward on her right foot alone. This way of moving was fine for short distances, but it would be difficult to reach the more distant school infirmary. The posture was challenging, and it consumed a lot of energy. Finally, this method of progression encountered a problem when Zhang Sui intended to exit the West Campus sports field. Because there were steps at the entrance and exit of the West Campus sports field, and Zhang Sui was hopping on the steps. Finally, Zhang Sui missed a step and fell, pulling Zhiqiu down onto the ground. Zhang Sui's cute melon seed face was exceptionally red, as if she had a fever. Feeling the proud figure pressing on him, Zhiqiu sighed. This way of walking wouldn't work. After all, continuing like this might take up the entire morning. So he said, "Behave yourself, I'm about to speed up." Hashtag 23 Do you like Lin Xinyu? Chapter 23, Do you like Lin Xinyu? Zhang Sui looked bewildered, not quite understanding Zhiqiu's aggressive words. But soon, she felt her body being lifted by two strong arms. Zhang Sui instinctively gasped, her arms involuntarily rising, wanting to grab onto something. Just like that, to feel a little more secure, Zhang Sui wrapped her arms around Zhiqiu's neck. Good heavens, you didn't want a piggyback ride, and now it's a bridal carry. Realizing this, Zhang Sui quickly let go of her hands and began to struggle in Zhiqiu's arms. "Put me down, I can walk by myself." "Calm down, I'll take you there." Zhiqiu ignored her struggles and strode forward. Zhang Sui pouted, clearly unhappy. But when she saw Zhiqiu's sharply defined profile and serious expression, she suddenly fell silent, her face subtle, wondering what she was thinking. It was almost 7 o'clock, and the freshmen who had morning self-study were already out for breakfast. Seen by the students on the road, Zhang Sui felt a little shy and buried her face in Zhiqiu's chest, listening to his steady, powerful heartbeat. Although carrying a girl in a bridal style was a novel experience, especially carrying a cute and delicate girl, this experience was even more enjoyable. However, due to Zhang Sui's excessive nervousness, her body remained tense and stiff. If not for feeling her body temperature, Zhiqiu would have doubted whether he was holding an empty shell. The distance from the sports field to the infirmary was a bit far, most people wouldn't be able to carry someone all the way there. Fortunately, Zhiqiu had a high-efficiency exercise bracelet, and Zhang Sui's body was very light, only over 90 kgs for a height of 166 centimeters. So Zhiqiu was relatively relaxed throughout the journey. If he couldn't even do this, how could he become a handsome man with 8-pack abs in the future? Thinking this, Zhiqiu carried Zhang Sui all the way to the entrance of the infirmary. This surprised Zhang Sui. Zhiqiu hadn't stopped to rest midway, meaning the senior's stamina was incredibly good. However, when they reached the infirmary entrance, she noticed Zhiqiu's face darken. "What's wrong?" Zhang Sui asked curiously. "I was careless, the school infirmary isn't open." Zhiqiu's face showed an expression of regret, as if he hadn't anticipated this. It was only a little past 7, and the infirmary hadn't reached its opening time yet. Zhang Sui also realized, the infirmary seems to open at 8. "Senior, you should go back first, I'll just wait here." Zhiqiu didn't say anything, just gently placed Zhang Sui on the ground, then slowly walked away. Watching Zhiqiu's retreating figure, Zhang Sui breathed a sigh of relief, yet felt a pang of disappointment. She hadn't wanted Zhiqiu to stay with her here. After all, 8 o'clock was the time for the first and second classes in the morning. But injured girls always lack a sense of security. Zhiqiu carrying her all the way to the infirmary had given her an unprecedented sense of security. Now that Zhiqiu was gone, that feeling of solid reassurance also vanished, leaving her inexplicably disappointed. After contacting her roommates to help her answer attendance, Zhang Sui breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong with this man? He seemed so concerned just now, but then he just left. What is he thinking? Zhang Sui pouted and looked at the deserted corridor on both sides, feeling only silence around her. She couldn't help but hug her knees and bury her head. After a while, footsteps sounded, and Zhang Sui instinctively looked up. She saw Zhiqiu walking from the distant light, looking bright and clear. Why are you back again? Zhang Sui asked, her head down, with a hint of complaint in her tone. However, the tsundere didn't notice that when she said this, the corners of her mouth and eyebrows unconsciously curved upwards. Zhiqiu handed over the hot dry noodles and soy milk in his hands. This place isn't far from Kainyuan cafeteria, so I bought some breakfast. As he spoke, he unwrapped the packaged hot dry noodles and then handed a pair of chopsticks to Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui stared blankly at Zhiqiu, speechless for a moment. Senior, aren't you going to class? I don't have class this morning, just eat your breakfast. Zhang Sui silently took the chopsticks, ate 2 bites of noodles, and softly said, "Thank you." After she finished eating, Zhang Sui carefully packed up her things, while Zhiqiu was playing on his phone. Senior, are you really not pursuing Zhiqiu? Somehow, Zhang Sui asked. Zhiqiu glanced at Zhang Sui in surprise, then looked away. I'm really not pursuing her. Didn't I tell you that last time? Zhang Sui understood Zhiqiu's meaning and was at a loss for words, causing the atmosphere around them to become awkward. She seemed unable to bear the awkward atmosphere and suddenly asked again, then do you like Zhiqiu? Zhiqiu paused, thought for a moment, then replied, yes, but it's the kind of liking between friends. Zhang Sui stared at him intently. Really just friends? Just as Zhiqiu was about to reply, footsteps suddenly sounded. Walking towards them was the infirmary teacher, a middle-aged woman in her 30s with an ordinary appearance. She walked closer step by step, giving a meaningful look at the man and woman sitting by the infirmary door. Then she silently took out a key and opened the infirmary door. Zhang Sui looked puzzled. Why do I feel like she's looking at us strangely? It might be your imagination, Zhiqiu casually replied, helping Zhang Sui into the infirmary. 30 yuan for a box, cash, or WeChat Pay. The female doctor took a box of medicine from the shelf and handed it to Zhiqiu. Zhiqiu was stunned on the spot, thinking, is this a miracle doctor? Giving medicine without even asking about the illness. Just one look, and she knows the condition, then prescribes the right medicine. He looked at the doctor with admiration, then lowered his head to look at the medicine in his hand. Zhang Sui, who was also full of admiration for the doctor, noticed that Zhiqiu's face had visibly darkened. Zhiqiu sighed and handed her the medicine. Using levonorgestrel tablet emergency. Zhang Sui stopped halfway through reading, her pretty face flushed as if she had a fever. The doctor, observing their reactions, realized she might have misunderstood, then took back the box of medicine. Ahaha, my mistake, I thought you wanted to buy this, the middle-aged female doctor laughed carelessly. Because before, there were a few couples who came here early in the morning to buy contraceptives. After all, contraception should be done early. Then I saw you two squatting here early this morning and misunderstood. So, what are your symptoms? What medicine do you need to buy? The new author might be getting a trial recommendation this weekend. There will be 3 updates a day then. I hope all readers will support it. Hashtag 24 It's not what you think. Chapter 24, It's not what you think. It was the first time in Zhang Sui's 18 years of life that she had encountered such an embarrassing situation. She sat on the clinic chair, blushing and silent. Zhiqiu felt helpless and could only answer for her. She sprained her ankle while running. Could you please take a look? A sprained ankle, is it? All right, help her over to this bed and sit down. You can help her take off her shoes. Before Zhiqiu could answer, Zhang Sui quickly said, I can do it myself. The female doctor chuckled, it's not like you're taking off your clothes. Why are you shy with your boyfriend? He is not my boyfriend, Zhang Sui retorted, both embarrassed and indignant. The female doctor didn't believe Zhang Sui at all. Two people crouching in the clinic early in the morning, if they weren't a couple, they were close enough. As someone experienced, she had seen similar situations many times and just assumed the girl was thin-skinned and shy. After Zhang Sui took off her shoes and socks, the female doctor leaned forward to examine it, then grasped Shui Yi's foot and moved it slightly twice. Does this hurt? No. How about this? Hiss. It hurts. Seeing Zhang Sui's reaction, the female doctor nodded. It's fine. No bone injury. Just apply some medicine and rest for a few days. Try not to exercise during this time. As she spoke, she took a small bottle from the medicine shelf. This is a spray for sprains. Spray twice a day. Keep the sprained foot off the ground as much as possible and rest. The female doctor then grabbed a box of cotton swabs and handed them, along with the medicine, to Zhiqiu. That will be 46 yuan total. After receiving the transfer from Zhiqiu, the female doctor put the clinic keys into her pocket. I'm going out to grab some breakfast. You two can sit here for a while. With that, the female doctor left gracefully. Zhiqiu sprayed the medicine on Zhang Sui's sprain and carefully spread it evenly using a cotton swab. Zhang Sui watched the busy Zhiqiu, her face flushed red. His handsome face looked extremely serious at that moment. His sword-like eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and his chiseled profile exuded a masculine charm unique to men. They say a serious man is the most charming, and Zhang Sui found herself staring blankly. After a moment, Zhang Sui snapped out of it and tried to distract herself, moving her gaze away from Zhiqiu's face. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she abruptly asked, You seem very familiar with that box of medicine just now. Huh? Zhiqiu paused. Zhang Sui stammered for a moment, then blushed, and said, The function of that medicine, unless it's a special situation, it wouldn't be needed, right? Since you know so much, have you used it before? After speaking, Zhang Sui turned her head away, blushing as she waited for Zhiqiu's reply. Used it? Damn it, that thing is for women. Zhiqiu felt like laughing out loud. That's what I meant. Have you used it on a woman? Zhiqiu stopped what he was doing and looked at Zhang Sui with a puzzled expression. Junior female student, we don't have any relationship. Why are you prying so much? Zhiqiu's gaze made Zhang Sui feel guilty, and she didn't dare meet his eyes. I am Xinyu's roommate, and you are the person she likes. Of course, I need to help my good friend learn about you. Junior Lin likes me? She didn't mention it, Zhiqiu asked curiously. Ah, she didn't? Then I misunderstood. Zhang Sui felt a little flustered and didn't want to dwell on the topic, so she threw the question back at Zhiqiu. You're changing the subject. Are you feeling guilty? Zhiqiu curled his lips. Guilty, my ass. I haven't bought that thing, nor have I used it on anyone. To be honest, in some sense, that thing belongs to the realm of common knowledge. Then why don't I know? Zhang Sui insisted. That's why books only serve as guidance, life is the best teacher. It's like this thing, you'll gain knowledge when you need to use it later. Zhiqiu sighed, pointing to a box of protective umbrellas. Who said I want to use that thing? Zhang Sui glared fiercely at him. Zhiqiu looked very surprised, then muttered quietly, then your boyfriend will be happy later on. Zhang Sui didn't understand at first, but after a few seconds, she realized, and her face instantly flushed crimson. Zhang Sui, feeling both ashamed and indignant, glared fiercely at Zhiqiu. Their eyes met for a few seconds, then they simultaneously looked away, neither speaking. The atmosphere inexplicably became awkward. Because they both realized that their relationship was not yet close enough to discuss such topics without reservation. Finally, Zhiqiu finished applying the medicine for Zhang Sui. Seeing this, Zhang Sui sighed in relief and tentatively extended her foot toward the floor. Zhiqiu frowned. What are you doing? The doctor said to keep it off the ground as much as possible. I'm checking if it still hurts. Zhang Sui said this while standing up, but the next second, a sharp pain shot through her ankle, causing her body to involuntarily fall backward. Zhiqiu subconsciously tried to grab her, but the floor, slick with the spray, was too slippery, and he ended up tumbling onto the bed with Zhang Sui. Thank goodness, they didn't fall to the floor. The moment this thought popped into Zhiqiu's mind, he met Zhang Sui's gaze. The delicate and beautiful young girl seemed to have lost her soul, lying motionless beneath Zhiqiu, her body stiff as a statue. The mix of panic and shyness on her face had a unique beauty. Especially her lips, which trembled slightly due to her panic. They were rosy and alluring, making it hard for Zhiqiu to look away. Because the two were extremely close, they could both feel the other's breath. Hearing her own accelerated heartbeat, Zhang Sui shyly closed her eyes. Zhiqiu struggled to tear his gaze away and was just about to get up before Zhang Sui screamed, when a teasing voice came from the doorway. I asked you to sit here for a while, not do something for a while. The female doctor emphasized a certain word. I forgot to tell you, the clinic has surveillance cameras. The video of the young couple who were playing in the clinic like you last time is still stored in the surveillance system. Young people these days are really bold, always taking what they see in movies and practicing it in real life. Oh, I didn't mean anything by telling you this. Just continue and pretend I don't exist. Zhiqiu and Zhang Sui stiffened and turned their heads toward the doorway. The female doctor, who had returned unnoticed, was looking at them with a smile, her face showing a hint of teasing and mockery. Zhiqiu struggled to manage a forced smile. You might not believe me, but it's not what you think. The female doctor smiled even more brightly. All right, it was my misunderstanding. You two carry on, just pretend I don't exist. Zhiqiu was utterly embarrassed. He looked down at Zhang Sui and found her glaring fiercely at him, her face flushed as if with congestion. #25 This must be fate. Chapter 25, This must be fate. Aren't you going to get up? The sight of the youthful and adorable beautiful girl gritting her teeth had its own unique charm. Zhiqiu quickly scrambled to his feet, placing the spray bottle on the nearby table. I'll be heading back now. Junior female student, remember to have your roommate come pick you up. After speaking, Zhiqiu immediately slipped away, feeling somewhat like he was fleeing in panic. The female doctor didn't stop him, only chuckling and saying to Zhang Sui, it looks like you two haven't done that yet. Zhang Sui hadn't yet calmed down from her embarrassment and indignation, and upon hearing this, her face flushed even deeper. You've really misunderstood. We aren't boyfriend and girlfriend. We just happen to know each other. I sprained my ankle while exercising. And he happened to be on the sports field, so he brought me here. The female doctor smiled. I'm not curious about your current relationship, but as someone with experience, I want to give you a piece of advice. Girls shouldn't always wait for the guy to make the first move. If you meet a guy you like, be proactive when the opportunity arises, or you might regret missing out later. Zhang Sui found the female doctor's words somewhat inexplicable, but surprisingly, she didn't refute them, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Looking at the spray bottle on the table, memories of the brief time she spent with Zhiqiu surfaced in Zhang Sui's mind, lingering persistently. At noon, Zhiqiu routinely went to the milk tea shop to clock in, checking the shop's business and employee work status. Zhiqiu was in a great mood when he found that the milk tea shop's business was booming. However, when he saw that Li Fengjin had spilled several more cups of milk tea, a few black lines appeared on his face. Zhiqiu put on a brave smile and encouraged Li Fengjin, causing little stars to appear in school beauty Li's eyes. The shop manager is truly gentle and handsome, Li Fengjin thought to herself. Meanwhile, looking at the balance in his bank card and the constantly growing figures in his Alipay and WeChat wallets, the milk tea shop's income, Zhiqiu cracked a smile. Income arrives daily, university life is truly wonderful. 3 days later, 10 o'clock in the morning. West Campus Sports Field. University physical education classes are chosen by students themselves through the course selection system, and each sport has its own venue or gymnasium. But today, because the venue for the Tai Chi Reliquia class was undergoing maintenance, the Reliquia venue was changed to the West Campus Sports Field. Lin Xinyu and her 3 roommates all chose Tai Chi Reliquia because the course is easy to pass and scores highly. When they arrived at the West Campus Sports Field, the fun track and field class, which was originally scheduled to train there, had already begun. Today's event for fun track and field was running 3 laps around the sports field. 1200 meters is nothing for those who exercise regularly, but many university students nowadays lack physical activity, so after 3 laps, they inevitably end up panting heavily. Previously, Zhiqiu would also be among those struggling to catch their breath, but today he seemed completely transformed. After 3 laps, his face wasn't flushed, and he wasn't panting, even giving the impression that he could still go on. Zhiqiu, when did your stamina get so good? Have you been going out for morning runs these past few days? Roommate Zhang Jun asked curiously. Zhiqiu and Zhang Jun both chose fun track and field, while the other 2 in their dorm chose different subjects. Yeah. Do you want to join me sometime? Zhiqiu replied. I'll pass on that. Waking up early would be the death of me, Zhang Jun waved his hands repeatedly. Classmate Yuanyi was panting heavily nearby for quite a while. For him, a true otaku who constantly consumes chips and fatty happy water, 1200 meters could take half his life. After he finally recovered, he didn't forget to chime in and brag, not bad, Zhiqiu, you have some of my style from back in the day. The others looked at him with an expression reserved for idiots. With your physique, what kind of style could you possibly have had back then? Don't look at me like this, no one is born fat. I used to be glorious too. Yuanyi's words seemed to make some sense. The people around him felt something was off but couldn't quite refute him. After the 3 laps were finished, it was free rest time. Some chatted in small groups, while others secretly returned to the dorms to play games. Of course, there were also many who enjoyed exercising and could go to the sports equipment room to grab the gear they liked. The sun was quite nice today, and Zhiqiu stretched his arms. Suddenly, he noticed many people looking in the direction behind him, their gazes subtle. Especially the male students, every single one was completely engrossed. One guy playing basketball was so distracted that a ball passed by his teammate hit him in the face, and he was currently rubbing it. Even so, he kept staring in that direction, as did his other companions who were playing ball. Brother Zhiqiu, campus belle Lin is coming over. She must be looking for you, roommate Zhang Jun teased. Zhiqiu looked back and confirmed it was Lin Xinyu. She was standing not far away, staring fixedly in their direction, perhaps hesitating because there were many boys around him. Instantly, Zhiqiu felt many eyes land on him, giving him a feeling of being scrutinized. A faint scent of lemon seemed to be spreading through the air. After the incident where the campus belle came to the male dorm downstairs to deliver juice, many of the campus belle's admirers knew that Zhiqiu and campus belle Lin had an unusual relationship, perhaps even a bit ambiguous. But simps, no, devoted boys always deceive themselves. As long as Zhiqiu and the campus belle weren't officially dating, they still had a chance. Thus, under the gaze of a crowd, Zhiqiu remained still so as not to cause any misunderstanding. Since he didn't move, Lin Xinyu proactively walked over. Today, she was wearing a black t-shirt and denim shorts. As her two fair, slender legs moved, they drew countless eyes on the sports field. She walked step by step to Zhiqiu and handed him the bottle of water she was holding. "Senior, here's the water I bought for you. To run into you during PE class too, this must be fate, right?" Lin Xinyu winked at Zhiqiu. She must have bought it from the vending machine near the West Campus sports field entrance, Zhiqiu thought, accepting the water bottle from Lin Xinyu. "Junior female student, if you keep doing this, people are really going to misunderstand," Zhiqiu sighed. "If they misunderstand, then let them misunderstand." Lin Xinyu shifted her gaze, avoiding eye contact with Zhiqiu. "Don't you want to find a boyfriend later?" "I don't. But I do." As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhiqiu realized something was wrong. Lin Xinyu was covering her mouth and laughing, clearly amused by his words. The campus belle's admirers collectively froze on the spot. Where was the promised aloof campus belle? "You call this aloof? Giving a guy water, flirting verbally, and having a low threshold for laughter." At this moment, some devoted boys who were not strong enough internally had already turned their heads away. "The scene is too beautiful, I dare not look." A campus belle admirer was currently experiencing the funeral of roses in his heart. As for Zhiqiu, the person involved, he felt helpless. "I didn't want this either." #26 The battleground between the school beauty and the junior. Chapter 26, The Shura field between the campus belle and the junior female student. Yahalo. Just as Zhiqiu felt helpless, a vibrant voice came from not far away. Zhiqiu looked in the direction of the voice and saw several of Lin Xinyu's roommates. Li Dongqing smiled and greeted Zhiqiu, while Wang Lu supported Zhang Suiyi nearby. The three slowly walked over. Li Dongqing and Wang Lu had gossipy expressions, seemingly curious about what Zhiqiu and Lin Xinyu were talking about. Zhang Suiyi, however, looked indifferent but dared not look Zhiqiu in the eye, as if feeling a bit guilty. Originally, she pretended nothing was wrong and wasn't noticed by others, but Zhiqiu suddenly asked her, "Is your foot feeling better?" This was a subconscious greeting, as he had previously taken Zhang Suiyi to the infirmary, so caring about her current state was normal. But he didn't expect that a simple sentence would draw surprised looks from Lin Xinyu and her other two roommates. As for Zhang Suiyi, she gave him a slightly resentful look and softly replied, "It's all right." Wang Lu asked curiously, "Shuiyi, how does he know your foot is injured?" Zhiqiu smiled. "I was the one who took her to the infirmary, so of course I know." Then the other three girls were stunned. Li Dongqing widened her eyes and asked, "Shuiyi, you said before that your friend took you to the infirmary. Was that friend the senior?" Wang Lu chimed in, "When did your relationship become so good?" Lin Xinyu looked at Zhiqiu and Zhang Suiyi with suspicion, finally settling her gaze on Zhang Suiyi. Although she didn't speak, the questioning look in Lin Xinyu's eyes was quite obvious. Zhang Suiyi was extremely depressed right now. 3 days ago, Wang Lu and Li Dongqing came to the infirmary to pick her up, curious about how she got there after spraining her ankle. Because the relationship between Zhiqiu and Lin Xinyu was somewhat delicate, and Zhang Suiyi was Lin Xinyu's roommate and best friend. So she subconsciously didn't want to mention Zhiqiu, afraid her roommates would misunderstand, and casually said a friend had brought her. Wang Lu and Li Dongqing didn't pay much attention then, so they didn't ask further. But now that Zhiqiu mentioned it, and seeing the look in her best friend's eyes, it was clearly a misunderstanding. If she had known, she would have told the truth from the start. After all, there was nothing between her and Zhiqiu. Zhang Sui sighed internally, but outwardly feigned calmness and said, "We happened to meet during the morning run that day. When I sprained my ankle, he just happened to be there." Wang Lu and Li Dongqing nodded, finding the explanation reasonable. "You have a habit of morning running." Lin Xinyu looked at Zhiqiu, furrowing her lovely brow. She asked this because she had known Zhiqiu for over 2 years and didn't know he had this hobby. So, this coincidence was worth pondering in Lin Xinyu's eyes. After all, she didn't want to be cuckolded. "I started a few days ago," Zhiqiu said casually. Lin Xinyu then turned her gaze back to Zhang Sui and asked, "You said your friend took you to the infirmary. When did you and the senior become friends?" Lin Xinyu seemed to have returned to her aloof persona, her expression icy. This slightly accusatory tone instinctively makes people uncomfortable. And Zhang Sui was no exception. Especially since she felt she hadn't done anything wrong, she had kept quiet precisely to prevent misunderstandings. "Even if we are friends, we are sisters, you shouldn't look at me like that. The reason I got injured was because of your relationship with him." Zhang Sui felt wronged, and her tone became colder. "I just said it casually. He's at least someone I know. If not a friend, should I have said he was a stranger? Couldn't you have just said the senior took you? Why hide that fact?" "I wasn't hiding it. I was just afraid you would misunderstand if you knew. If there's nothing between you and the senior, why would you be afraid of my misunderstanding? It's best if there's no misunderstanding. Anyway, this was purely a coincidence, don't overthink it." "I'm not overthinking it, I just wish you'd explain things clearly." "Haven't I made myself clear enough? It was just a coincidence." The two beautiful girls stared at each other, trading words back and forth, both expressionless. Moreover, their voices were somewhat cold and their speech was rapid, like they were confronting each other, carrying a hint of hostility. Wang Lu and Li Dongqing stared blankly at the scene, feeling that the atmosphere was a bit off. On the West Campus sports field, many people were watching from a distance. After all, the public loves gossip, especially when the main characters are two beautiful girls. But it looked like Campus Belle Lin and the other beauty were arguing, and the reason for the quarrel seemed to be that guy. And that guy was surrounded by 4 beauties. Damn it, that's infuriating. Zhiqiu felt the hostile gazes around him, but he was also bewildered right now. "Wait, neither of them seems to be my girlfriend? Senior, I want to hear it from you. Is there anything going on between you and Shui Yi?" Seeing Zhang Sui's defiant expression, Lin Xinyu didn't want the stalemate to continue, so she turned to look at Zhiqiu. But just then, the system's voice sounded in Zhiqiu's mind. "Detected host is in super normie status. Option 1, answer yes, deepening the misunderstanding. Reward, 1 chance for perfect novel creation. Option 2, answer no, eliminating the misunderstanding. Reward, 1 chance for perfect song creation." Detected host has achieved the high-tier normie Shura field achievement. Reward, 1 BMW HP4 race motorcycle. Having no time to worry about the system's rewards, Zhiqiu sighed internally. In this situation, he definitely had to answer no. Otherwise, if his rumors increased, Silly Deer would surely get angry if she found out. "There's nothing between us. That day was genuinely just a coincidence," Zhiqiu clarified. "All right, then it's fine," Lin Xinyu said, smiling cheerily. "Shui Yi, I'm sorry for doubting you just now." "Ah. It's fine, I was also partly wrong." Hearing Zhiqiu's words, Lin Xinyu beamed beautifully, while Zhang Sui on the other side felt complicated emotions. She should have been happy that the misunderstanding was cleared up, but she felt a sense of loss instead. Zhiqiu was slightly stunned seeing the two beautiful girls change their expressions so quickly. Why did they trust his words so much, when they wouldn't even listen to her best friend's explanation? Say, junior female students, are you sure it's okay if you don't go to class? That reliable class has been going on for a while now. Hearing the reliable exercise music from the other side of the sports field, Zhiqiu kindly reminded them. Oh no, are we going to lose participation points? It's still not too late to go now. Wait for me. The four beautiful girls hurried towards the reliable location. Zhang Sui, especially, looked somewhat comical as she hopped along while being supported. When will I finally get to meet silly dear? Zhiqiu sighed internally. My college love story is indeed problematic. Hashtag 27 As long as the hoe is swung well. Chapter 27, As long as the hoe is wielded well. Zhiqiu, why aren't you completely cold towards senior? After physical education class, Wang Lu, Li Dongqing, and Zhang Sui returned to the dormitory and looked at her with puzzled eyes. After all, they had witnessed Lin Zhiqiu giving water to Zhiqiu, and the questions in their hearts could fill 100,000 whys. Lin Zhiqiu was slightly taken aback. Cold? Am I usually cold? The three sisters couldn't help but exchange glances. The campus belle, who ruthlessly rejected so many suitors upon entering school, was asking what cold meant? Isn't this like the Dragon King asking how to make it rain, or the Sea King asking how to flirt with girls? Cold, you could almost be called the Ice Mountain Queen, Li Dongqing thought for a moment. You were very cold to all those boys who pursued you before, not even giving them a proper glance, Zhang Sui added. I'm not cold, I just don't feel like bothering with them. Wang Lu smiled wryly, exactly, that's what being cold is. Lin Zhiqiu nodded, half understanding. So that's what they mean by cold? So where did your coldness go when you faced senior? I said I'm not cold, I just don't want to bother with those who pursue me. But I want to bother with senior. When I see him, I feel like I have endless things to say. In the dormitory, the three sisters looked at each other, not pressing further. Because they now had a bold conjecture in their hearts. That is, perhaps the rumors were false. There was a rumor that Zhiqiu was Lin Zhiqiu's relative, which was clearly no longer valid. Now, the most convincing rumor was that during the summer vacation, Zhiqiu used his advantage as a senior to aggressively pursue Lin Zhiqiu, who was curious about university life. So it was possible that Zhiqiu had slowly won over the campus belle. But now, the three dormitory sisters suddenly had a daring thought. Between the campus belle and the senior, the cold one had always been Zhiqiu, and the one who relentlessly pursued seemed to be the campus belle. This wasn't impossible either. But doesn't senior have a girlfriend? Zhiqiu, why don't we find someone else? As long as the hoe is wielded well, there's no corner you can't dig. Bah, I'm not pursuing him, so what does it matter if he has a girlfriend? Anyway, that girlfriend is me. Lin Zhiqiu's expression was calm, but she was secretly delighted inside. Nothing else, I'm going to start studying now. Lin Zhiqiu ignored what they thought and began her studies. She took out a book on economics and management and started reading it. Although there were few courses in her freshman year, and no major specific courses in the first semester, Lin Zhiqiu still wanted to work hard to improve herself. Many high school students start to relax after getting into a prestigious university, while many others choose to continue their diligent study habits. Neither approach is right or wrong, but Lin Zhiqiu chose the latter. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Dongqing, who was about to take a nap, received a penguin message. Zhiqiu, quickly look at the dormitory management committee group chat. What's wrong? The student union has assigned us a task. Lin Xinyu stopped studying and opened her phone to check the group messages. In the Zhang University Dormitory Management Committee group, Minister Li Jianjin posted a message: "The National Day holiday is approaching. As requested by the school and the student union, our Dormitory Management Committee will conduct safety and hygiene inspections of the dormitory buildings." The Dormitory Management Committee that Lin Xinyu joined was a subordinate department of the student union. It is specifically responsible for managing dormitory hygiene, high-power appliances, and other phenomena that may endanger dormitory safety. This inspection was a cross-inspection between colleges. The School of Economics and Management, where Lin Xinyu was inspecting the School of Electrical Engineering, where Zhiqiu was. The School of Economics and Management Dormitory Management Committee had about 20 people, half of whom followed a female teacher to inspect female dormitories, and half followed a male teacher to inspect male dormitories. How exciting are surprise inspections! Without prior notice, every student's state is the most authentic. Those who love to smoke, those who love to drink, and those who love to watch action movies will have nowhere to hide. However, this does not mean they can just barge in, as that would be an invasion of privacy, especially female dormitories, which should not be entered without permission. They will send cotters to knock on the door first and explain their purpose. When the Dormitory Management Committee inspects dorms, the door must be opened within 5 minutes, otherwise class points will be deducted, affecting the class's scholarship and poverty assistance application quotas. Moreover, dorms that open after 5 minutes often have problems. For example, they might be cleaning up ashtrays, putting away inflatable girlfriends, or stopping roommate sword fighting, all of which are possible. My favorite thing every year is the Dormitory Management Committee's inspection. Being able to openly visit male dormitories, that's why I joined the Dormitory Management Committee. Several of the girls assigned to the male dormitory inspection group were very excited. Their faces were filled with excitement. Having been single for so long, this was their chance to see little brothers walking around the dorm in just their shorts. What's there to be excited about? These boring women. Girls should have higher aspirations. Li Dongqing complained to Lin Xinyu from behind. But she found that Lin Xinyu was even more excited than the girls in front of her. She stared at the list of School of Electrical Engineering dormitories in her hand, her eyes shining. Xinyu, you're not also looking forward to inspecting male dorms, are you? Li Dongqing asked tentatively. Of course, I've never seen a male dorm before. Lin Xinyu patted Li Dongqing's shoulder. Girls, don't be reserved. Reservedness is a stumbling block to human reproduction. Lin Xinyu put the dormitory list behind her. Her right thumb pressing tightly on the name Zhiqiu. Li Dongqing had a black man expression. What kind of outrageous words are these? Xinyu's persona has really collapsed. But when she saw Zhiqiu's name on the dormitory list, she probably understood why Lin Xinyu was so excited. Anything related to Zhiqiu made Lin Xinyu incredibly excited. Li Dongqing sighed and retracted her words about complaining about campus bell Lin. After all the dormitory management committee members arrived, they set off towards the dormitory building. Don't come in yet, wait for us brothers to put on clothes. A smell of smoke, where did you hide the cigarettes? Smoking is not allowed in the dorms, go outside to smoke. Why do your socks smell so bad? Haven't you washed them in days? Watching adult movies right in front of our inspection? Super fast switching? Can it be as fast as my 20 years of single-hand speed? Bro, you're good, you even bought an Onahole, quite good at managing your daily life, aren't you? You two men sleeping naked in the same bed, aren't you considering the feelings of your other roommates? Campus Belle senior sister falls in love with me? Touring the campus, Campus Belle junior female student becomes my girlfriend? Whose books are these? And you like to read these? What are you doing, a guy wearing a JK uniform and a wig? As the dormitory management committee conducted its inspections, many male dormitories had points deducted. However, life in a university male dorm is indeed incredibly exciting. Have you ever seen a cross-dressing big shot asking for online donations? Have you ever seen two boys naked in the same bed? Have you ever seen a dorm operating a mini supermarket with a mahjong machine? The junior female students and senior sisters who wanted to see handsome little brothers ABS all turned green. Humble author online asking for recommendation tickets and monthly passes. Hashtag 28 Junior, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Chapter 28, Junior Female Student, isn't this inappropriate? Were those usually dashing and handsome older brothers actually this slovenly in the dorms? Was that academic elite who won the national scholarship actually a cross-dressing master? Was the computer great god openly recognized actually a master of switching adult film pages behind closed doors? And that dorm room with an automatic mahjong machine and a fridge stocked like a mini supermarket, are you sure you came here to study? Just like that, as the dormitory management committee's inspection progressed, many girls' dreams of male dorms were shattered. I'm tired. Just let it burn. I actually had expectations. I'm so foolish, truly. Of course, some people in the group held different views. When Zhiqiu saw two boys naked on the same bed, her eyes lit up. I really made the right choice joining the dormitory management committee. The Fujiashi Zhiqiu covered her nose, trying to stop the nosebleed that was about to gush out. The people around her instinctively backed away, leaving her alone to giggle foolishly in place. The current state of the various dorms and the girls' conversations made Lin Zhiqiu feel a little worried. What if Zhiqiu also had an unknown side when he was in his roommate? Wait, now that I think about it, that sounds quite exciting. While Lin Zhiqiu was pondering, she realized they were almost at the dorm room where Zhiqiu lived. What exactly was behind that door? Was the senior male student the same in private as he was normally? Could he be doing some kind of strange exercise? What if her own fantasy was shattered? Lin Zhiqiu asked herself. But soon, she showed a brilliant smile. So what if it was different from what she imagined? If you like someone, you should accept his true self, not the person you imagine him to be. The dormitory management committee cotters had already gone to knock, and the person who opened the door was none other than Zhiqiu. His roommates had gone to their film appreciation elective course in the afternoon, so he was the only one left in the dorm. Regarding general elective courses, different colleges can choose the same course, and signing up for one general elective per semester is enough to earn the corresponding credits. Because he chose his courses relatively late, he could only select the remaining poetry appreciation. He had just been researching the system's rewards this time in the dorm. A chance to perfectly compose a song. The host will obtain all copyrights to the song. BMW HP4 race, global limit of 500 units, 215 horsepower of surging power, bringing an unprecedented driving experience. Bonus, God Racer buff boost, mastery of all types of vehicles. Urban drifting is no longer a dream. Do you wish to extract the BMW HP4 race immediately? While Zhiqiu was contemplating his choice, the dormitory management committee members knocked on the door. After opening the door, Zhiqiu spotted Lin Zhiqiu and Li Dongqing among the dormitory management committee group. Campus belle Lin was currently observing the dorm room with a curious expression. Her gaze carried a hint of scrutiny, and her eyes lingered on Zhiqiu's bed for a few seconds. Li Dongqing, standing beside her, smiled and waved at Zhiqiu, acknowledging him. This dorm room was very clean, with no cigarette butts or strange odors. Even after inspecting so many, dorms like this were rare. Especially Zhiqiu's desk and bed were very tidy, which was a rare sight in a male dorm. So this is the senior male student's dorm room. Zhiqiu's eyes were shining brightly at this moment, and she felt a little excited. She followed the group inside and looked around. There was a pair of boxer briefs hanging next to the desk. Not bad, getting a bonus while inspecting the dorm room. She wondered what the senior male student looked like wearing these. Lin Xinyu imagined it, and her pretty face immediately flushed red. While the dormitory management committee members were asking Zhiqiu relevant questions, Lin Xinyu's attention shifted to Zhiqiu's bed. The sky blue sheets and quilt were neatly placed on the bed, and the quilt looked very soft. Getting closer, one could smell the fresh scent of laundry detergent. It was clearly the kind that was washed and aired frequently. I wonder what it feels like to lie inside the senior male student's bed. Lying in such a soft quilt must feel very secure. She'd probably fall asleep quickly. Lin Xinyu walked closer to Zhiqiu's bed and took a deep breath, as if wanting to inhale all of Zhiqiu's scent into her body. As the saying goes, love me, love my dog. If you like someone, you will like his scent, want to eat what he eats, and drink the water he has drunk. The dormitory management committee members who had finished their questioning exchanged glances. Their eyes filled with surprise. What is wrong with Campus Belle Lin? Why is she staring at this boy's bedding and getting closer and closer? Did Campus Belle Lin find some hygiene or safety issue? Did she perhaps drop something? Why did I just see Campus Belle Lin taking a deep breath next to this boy's quilt? No way, why didn't I see that? Are you hallucinating? Zhiqiu was also somewhat confused at this moment. He had just washed his quilt 2 days ago, there shouldn't be any problem, right? So he also leaned close to his quilt and took a sniff, finding nothing unusual. But why was the junior female student still standing by his quilt? Before he could figure out the answer, the female teacher who had gone to check the bathroom hygiene also came out. Your dorm room is quite clean. Keep up the good work. After speaking, the female teacher led the student union group out of the dorm, as they still had other dorms to check. But Zhiqiu noticed that the junior female student, whose eyes were curved into crescents, had not left. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Zhiqiu asked curiously. Senior male student, I'm a little thirsty. After inspecting dorms for a long time, Campus Belle Lin felt parched. Here. Zhiqiu was thinking about the system rewards and opening branch stores, and casually handed his cola over. Gulp, gulp. Lin Xinyu picked up the cola can and took a few sips, not caring at all that Zhiqiu had drunk from it. She even licked the rim of the opening twice. Zhiqiu, meanwhile, was planning his great business strategy and didn't see the scene. After drinking the remaining cola, Lin Xinyu obediently placed the can on Zhiqiu's desk. Thank you, senior male student. I finished it. Hearing Xinyu's reply, Zhiqiu suddenly realized that something was wrong. Wasn't their current situation exactly that of a lone man and woman sharing a room? Realizing this, Zhiqiu felt things were getting awkward and immediately stopped thinking about his great business strategy. Senior male student. Lin Xinyu looked at Zhiqiu. Huh? What is it now? You should be leaving, junior female student. You came here to inspect the dorm, Zhiqiu urged. I'm a little sleepy. I was dragged here to inspect the dorms before I could take a nap at noon. Lin Xinyu wore a pitiful expression. So hurry up and finish the inspection and go back. Zhiqiu didn't understand Xinyu's implication. Can I borrow your bed to lie down for a bit? Lin Xinyu yawned, her face showing how tired she was. Zhiqiu wore a look of utter confusion. Junior female student, acting like this easily invites trouble. Junior female student, isn't this inappropriate? I'll take that as a yes. Lin Xinyu clearly had no intention of listening to Zhiqiu. Thanks to readers OU and Chi Balins for the recommendation votes. Hashtag 29 You Can Only Like Me. Chapter 29, You Can Only Like Me. Lin Xinyu happily sat on the stool next to Zhiqiu and began to take off her shoes. Junior female student, This really isn't appropriate. Zhiqiu got up, intending to stop her. Senior, if you don't agree, I'm going to shout harassment. You know the consequences of being alone, right? Lin Xinyu stared at him with her beautiful eyes, a look of threat on her face. Zhiqiu took a step back at her words. All right, junior female student, do as you please. That's more like it. Lin Xinyu smiled. Her scheme having succeeded. Taking off her AJ shoes and white socks, Lin Xinyu revealed a pair of pure white, flawless feet. Feeling Zhiqiu's gaze, Lin Xinyu's pretty face flushed slightly as she climbed onto his bed. She spread open Zhiqiu's blanket and burrowed in, burying her head in his pillow. There was a faint scent on the pillow, like shampoo or perhaps sunshine. Lin Xinyu took a deep breath. So this was the scent of her senior. She slowly relaxed her body, her breathing becoming steady. Seeing Lin Xinyu actually sleeping in his bed, Zhiqiu sighed. Junior female student, aren't you afraid of playing with fire? We're alone here. It's fine. Dongqing will come looking for me when she realizes I'm gone. Don't talk, let me sleep for a bit. Besides, do you even have the guts? Lin Xinyu looked at Zhiqiu provocatively. Looking at the provocative junior female student, Zhiqiu chose to sit back in his chair and read a book. By the way, senior, do you want to come back to Shanghai with me during the National Day holiday? My parents miss me and insist I go home. No, I have during the National Day holiday. Zhiqiu was about to refuse when he saw Lin Xinyu had already closed her eyes. It seemed she was exhausted. Zhiqiu smiled helplessly. Perhaps this was what security felt like, sleeping in a soft bed with the person you liked beside you. Before falling asleep, Lin Xinyu secretly glanced at Zhiqiu, her eyes seemingly holding a starry sky. An hour later, Li Dongqing, who had realized her roommate was missing, finally arrived at the dormitory after searching many places. Looking at Lin Xinyu lying on Zhiqiu's bed, Li Dongqing felt numb. What happened? She was only gone for an hour and was already sleeping in someone else's bed. If this got out, the rumors between the campus belle and Zhiqiu would be unstoppable. Li Dongqing opened her mouth, but for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Before, she had been half skeptical of the conjecture proposed by the three sisters in their dorm. But now, she was clearly stunned by the concrete evidence, and so was Lin Xinyu's usual cold image in her mind. Senior, what exactly is your relationship with Xinyu now? Li Dongqing looked at Zhiqiu with a serious expression. Zhiqiu thought for a moment, then, after a brief hesitation, replied, friends. You're lying. If you're just friends, could Xinyu be sleeping in your bed? Li Dongqing looked unconvinced. Zhiqiu wanted to explain something, but in the face of the facts, he seemed unable to refute. Lin Xinyu, awakened by their voices, sat up and rubbed her sleepy eyes. Dongqing, you came to pick me up. Seeing her roommate at the dorm entrance, Lin Xinyu smiled. Li Dongqing, however, stood below the bed with a helpless smile. After stretching, Lin Xinyu got up and got out of bed. I'm leaving, senior. Your bed is so comfortable. After putting on her shoes, Lin Xinyu, her pretty face slightly flushed, waved to Zhiqiu. Not at all, you're too kind. Zhiqiu breathed a sigh of relief, the troublesome junior female student was finally leaving. That night, Zhang University, West Campus, Building 15, Dorm 502. Zhiqiu was discussing recent life with his online girlfriend, Silly Dear. Silly Dear, you mean the campus belle came to check on you today and even slept in your bed? What happened? Zhiqiu, I don't know either. I originally wanted to refuse, but she threatened me. Silly Dear sent a laughing emoji, unsure if it was a genuine laugh or the serious smiling face of a penguin.jpg. Silly Dear, the campus belle is fine. You can hang out with the campus belle, but only the campus belle. Silly dear, other girls are not allowed, including the campus belle's roommate and best friend. Why is the campus belle allowed? Zhiqiu felt strange. Silly dear, because the campus belle won't like you. People need to know themselves. Is that so? Silly dear, otherwise? Do you know the 3 major illusions in life? Don't overthink it, the campus belle just finds it fun. In front of his phone screen, Zhiqiu nodded, half understanding. In that case, the campus belle's previous actions became reasonable. Speaking of which, Silly dear actually agreed to let him hang out with the campus belle, which was outrageous. Aren't you afraid of being cheated on? To have a good life, you must have some green on your head. However, this also represented absolute trust. I cannot betray my girlfriend's trust. If Lin Xinyu knew Zhiqiu's thoughts at this moment, she would definitely scoff, I believe you, my foot. If you dare to hang out with other beautiful girls and I find out, I'll beat your head in, believe it or not. Just as Zhiqiu was lost in thought, Silly dear's message came again. Silly dear, I'm going back to Shanghai for the National Day holiday. Do you want to come visit me? If so, I agree to meet earlier. She wanted to turn their online relationship into a real-life one, but she hoped to meet him as Silly dear. She hoped Zhiqiu would like Silly dear, not the campus belle, distinguishing between soul and appearance. No, I can't. Although I really want to go, I also have some things to do during the National Day holiday. Zhiqiu sent an apologetic emoji. Silly dear, alright then. Silly dear sent a serious smiling emoji. Meanwhile, at South Campus, Building 3, Dorm 315. I'm so mad. This blockhead, I gave you a chance, but you're useless. You're such a dense guy. Lin Xinyu angrily threw her phone onto the bed. Seeing Lin Xinyu's unusual behavior, her roommates were already used to it, they knew it had something to do with that senior. The angry campus belle Lin buried herself under the covers, feeling a bit nostalgic for the comfort and security of Zhiqiu's blanket. On the other side, Zhiqiu lay in bed after his shower. Smelling the lingering fragrance left by the girl in his blanket, he couldn't help but feel a little sleepless. What if I fall for the campus belle? After a moment of hesitation, Zhiqiu messaged Silly dear. Surprisingly, Silly dear, who usually went to bed early, replied instantly. Silly dear, no, you can only like me. Okay. Seeing Zhiqiu's reply, Lin Xinyu's eyes softened in front of the screen. She hoped Zhiqiu would like Silly dear and thus like the campus belle, rather than liking the campus belle and then liking her. Although it sounded complicated, and perhaps she didn't fully understand it herself, she hoped to meet him as Silly dear and be liked by him. So, the jealous Lin Xinyu was even jealous of herself. Zhiqiu smiled at Silly dear's strong reply and responded with okay. Indeed, how could he abandon this sincere relationship of over 2 years just for a beautiful girl? Just wait a little longer, until he met Silly dear. He couldn't meet during the National Day holiday because of branch matters, but Singles Day was only a month away. I really want to see you, Zhiqiu thought as he drifted off to sleep. 3 updates today, the author is currently writing. Hashtag 30 Feng Jinjiang's Great Victory. Chapter 30, Feng Jinchan's Great Victory. That night, Zhiqiu had a dream. He dreamed that Silly dear was nearby, not far from him, but he couldn't reach her. Silly dear had her back to him, and her figure drifted further and further away, as if she were leaving on a long journey. He couldn't catch up, so he shouted towards Silly dear, Adai, don't leave. Where are you going? I'm going to a distant place. We can't be together right now. Why can't we be together right now? Zhiqiu didn't understand. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Silly dear turned around, looking at him with a flower-like smile. Her figure looked familiar, her silhouette and pretty face gradually emerged, just like the campus belle. The next morning, Zhiqiu woke up. He felt like he had a strange dream last night, but he just couldn't recall it. Deciding not to dwell on it, he stretched. Today was September 30th, and tomorrow was National Day. Lin Xinyu was going back to Shanghai for National Day, while he had to plan the opening of a branch store during the holiday. During National Day, most people would either go home or go out to play. Since there would be fewer people at school and business at the snack street would decrease, he gave Li Fengjin and the others the National Day holiday off. After all, the National Day holiday was more appealing than part-time work, and as a compassionate boss, he was considerate of his employees. Zhiqiu thought of his system reward, which had been interrupted yesterday by the campus belle's dorm inspection, so he summoned the system again. Do you wish to extract the reward, BMW HP4 race? This time, Zhiqiu chose yes without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations host on receiving one BMW HP4 race, with an attached God Racer buff bonus. System notification, the corresponding license plate has been processed, and the vehicle is parked downstairs in the host's residential complex. This system was quite thoughtful, placing the vehicle right outside his home. Zhiqiu's home was in Zhongcheng, but he rarely went back because he found interacting with his roommates, who were his peers, more comfortable and enjoyable than being with his parents. He had no classes this afternoon, and since tomorrow was National Day, all his roommates had gone home or gone out to play. The weather was too hot and National Day meant crowds, so Zhiqiu decided not to take the subway and hailed a Didi ride home instead. 20 minutes later, the car arrived at his residential complex. Zhiqiu lived in an old complex, mostly inhabited by elderly grandfathers and grandmothers. Even a BMW HP4 race, worth nearly $1 million upon purchase, parked in the complex wasn't recognized by anyone. They just assumed it was someone's motorcycle parked downstairs with a fake BMW logo stuck on it. This bike is really cool. Zhiqiu looked at the motorcycle in front of him. How many men dreamed of owning a cool motorcycle when they were young? Zhiqiu walked around the motorcycle, examining it closely, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. Unlike the track version of the BMW HP4 race, which is not street legal, the BMW HP4 race processed by Zhiqiu's system was allowed on the road. Zhiqiu originally wanted to take the bike out for a spin and see how it handled. But the weather was too hot, and there was no need to expose himself to the sun, so Zhiqiu decided to go home first. Back at home, since Father Ye and Mother Ye were still at work, he was alone, so he decided to take a nap. At 5 in the afternoon, the temperature dropped significantly as the sun began to set, and Zhiqiu went out to officially practice riding. He straddled the motorcycle and started it using the key provided by the system. The sound of the BMW HP4 race was deep and pleasant. Relying on the God Racer buff, Zhiqiu sped along the entire way. The breeze swept past his ears, this feeling of freedom and exhilaration made him very comfortable. Riding my beloved little motorcycle, it will never get stuck in traffic. Zhiqiu happily hummed his tune. Just as he reached an intersection, he encountered a red light. As a law-abiding young man, Zhiqiu stopped the bike and waited for the light to change. Trailing behind Zhiqiu's motorcycle was a Dongfeng Nissan SYLPHY. The male driver gripped the steering wheel, and his wife was in the passenger seat. Seeing the BMW logo, the man didn't dare let his car get too close to Zhiqiu's HP4 race. Although he didn't know much about BMW motorcycles, judging by its cool appearance, he could tell it was very expensive. "Honey, that motorcycle is so handsome, and it even has a BMW logo," the man's wife said excitedly. "Yeah, it's really cool. Take a picture for me. When we have money later, we'll buy one too," the man agreed. The woman took out her phone and immediately snapped a photo. It wasn't just this woman, many people along the way who saw Zhiqiu's HP4 race took out their phones to photograph it. Cool vehicles always attract attention. For Zhiqiu, who was accustomed to the thrill of speeding, the 90-second traffic light felt long and hot. He stared quietly at the traffic light, counting down silently with it in his mind. 3, 2, 1. The red light ended, the green light turned on, and Zhiqiu started the BMW HP4 race. Vroom. With a pleasant, melodious roar, Zhiqiu disappeared from the SYLPHY's field of vision. Meanwhile, the SYLPHY driver, afraid of hitting Zhiqiu, only started moving slowly. Riding the BMW HP4 race, Zhiqiu's mood improved significantly with the high-speed movement. Before he knew it, he arrived at the riverside and sped along Linjiang Avenue. The river breeze felt wonderfully refreshing. Riding a motorcycle truly was comfortable, it lived up to the dream of every young man. Just as Zhiqiu was reflecting, he spotted a familiar figure in the distance. Could that be the clumsy school beauty Li? Zhiqiu wondered. So Zhiqiu sped up to approach her. The closer he got, the clearer he saw, it really was Li Fengjin. Li Fengjin was walking on the small path alongside Linjiang Avenue. Because she was giving her father the cold shoulder, she decided to spend National Day in the school dormitories. But the afternoon was too boring, so she came to the riverside to clear her head. Although she had only worked for 2 weeks, the boss still paid her the full September salary. Thanks to this money, she didn't have to yield to her father for the time being. The boss was truly gentle and handsome. She really wanted to see the boss, Li Fengjin sighed. Everyone else was happy about the National Day holiday, but she wasn't particularly happy, because she wouldn't get paid during the holiday and couldn't see her gentle boss. Honk honk, the horn sounded. The graceful figure ahead jumped in fright. Li Fengjin turned around, a hint of annoyance on her face. Just as Li Fengjin was about to scold the person in front of her for being inconsiderate and interrupting her thoughts, Zhiqiu took off his helmet. Fengjin, what a coincidence running into you here, Zhiqiu said. Eh? Boss. Was it true that sincerity brings results? She wished to see the boss and she did. Fengjin Chan's great victory. The sky after September was flushed like a drunken blush. Half was spring/summer, half was autumn/winter. Li Fengjin's eyes curved into crescent moons from smiling. The National Day, which she had thought would be sad, seemed to become colorful because of this encounter. Don't call me boss after work. We're classmates, that's too formal. Just call me Zhiqiu, Zhiqiu said with a smile. After a week or two of working together, Li Fengjin and the other 2 girls already knew Zhiqiu's real identity. The summer breeze blew warmly, passing through Li Fengjin's hair and ears, and also reaching the young girl's heart. First day on the trial recommendation, frantically begging for monthly votes, recommendation tickets, and tips. Hashtag 31 Let's go for a drive. Chapter 31, Taking you for a ride. The warm evening breeze blew past, causing Li Fengjin's beautiful hair to float gently. Then you should call me a Jin too. Looking at Zhiqiu, who had a cheerful smile on his face, Li Fengjin replied with a blush. All right. Zhiqiu smiled. Ahu. MHM. Achu. Zhiqiu's face was dark, full of question marks. You're on holiday, why aren't you going home? Zhiqiu didn't reply further, but changed the subject and asked. I had a fight with my dad, so I can't go home for now. After mentioning going home, Li Fengjin's mood was clearly much more disheartened. Seeing that Li Fengjin was in a bad mood, and worried that she might have suicidal thoughts alone by the river, Zhiqiu, unable to rest easy, thought of a solution. Come on, get on. I'll take you for a ride to ease your mind, Zhiqiu said to Li Fengjin with a smile. Hearing Zhiqiu's words, Li Fengjin finally shifted her attention to Zhiqiu's vehicle. When did BMW start making electric bikes? Li Fengjin was a bit confused. Although she was a rich young lady, Li Fengjin, being a girl, didn't know much about cars. However, she did recognize the logos of cars she frequently saw, such as Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Porsche, Ferrari, and Maserati, as well as common brands like Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Audi. Li Fengjin scrutinized Zhiqiu's vehicle, but since she didn't understand motorcycles, she couldn't make sense of it. So she could only compliment it. "Your electric bike is so cool, it must be expensive." Because she had always been driven to school in her family's private car since childhood, Li Fengjin couldn't even distinguish between an electric bike and a motorcycle. Moreover, most people ride electric bikes nowadays, and she figured two wheels were two wheels, there couldn't be much difference. It's just that this vehicle looks very cool, so it shouldn't be cheap, right? At least 100,000 yuan. Hearing Li Fengjin's assessment, Zhiqiu couldn't help but find it amusing. "My vehicle doesn't need charging, it runs on gas." "Oh, I see, I see." Li Fengjin nodded, half understanding. "Get on the bike." Zhiqiu handed her a helmet. Li Fengjin smiled and sat generously behind Zhiqiu, though her hands felt awkward, unsure where to rest them. "The seat is small, don't fall off. Hold me tight." Zhiqiu, knowing the speed of his HP4 race, kindly reminded her. "Such a good thing?" Li Fengjin's eyes lit up. Afraid Zhiqiu might change his mind, she reached out and hugged his waist. When Li Fengjin pressed close, Zhiqiu not only felt a soft mass against his back but also smelled the fresh fragrance emanating from her. "The campus belle really is different, even her scent is fragrant," Zhiqiu teased. "Aren't we supposed to go for a ride? Hurry up and start." Li Fengjin, blushing from the compliment, said. Zhiqiu couldn't help but want to laugh. Just as he was about to start the vehicle, Li Fengjin asked another question. "Ahu, why did you come to the riverside? To go for a ride? Isn't that obvious enough?" Zhiqiu put on his helmet. "What about you?" "I came to the riverside to clear my head because I was thinking of you," Li Fengjin silently replied in her heart. But outwardly, she still replied, "I was just taking a walk." "Hold tight, we're about to leave." After hearing Li Fengjin's reply, Zhiqiu said. Hearing Zhiqiu's words, Li Fengjin felt a little scared. After all, this was her first time riding a motorcycle, so she hugged Zhiqiu even tighter. Since this was her first time on a motorcycle, Zhiqiu likely took that into account, as he wasn't driving very fast. The evening breeze was gentle, and the river wind blew toward them, carrying a faint hint of saltiness. Although both the man and the woman were wearing helmets, the feeling of the wind rushing past them was wonderful. Sitting behind Zhiqiu, Li Fengjin felt inexplicably happy. Furthermore, her little heart inexplicably began to beat faster. She didn't know if it was due to the thrill of riding the motorcycle or because she was hugging Zhiqiu. Li Fengjin just felt nervous yet secure. This feeling was too strange. The two drove toward the school, and the scenery around them continuously changed. Looking at Zhiqiu's back, Li Fengjin felt a sense of security she had never known, and the unpleasantness of arguing with her father gradually faded away. After all, if she hadn't argued with her father, she wouldn't have gone to work, and if she hadn't gone to work, she wouldn't have met this boy. So, arguing with her father was definitely the right thing to do. The time was already past 6 o'clock. The setting sun painted the sky in a hazy red, like a maiden's cheek. Upon reaching the city, traffic was jammed. At an intersection, even Zhiqiu's HP4 race was stuck in the middle of the road. Following behind Zhiqiu was a BMW 3 Series. Sitting in the driver's seat at this moment was Chen Minggang, Zhiqiu's senior year classmate and his best friend from high school. However, unlike Zhiqiu, Chen Minggang came from a better family background. Sitting next to Chen Minggang was his good university friend, Du Jiazhong. Du Jiazhong couldn't help but praise the cool motorcycle in front of them. That motorcycle up front looks pretty cool, and it has a BMW logo, just like yours. When did BMW start making motorcycles? They did a good job. I might buy one sometime. Du Jiazhong assumed the bike couldn't cost more than 10,000 yuan, so he said. Chen Minggang examined it closely, his expression excited. This is a BMW HP4 race, limited to 500 units globally, worth nearly a million yuan. Of course it's well made. Chen Minggang looked at the BMW HP4 race in front of them, his tone very enthusiastic. He often searched online for various luxury vehicles, understanding both cars and motorcycles. Moreover, he himself was a respected BMW owner, so naturally, he paid attention to BMW motorcycles. This motorcycle costs a million. Du Jiazhong exclaimed, his face full of surprise. Chen Minggang nodded and patted his steering wheel. That motorcycle ahead could buy 3 of my cars, and the most incredible thing is that the BMW HP4 race is a track version motorcycle, which is generally not allowed on the road. How did he get the license plate? His connections must be incredible. While speaking, Chen Minggang also took out his phone to take a photo and sent it to their high school classmate group chat. The reason he sent it to the high school group instead of the university group was that everyone had decided to have a class reunion during the National Day holiday, and this was a good topic to bridge the distance that had grown since university started. Also, university lacks the cohesion of high school, because besides specialized courses, everyone chooses their own electives, so relationships aren't as close. Many university students are only close with their roommates and a few scattered classmates, which is why high school friendships are more precious than university ones. After all, they spent 3 years together, went through several seasons, transitioned from minors to adults together, and endured the long senior year and the difficult college entrance examination. Hashtag 32 Who in a decent family falls in love? Chapter 32, Who dates seriously? I saw a $1 million motorcycle on the road, it's super cool. After posting the photo, Chen Minggang introduced the motorcycle in the high school classmates group. Instantly, the classmates group exploded. Holy crap, $1 million motorcycle? Are you sure you're not messing with me? It looks like a BMW logo. Does BMW even make motorcycles? A single motorcycle could buy a sports car. Which second-generation rich kid is out and about? I'm really curious who the rider is. Stop being curious. Didn't you see the beauty sitting behind him? You have no chance. Sure enough, as long as the vehicle is expensive enough, whether it has 4 wheels or 2, there will be a beauty riding shotgun. At Chen Minggang, quickly take a picture of the rider. Chen Minggang, I'm driving, you know? I could only snap a picture because of the traffic jam. Once the traffic clears, I'll have to ask my friend to take one. Everyone started teasing again. Minggang is already in college, and his passenger is still just a friend. When will it be a girlfriend? I bet it's still a guy. I agree, it's probably a guy. Gangzi, stop just thinking about having fun. When are you going to get serious and date someone? Chen Minggang, who dates seriously? At Chen Wei, are you dating? Chen Wei, I don't, for now. Chen Minggang, if you don't, you don't. Why for now? Chen Minggang, at Zhonghao, are you dating? Zhonghao, I just don't want to look. Chen Minggang, if you can't find one, you can't find one. Don't say you don't want to look. Chen Minggang sent a lewd emoji, followed by a laughing emoji. Lu Yu, I do. Lu Yu sent a laughing emoji. Well done, Yuzai. I wouldn't have guessed. You seem honest usually, but you're quick to act. As expected of the class heartthrob. Lu Yu, not at all, not at all. I only started dating in sophomore year. It's almost been a year. Senior female students look down on us junior male students. Luckily, after I became a senior male student, I went after a junior female student. Learned something new. Duly noted. No wonder many girls in my class dated senior male students when I was a freshman. Let's agree on this, whether you have a partner or not, everyone must bring a member of the opposite sex to this class reunion. Okay. Agreed. That's a good suggestion. I support that. By the way, why are you guys still chatting? Go take the picture already. After a round of idle chatter in the group, the congested road finally cleared. Chen Minggang handed the phone he was holding to Du Jiuzhong. I'll pull up alongside him in a moment. You help me take a picture of the rider. I want to show my high school classmates what the person riding the $1 million motorcycle looks like. Up ahead, the traffic jam made things a bit hot and bothered, and the speed could drop even further once they reached the urban area. Zhiqiu took off his helmet and took a deep, refreshing breath of fresh air. P.S. There is no motorcycle helmet regulation in this parallel world. Please wear a helmet when riding a motorcycle in the real world. Seeing this, Li Fengjin followed suit and took off her helmet, her beautiful long hair gently fluttering in the wind. Chen Minggang merged into the traffic flow and pulled up alongside Zhiqiu's BMW HP4 race, allowing Du Jiuzhong to quickly snap a photo. Just like that, Du Jiuzhong captured the exact moment Zhiqiu took off his helmet. He looks quite handsome in the photo, must be a tall, rich, and handsome guy. The beauty behind him was still wearing a helmet, so I didn't get her face, Du Jiuzhong commented objectively. Help me post it in my high school classmates group. Chen Minggang, who was driving, didn't have time to check his phone and just wanted to satisfy his classmates' curiosity first. So handsome. Wait. Is that Zhiqiu? It really is. Before long, the group chat exploded. When did Zhiqiu get so rich? Did his family's home get demolished? At Chen Minggang, remember to invite him to the class reunion. He didn't come the year before last or last year. Agreed. You're the only one who can get him to come. The first year, Zhiqiu had to repeat a grade, so he didn't attend the class reunion. The second year, everyone was a university student and mostly talked about university topics, but Zhiqiu had just graduated, and he felt he wouldn't be able to relate. Furthermore, in high school, Zhiqiu was only close to Chen Minggang and a few others, so Zhiqiu didn't attend either of the two class reunions. What are they saying in the group? Chen Minggang was very curious about everyone's reaction, although he still hadn't seen the rider's face himself. They said it's Zhiqiu, and they want you to invite him to the class reunion. Du Jiuzhong replied, although he didn't know who Zhiqiu was. What? Zhiqiu? Hand me the phone, let me see. Du Jiuzhong handed over the phone. Chen Minggang took a careful look, and it really was Zhiqiu. During the evening rush hour, the road quickly became congested again. This time, the two vehicles were stuck side by side. Zhiqiu, is that you? Chen Minggang was a little excited, rolling down his window and shouting toward the motorcycle. Zhiqiu turned his head, saw Du Jiuzhong, and paused slightly. Then he saw Chen Minggang in the driver's seat and smiled, long time no see, Gangzi. When old friends meet, a round of greetings is inevitable. After the road cleared again, Chen Minggang and Zhiqiu chose a good spot to pull over and stop. Chen Minggang took out his car key, but found his friend Du Jiuzhong frozen in place, so he followed Du Jiuzhong's gaze. It was an extremely delicate young girl, whose soft, glossy black hair, like graphite, cascaded down her back to her waist. Her refined and pure features were captivating. After a moment of distraction, Chen Minggang snapped out of it. During their earlier chat, the girl must have been tired and rested her head on Zhiqiu's back, which is why they hadn't seen her clearly. Although they had already guessed she was a beauty, both men were still stunned. "Well done, Zhiqiu, you've really stepped up your game. When did you find such a beautiful girlfriend? She's much prettier than our class beauty." No, she's just a friend." Hearing Chen Minggang's words, Li Fengjin's pretty face flushed slightly. She stood stammering beside Zhiqiu while Zhiqiu offered an explanation. Chen Minggang smiled, assuming Zhiqiu was just being modest. After all, it was normal to have a beautiful girlfriend when riding such a motorcycle. The two began chatting, moving from college topics to high school memories, while Du Jiazhong returned to the car to wait. Meanwhile, Li Fengjin stood silently nearby, her eyes smiling, her gaze fixed entirely on the figure who was chatting animatedly. "Zhiqiu, you haven't come to the class reunion in the 2 years since you graduated. You should come this year, right?" Zhiqiu found it hard to refuse the invitation from his high school best friend. Besides, there was someone he wanted to see, to bring closure to his past. "Oh, right, this class reunion requires everyone to bring a friend of the opposite sex. Bring your girlfriend tomorrow." "I already said, she's not my girlfriend." "There you go again. If she's not your girlfriend, why is she holding you so intimately? Do you think I'm easy to fool?" Zhiqiu sighed, figuring that no matter what he said, Chen Minggang was convinced Li Fengjin was his girlfriend. #39 Do you think I'm okay? Chapter 39, Do you think I'm suitable? Zhiqiu's grand gestures over the past 2 days shocked the Dezhou real estate branch office in Zhongcheng. After all, many people buy houses for several million, but rental orders worth several million are rare. If Zhiqiu hadn't refused, Dezhou real estate would have dispatched a professional team to serve him. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhiqiu and Su Wentao got back into the car. After 2 days of busy work, they finally finished visiting the last storefront. The sun was setting, and the sunset glow was crimson. Although the temperature was not as scorching as noon, it was still a bit muggy. The air conditioning in the car was blowing loudly, but the cooling effect wasn't very noticeable. "Wentao, you should change your car." Zhiqiu, sitting in the back row, offered a kind reminder. "Once I get the commission, I'll switch immediately." Su Wentao nodded. "Calculate the total amount and give me a specific number." "Understood, Mr. Yet." Su Wentao was a little excited, calculating on his phone's calculator app. Looking at the final result, Su Wentao felt a rush of excitement. As expected of Mr. Ye, low-key and luxurious. Having run across most of Zhongcheng, Zhiqiu finalized 15 shops in one go, all rented for 2 years. One of the storefronts was very close to the school, which Zhiqiu planned to use later to store his motorcycle. After all, it was better to be low-key at school. As a walking million yuan, it wouldn't be good if someone took an interest in his motorcycle. Su Wentao was still a bit dazed. If he hadn't been lucky enough to meet Mr. Ye, an order of this magnitude would probably take him 1 or 2 years to accumulate slowly. "Have you finished calculating?" Zhiqiu asked curiously. "Yes, Mr. Ye. The total is 5.43 million. Considering your bulk purchase, I'll give you a 10% discount, making the total 4.88 million. Considering his own energy constraints, Zhiqiu only selected a dozen or so storefronts. Compared to his first storefront, this price was quite reasonable. Even so, when Zhiqiu heard the total amount, he felt a small shock internally. 4.88 million at a 10% rate is almost 490,000. This discount is still very big. Thank goodness, the funds are within my capacity. If I had taken a few more, I would have failed at showing off. Thinking of this, Zhiqiu was somewhat satisfied with his ability to control his swagger. Let's go, let's swipe the card at your shop. Zhiqiu spoke slowly. The Dongfang Citroën slowly started, driving on the main road of Zhongcheng, heading towards Zhang University. Baoli Real Estate has many subsidiaries responsible for leasing, such as Dezhou Real Estate, which is solely responsible for commercial storefront leasing. 20 minutes later, the car quickly arrived at the Dezhou Real Estate Zhang University branch. Zhiqiu, who had just gotten out of the car, was slightly stunned. At that moment, all the employees of the entire branch were lined up at the entrance to welcome him. After all, Zhiqiu was considered their major client. That was the charm of money. The person leading the welcome was the current manager, Feng Chenkai. This was a mature middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 30s, wearing a professional suit, and looking quite energetic. At this moment, Feng Chenkai's face was full of smiles. Although his wife was recently pushing for a divorce, since his branch negotiated such a large deal, he was definitely going to get a promotion. Once he was promoted, his wife's anger would naturally subside. "Mr. Ye, you've arrived. Please come in and take a seat." Zhiqiu followed Feng Chenkai into the Dezhou storefront. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Feng Chenkai, the manager of the Dezhou Real Estate Zhang University branch." Feng Chenkai invited Zhiqiu to sit down. "What are you standing around for? Go quickly and brew a cup of tea for Mr. Ye." Seeing that the clerk lacked manners, Feng Chenkai criticized him. This was the man whose mistress was discovered by his wife, who was now pushing for divorce. Zhiqiu couldn't help but take a few extra glances at Feng Chenkai. "No need for all that trouble. We're just signing a contract. Let's go straight through the process." "Very well, Mr. Ye. Let's go to the conference room. We have already prepared the contracts." As expected of a major client, he's so straightforward, Feng Chenkai thought emotionally. Zhiqiu pushed open the conference room door and found 30 contracts already laid out inside, in duplicate. Zhiqiu used the Seek Business Opportunities function to confirm that the contracts were fine, and then started signing. Signing 30 contracts all at once, Zhiqiu felt his hand getting sore. "All right, let's go swipe the card." Hearing Zhiqiu's words, Feng Chenkai, who felt he was about to be promoted, trembled slightly and personally brought over the POS machine. After seeing the payment succeed, Feng Chenkai breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he wouldn't have to divorce this time. He had to thank Mr. Ye. At the same time, the system's voice appeared in Zhiqiu's mind. "Ding, does the host wish to use the 90% off order card?" "Yes." Zhiqiu replied to the system. 90% off order card successfully used. Amount payable, 4,887,356 soft sister coins. 90% off order card effect. Actual payment, 488,735.6 soft sister coins. Seeing the 90% off order card take effect, Zhiqiu smiled contentedly and put away his copy of the contract. "Oh right, can you help me post some recruitment notices?" Zhiqiu inquired. "Of course. That's a small matter. You are a VIP. I will arrange for Su Wentao to handle it for you." "That would be great." After receiving a positive reply, Zhiqiu called Su Wentao over. "Wentao, same as last time, I need daily milk tea shop signboards, tables, chairs, and milk tea shop equipment. Finally, help me post some recruitment information. Also, the business license matter," Zhiqiu added after thinking for a moment. "No problem, Mr. Ye. I will handle it for you as quickly as possible." Su Wentao readily agreed. After hearing Su Wentao's words, Zhiqiu fell into deep thought. As a university student, he didn't have the energy to manage so many shops. Moreover, shouldn't a boss just lie back and collect money? Mr. Ye, do you have any other needs? Su Wentao asked, noticing Zhiqiu was deep in thought. Do you know where I can hire salespeople, preferably those with a few years of work experience? Mr. Ye, what do you mean? Su Wentao didn't understand either. I plan to start my own company and need people to run errands for me. Where can I hire such people? Zhiqiu raised his question. That's hard to say. Generally, companies go to universities for campus recruitment of fresh and past graduates, since student labor is cheap in Zhongcheng. However, experienced salespeople usually have their own jobs, so hiring them won't happen overnight. Su Wentao offered his opinion. After listening to Su Wentao, Zhiqiu sighed. He had indeed been too hasty. Hiring sales representatives had to be done slowly. So, he packed up his contracts, stood up, and left. Wait, Mr. Ye. Just as Zhiqiu walked out of the store entrance, Su Wentao's voice came from behind him. Mr. Ye, do you think I'm suitable? I want to work for you. Su Wentao, catching up while panting, made the proposal that would change his fate. #40 The moon is so beautiful tonight. Chapter 40, The moonlight tonight is beautiful. Are you sure? Zhiqiu was a little surprised. Yes, I want to follow Mr. Ye. Su Wentao nodded solemnly. Wentao, you need to think this through. You'll be giving up a stable job. It's just a job. Following Mr. Ye is also a job. Su Wentao didn't know what was wrong with him, but his intuition told him that if he missed this opportunity, he might regret it for the rest of his life. You haven't even asked how much I'll pay you, and you're already coming to follow me. Zhiqiu was a little curious. No matter how much, I'll accept it. Su Wentao's eyes were firm, and his tone was a little excited. Having worked in sales for so many years, constantly interacting with all kinds of people, his years of experience and inner intuition made him firmly believe in his choice. As the saying goes, one doesn't sing, but when one does, it's astonishing. He wanted to witness the day Mr. Ye would amaze everyone. Through what he learned in the past 2 days, he had a deeper understanding of the low-key yet luxurious Zhiqiu. Opening a milk tea shop could make it a phenomenal milk tea at Zhang University, and riding a $1 million motorcycle indirectly reflected the enormous financial strength behind him. A person with such strength was worth following. Moreover, Su Wentao discovered that Zhiqiu's business journey had just begun. If he followed him now, he would be a veteran figure in the future and naturally wouldn't be treated unfairly. This was both an opportunity and a challenge. If he missed it, he might never encounter it again in this lifetime. All right, Zhiqiu nodded, thinking this would save him the trouble of recruiting. You go get your commission and handle your resignation. I'll wait for you in your car. Okay, Mr. Ye. Su Wentao nodded and returned to the shop. Hearing that Su Wentao was resigning, everyone in the shop was stunned. What was going on? Su Wentao was about to become the annual sales champion and would receive a generous year-end bonus in a few months. But he actually resigned voluntarily. An hour later, after the complicated resignation procedures, Su Wentao returned to the car. Boss, what's our next plan? Su Wentao's identity transformation was quick. He had already started calling Zhiqiu boss. Next plan? Zhiqiu checked his mobile banking. There was only about 50,000 left in his bank card. He was poor again. Having grown accustomed to the numbers on his bank card, the sudden decrease made Zhiqiu feel very insecure. So, the most important thing now was to break even. I'm giving you 3 tasks. Zhiqiu looked at Su Wentao. The first is to sublet my 4 commercial properties. This does not include the shop near Zhang University. I plan to use that shop as my garage. A shop with an annual rent of over 100,000 used as a garage. Is this Mr. Yes low-key luxury? I love it, I love it. Su Wentao once again confirmed he had followed the right person. The second is to help me complete the opening procedures for 10 milk tea shops, and then recruit staff. Do you have any thoughts on this? Yes, Zhiqiu asked. I think we can recruit 10 store managers first, and then have the store managers recruit the employees. Seeing that his boss was testing him, Su Wentao offered his opinion. All right, we'll do as you say. The third is to help me prepare the materials for opening a company. I plan to open an investment company, Yes, Zhiqiu said after some thought. After all, he had the function of finding business opportunities. So opening an investment company could make full use of it in the future. As expected, Mr. Yes' business was still in its initial stages. Opening an investment company showed he wasn't short on money. I love it, I love it. Yes, Zhiqiu looked at the self-congratulating Su Wentao. Do you have anything to say about these 3 tasks? Boss, rental information is visible online now, so it's not easy to make a profit from the difference. It's probably only possible to rent them out at the original price, Su Wentao expressed his doubt. I can't explain this to you. Just do as I say. Su Wentao nodded. Who told him Yes Zhiqiu was his boss? Whatever he said, went. By the way, didn't you just get your commission? Yes, Zhiqiu asked. Su Wentao looked bewildered. And then? Before the storefronts are sublet, you'll cover these initial expenses. When the storefronts are sublet, you can come to me for reimbursement. Su Wentao was dumbfounded. Having to pay out of his own pocket for work, even capitalists would cry at this. Yes, Zhiqiu sighed inwardly. There's no other way, Wentao. We don't have money right now, so I can only inconvenience you. Any other questions? Yes, Zhiqiu asked. No. Good, then take me back to Zhang University, and give me the key to the Zhang University shop. After returning to Zhang University, Yes Zhiqiu rode his small motorcycle home. He hadn't even been lying on the bed for a few minutes when Yes Zhiqiu heard the special notification sound from Penguin, clearly a message from Silly Deer. Silly Deer, what's wrong with you? You haven't talked to me much these past 2 days. Silly Deer, don't you love me anymore? Zhuangzhou dreamt of a butterfly in the end. You are both a blessing and a tribulation. Silly Deer sent an I'm fine, forcing a smile, emoji. Seeing Silly Deer's message, Yes Zhiqiu smiled from the bottom of his heart. Silly Deer's words were clearly said in anger, questioning why he had neglected her for the past 2 days. Where did you learn that line? Laugh, emoji. Sorry, I've been a bit busy these past 2 days. Then Yes Zhiqiu sent an apologetic emoji. Silly Deer, are you sure you were just busy, and not on a date with a girl? I really wasn't these past 2 days. I've been busy with my career. Yes, Zhiqiu broke out in a cold sweat. This damned female intuition. However, he was indeed telling the truth. He had been busy with the branch store matters these past 2 days. As for why he didn't mention Li Fengjin, firstly, the innocent are self-evident, and secondly, he didn't want to dig a pit for himself. The biggest lack in online relationships is a sense of security. Mentioning other members of the opposite sex can easily lead to emotional breakdown, even if there's nothing, because of the distance in time and space, misunderstandings can easily arise. Once the seed of doubt is planted, the relationship is almost over. Silly Deer, what career? Tell me about it. You might not believe it, but I opened a milk tea shop, in our school's Z1 Snack Street. At this moment, in the Thompson Riviera residential area in Shanghai. Lin Xinyu sat up from her princess bed, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Opened a shop? A milk tea shop in Z1 Snack Street? No way, isn't the most popular milk tea shop in the school right now the one in Z1 Snack Street? Could he be talking about that daily milk tea shop? This shop was actually opened by Zhiqiu. Silly dear, where did you get the money? Lin Xinyu was very curious. I can only tell you that when we meet. Silly dear, are you sure you're not lying to me? In reality, Lin Xinyu lightly bit her lip. I would never lie to you. The name of this milk tea shop is your online name. It really was the daily milk tea shop. The real Lin Xinyu looked surprised, staring blankly at the night sky outside the window. The moonlight tonight is beautiful. Hashtag 43 Even a soft rice can be eaten hard. Chapter 43, Soft rice can also be eaten hard. She's not my girlfriend, she's a junior female student from my university, Zhiqiu explained from the side. Alright, I know you young people are thin-skinned. Father Yes' eyes were smiling. Xinyu, let me reintroduce you. This is my dad. Ignoring Father Yes' teasing, Zhiqiu introduced her. Dad, this is Lin Xinyu, a junior female student from my university. Hello, uncle. Just call me Xiaolin, Lin Xinyu said generously. Father Ye nodded, hello. Uncle looks so mature. You must have been very popular with girls when you were young. Lin Xinyu said with a smile. Not at all. Father Yes' eyes crinkled with laughter, clearly enjoying Lin Xinyu's flattery. Please sit down, don't just stand there. I'll go get some fruit for you. Father Ye handed the TV remote control to Zhiqiu. Zhiqiu was a little surprised. Normally, his dad never let him change the channel when watching the sports channel, which led to him missing out on many childhood memories. This time, seeing him bring a girl home, he actually volunteered to give up the TV, which was currently broadcasting his favorite basketball game. However, since phones and computers made it easy to rewatch things online, watching TV wasn't as essential anymore. Zhiqiu changed the channel to the movie channel. After all, you can always trust Princess Six. Meanwhile, Lin Xinyu carefully surveyed the house. The decor was plain, and the living conditions were indeed typical of an old residential community. In this light, it seemed Zhiqiu hadn't lied to her before, but that didn't explain his motorcycle and milk tea shop. It couldn't be that he had awakened some kind of system, like in web dramas, could it? I understand now. He's mostly pretending to be poor. After all, many people in society now harbor anti-rich sentiment, it's enough for him to know he has money. Thinking this, Lin Xinyu praised her own cleverness. After a while, Father Ye came back with a plate of washed lychees. Lychees are a fruit that doesn't require peeling, you just crack them open, eat, and spit out the pit, making them very popular among young people. The three of them watched the movie playing on the movie channel and chatted intermittently. Xiaolin, where are you from? Shanghai. Oh, Shanghai, a great city. I also wanted to go to Shanghai and make a living when I was young, but it didn't work out later, Father Ye said with a nostalgic expression. Then why didn't you go later? Zhiqiu interjected. It was because your mother and I had you. Later, you grew up and needed to go to school, so I didn't leave and stayed by your mother and your side. Father Ye sighed. So it was my fault. Zhiqiu was so moved he wanted to sing the song Father. But watching you grow up well, get into a good university, and find a girlfriend. Your dad doesn't regret it? Although Father Ye spoke movingly, Zhiqiu understood the meaning of his words. The emphasis was on the three words find a girlfriend. Don't worry, uncle. If you have time in the future, you can come visit Shanghai, and I will host you then, Lin Xinyu, who was unaware of the internal details, said emotionally. Xiaolin, you are sensible, unlike this brat, Father Ye sighed. Right, Xiaolin, which district in Shanghai do you live in? Dad, why do you like checking household registers just like Mom? Zhiqiu interrupted Father Ye's questioning. Can't you speak properly, Brat. What's wrong with your dad trying to learn about your classmate? Isn't that right, Xiaolin? Uncle, you are absolutely right, Lin Xinyu replied with a smile. Hey. This plot is repeating itself, Zhiqiu complained internally. Pudong Thompson Riviera Community, Lin Xinyu answered truthfully. Thompson Riviera? The junior female student is actually a wealthy woman? Zhiqiu widened his eyes, looking astonished. At this moment, Father Ye was trying hard to stabilize his emotions and not show his shock too obviously, casually wiping the sweat from his forehead. Zhiqiu, didn't you say yesterday that you had something to discuss with Dad? I didn't. No, you did. Xiaolin, I'm sorry, please watch TV for a bit first, Father Ye said apologetically. It's fine, you two talk about your business first. Although she didn't know what Father Ye and Zhiqiu were discussing, Lin Xinyu liked staying here and wasn't in a hurry. Zhiqiu was called into the room by Father Ye, leaving Lin Xinyu alone in the living room watching TV. Xiaoqiu, this girl's background is too good. You don't measure up, do you? Inside the room, Father Ye looked earnestly at Zhiqiu. Yeah, and I didn't plan to measure up, Zhiqiu shrugged. No, I mean you need to work harder, make the rice into cooked rice. Our family is depending on you. Realizing his son misunderstood him, Father Ye quickly explained. Dad, you aren't hoping for your son to become a dragon, you're hoping for your grandson to become a dragon. Doesn't this contradict what you taught me about a true man standing tall between heaven and earth? How can a true man eat soft rice? Soft rice can also be eaten hard. Mid-sentence, Father Ye glanced at Zhiqiu. Your father was just joking. In short, you must treat her well. Our family cannot afford to offend a rich young lady. Noticing Zhiqiu's look of contempt, Zhejiang quickly changed his words to maintain his image as a great father. Xiaolin, sorry about that. Just some family matters. Were you getting bored waiting? A few minutes later, Zhiqiu and Father Ye walked out of the room. Not at all, not at all. Uncle, these are gifts I brought for you and Auntie from Shanghai. Lin Xinyu said this while opening her backpack. Amidst Zhiqiu's shock and Father Ye's delight, Lin Xinyu took out the gifts she had specially prepared this time. High-grade Westlake Longjing tea for Father Ye, imported cosmetics for Mother Ye, and some local specialties from Shanghai. Xiaolin, you are truly too kind. Father Ye said politely, his face beaming with smiles. It's nothing, nothing. Senior male student often takes care of me at school. I was regretting not seeing you the last time, and I didn't expect you to come again today, Father Ye said with a gratified smile. The last time? Lin Xinyu looked confused. At this moment, Zhiqiu also sighed internally, thinking, oh no, Dad is bringing up exactly what he shouldn't. Noticing Lin Xinyu's confused expression and his son frantically winking at him, Father Ye realized he might have said the wrong thing. What last time? Uncle, could you clarify? Clearly, Lin Xinyu was not going to let this question go. Feeling Lin Xinyu's cool aura returning, Zhiqiu swallowed. Uncle misremembered. Xiaoqiu said last time that he wanted to bring you home to meet us, but he felt it wasn't quite time yet. Father Ye smoothed things over. Oh, I see, Lin Xinyu replied with a smile. Then she glared fiercely at Zhiqiu, clearly planning to settle the score after they left. It looks like today won't be peaceful either. Life is hard, Zhiqiu sighed. Today is the first day of the free new book recommendation. Recommendations, monthly votes, and tips determine whether it can advance to the free elite tier. Please send some votes. Hashtag 44 I want to see you. Chapter 44, I want to see you. What was with that girl last time? I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation, senior. Downstairs in the residential area, Lin Xinyu stood in front of Zhiqiu, speaking angrily. Junior female student, this doesn't seem to concern you, does it? Zhiqiu felt a bit helpless. He felt like a husband caught cheating by his original wife. Why doesn't it concern me? I'm telling you, you, Zhiqiu, belong to me, Lin Xinyu. Why are you suddenly acting like an overbearing CEO? Zhiqiu retorted. Heh, don't you think it's fun? Lin Xinyu lightly tapped her lips with her finger, her large eyes showing confusion. Let's skip this part and reshoot. Be serious, we're arguing. Don't change the subject. Upstairs in the residential area, Father Ye was secretly observing the situation through the window. I thought I was quite dashing back in the day, but you're playing it even better, kid. Bringing two different girls to meet the parents, now you've crashed and burned. Didn't listen to the advice of elders, insisted on extreme maneuvers. It's a pity he was too far to hear. Father Ye's gossip soul was burning, and his gossip heart was weeping. Senior, tell me, what explanation are you going to give me? It has to be reasonable, otherwise I'll tell my uncle. You just said you'd keep it a secret from now on. You can't go back on your word. Including this matter, Lin Xinyu said playfully. All right, in short, a friend of mine works part-time at a milk tea shop. I learned that she had an argument with her father, and he stopped giving her living expenses. How did you start playing the pity card? Lin Xinyu asked, surprised. Listen to me first. Then that day, I was riding my motorcycle on Yanjiang Avenue and saw her alone by the river. I was afraid she might try to commit suicide, so I took her back to her dorm. Heh, Lin Xinyu laughed in anger. You previously said you were taking your mom to buy fruit. That's a separate matter. The hair was indeed my mom's. Mom, you're definitely taking the blame for this. Zhiqiu sighed inwardly. Then on the way, I ran into high school classmates who invited me to a high school reunion. On the way home, my mom found out, so she sat at my house for a while. Adhering to the principle of turning big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. Zhiqiu appropriately omitted a few details. Do you think you're writing a novel? Or do you take me for a fool who's easily tricked? How can there be so many coincidences? Lin Xinyu was clearly not satisfied with the explanation. Really, she's an employee of the daily milk tea shop. If you don't believe me, you can go ask her. Oh, really? Hearing daily milk tea shop, Lin Xinyu's tone softened considerably. Then is she as pretty as me? About the same, Zhiqiu thought for a moment before answering. Lin Xinyu glared at him. No, not as pretty as you, Zhiqiu sighed. All right. Lin Xinyu seemed to accept this explanation. That's it? She's so easy to appease, unlike the junior female student from before. Could she have had something happy happen during the National Day holiday? All right, take me back. I'm tired from the journey and want to catch up on some sleep. Lin Xinyu was confident in herself, whether it was her family background, appearance, or their 2 years of relationship, so she no longer dwelled on the matter. If you're sleepy, why didn't you sleep first before meeting? Zhiqiu felt a bit strange. You still don't understand, that's why they say you're dense. I'll only say this once, because I wanted to see you right away. Lin Xinyu's eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled. Is that so? This direct hit left Zhiqiu a little dazed. Junior female student. After a moment of hesitation, Zhiqiu spoke. What is it, senior? Lin Xinyu asked curiously. Zhiqiu looked at Lin Xinyu. I have a girlfriend. Haven't you met yet? Even so, I do have one. It's okay, I'll spoil you for her first. Zhiqiu was silent for a while. Isn't this openly trying to poach someone? It's fine, I'll dig it myself and fill it myself anyway. What does that mean? Zhiqiu clearly didn't understand Lin Xinyu's meaning. Lin Xinyu got on the motorcycle. Senior, are you 100,000 wise? Hurry and take me back to my dorm to catch up on sleep. Alright. Zhiqiu decided not to dwell on it. The motorcycle rode through the early October night, the lingering starlight and moonlight scattering across the land. Looking at the similar night sky, Lin Xinyu felt a little nostalgic for the small path where Zhiqiu had taken her back to her dorm that night. I'll go for a walk there tomorrow night, Lin Xinyu thought to herself. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Zhang University. By the way, are you okay being alone in the dorm? Zhiqiu asked before she left. It's fine, my roommate returned to school early today. After all, there are only 2 days left until classes start. After getting off the motorcycle, Lin Xinyu waved with a smile and entered the school. What's wrong with you, kid? Upon returning home, Zhiqiu was criticized by Father Ye. Which one is your girlfriend exactly? Or are both of them? Father Ye asked the core of the gossip. Neither, Zhiqiu answered truthfully. If you had to choose one. Father Ye clearly didn't believe Zhiqiu. Girls aren't commodities, how can you choose? Are you itching for a beating, kid? Do you have to be so cheeky? I choose Lin Xinyu. Zhiqiu thought for a moment and replied. After all, his feelings for Li Fengjin were more like an older brother's for his younger sister. She's just my younger sister. My younger sister said purple has a lot of charm. Although older brother, younger sister sounds a bit like a scumbag's line. Hearing Zhiqiu's reply, Father Ye nodded in satisfaction. During the last 2 days of the National Day holiday, Zhiqiu finally had some free time. These 2 days, he fully indulged his homebody nature, staying at home to watch dramas and read novels. In the roommate group chat, the 4 roommates were discussing when to return to school, planning to have some skewers and drinks the night before classes started. As if remembering something, Zhiqiu suddenly asked. Zhiqiu's screen name, by the way, who is the dean of our college? Where can I find that information? No, Zhangjun, no way, there's no way someone has been enrolled for over a year and still doesn't know who the dean is, right? Candy Pear, Tang Liguo, no way, Zhiqiu, you don't even know the dean. Fire, Lin Feng, so who is the dean? Same question. No, Candy Pear. Zhiqiu's screen name. No way, you two don't even know Dean Lu Xili. It's in the college information on the campus network, alright. Zhiqiu's screen name, wait, you said the dean is Lu Xili. Do men have such delicate names? No, Zhiqiu, are you alright? The dean is a woman. Candy Pear, Zhiqiu, did you forget everything after the National Day holiday? Lin Feng, I think I remember now, I saw her at the college's grade meeting. Zhiqiu, in front of his screen, felt like laughing in anger. Good heavens, Junior Lin's empty-handed trick really showed him up. Hashtag 45 Little Devil Lin Xinyu. Chapter 45, Little Devil Lin Xinyu. On the first day back at school, Zhiqiu walked back to his dormitory after finishing the first 2 classes of the morning. While chatting with his roommate, he felt his phone vibrate. He opened it and saw a bank text message. Your card ending in 8886 received an income transfer from another bank of 329,632 yuan on October 8 at 10:15 a.m. from the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Account name, XXX, account number ending in XXXX. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Immediately afterward, Su Wentao's call came in, and Zhiqiu separated from his roommate. Boss, of the 4 commercial properties you asked me to rent out, I have already rented one. I have already received the rent. Thank you for your hard work. Zhiqiu nodded in satisfaction that one had been rented out so quickly. There is one more thing, boss. I have finished preparing the documents for the investment company you requested. When are you free? Right now. I'll get ready and go with you. Wait for me at the school gate. All right. Zhiqiu hung up the phone, feeling relieved. With the repayment close to 330,000, and about 380,000 in hand now, he felt much more secure. Su Wentao truly lived up to his reputation as a professional salesman, renting out a commercial property in just a few days. Jinduoduo, Zhongcheng, Investment Co., Ltd. Zhiqiu savored the name of the company he had applied for. It was excellent. This name was not only auspicious but also had the potential to become a giant. In the future, relying on the Find Business Opportunities function to look for opportunities every week, and then investing through Jinduoduo, his assets would continuously grow. Zhiqiu stood at the entrance of the Administration for Industry and Commerce, feeling exceptionally happy. Boss. Next I need to go to a labor company to scout for waiters, so I will take my leave now. Su Wentao placed the company documents into a folder. Thank you for your hard work. You go ahead and get busy. I can take a taxi back myself. Since the first 2 classes were in the afternoon today, and he couldn't take a proper nap if he went back to the dorm, Zhiqiu went straight to the library after returning to school. After finishing his professional course homework, Zhiqiu received a penguin message from Lin Xinyu. Lin Xinyu's new avatar was a black, long, and straight-haired anime beauty, somewhat resembling her 2D counterpart. Lin Xinyu's nickname, Senior Male Student, where are you? I want to come find you and play. Xinyu sent a laughing emoji pack. School is a place for studying. How can you be thinking about playing every day? Zhiqiu clearly wanted to avoid this trouble. Lin Xinyu's nickname, if school is a place for studying, Senior Male Student, why are you doing business? You have the nerve to say that? Our college dean is a woman, yet you claimed she was your uncle. The consequences of deceiving your senior male student are severe, do you know that? Zhiqiu sent a table flipping emoji pack. Lin Xinyu's nickname, how severe? Lin Xinyu's nickname sent a cat question mark emoji pack. Lin Xinyu's nickname, in short, if you don't tell me, I'll post on the forum saying you wronged me. Would he still have a way to live? Wouldn't he become the public enemy of every guy in the school? I'm reading in the library. I can't play with you. Zhiqiu sighed. He was still not very good at dealing with this junior female student. Senior male student, why are you always in the library during your breaks? Are you planning to take the graduate entrance exam? Inside the library, Lin Xinyu sat beside Zhiqiu and raised her question. I'm not always in the library. It just so happens that the first 2 classes are this afternoon, and since I can't take a nap anyway, I came here to do some homework. Zhiqiu glanced at Lin Xinyu beside him and replied. Today, Lin Xinyu was wearing a short-sleeved shirt printed with cartoon cat patterns, and a black pleated skirt on the bottom. She had probably just washed her hair this morning, as the scent of shampoo permeated the air around her. Let's not talk about that anymore, senior male student. Look what this is. Xinyu took out a glass cup containing fresh watermelon juice. Many eyes in the library were secretly focused on them. They truly couldn't understand what charm Zhiqiu possessed. Was he just a little handsome? Other than that, there was nothing extraordinary about him, yet among Campus Belle Lin's admirers, there were quite a few who were both handsome and talented. Yet, he managed to turn the aloof Campus Belle Lin into a warm and thoughtful junior female student. Although the junior female student mode looked very cute, this guy was still too hateful. Feeling the surrounding gazes, Zhiqiu sighed. He had gotten used to this after so many times. Speaking of which, junior female student, this looks like your own cup, right? Don't you mind? Zhiqiu asked curiously. Because the last time Lin Xinyu gave him juice, It was in a new cup she bought specifically for him, but judging by the pattern and decoration, this cup should belong to campus belle Lin herself. Senior male student, just drink it? Why so many questions? Zhiqiu indirectly answered Zhiqiu's question. Just drink it? It wasn't the first time she had brought him juice anyway, Zhiqiu sighed internally. Zhiqiu twisted open the glass cup, took a sip, and his expression underwent a subtle change. Lin Zhiqiu, sitting beside him, looked at him expectantly. How is it, senior male student? Does it taste okay? Did you put in a little too much sugar? I think it's fine. Don't you like things that are too sweet? Zhiqiu picked up the glass cup and gently took a sip. Seeing this, the hearts of many secretly observing admirers in the library shattered. Campus belle Lin giving Zhiqiu juice was one thing, but she actually drank the juice he had already drunk from. How could this be? Has the world gone crazy? Junior female student. Doing that, don't you mind my saliva? Zhiqiu, who was beside her, widened his eyes. No, I don't mind. Zhiqiu took 2 more sips. I'll be tasting it often in the future anyway. Zhiqiu froze on the spot. What kind of devilish statement was that? Lin Zhiqiu actually said she would be tasting his saliva often in the future. That was too provocative, this campus belle junior female student. Junior female student, our relationship doesn't seem to have reached that stage yet. Which stage? Zhiqiu's pretty face flushed slightly. Are you talking about the final stage? Junior female student, stop teasing me. If you keep this up, I really won't be able to hold back. This junior female student was too arrogant, she was clearly challenging his male dignity. Zhiqiu slowly moved his face closer to Lin Zhiqiu, deciding to scare her a little. Who knew that Zhiqiu wouldn't show weakness? She leaned in and closed her eyes. What was she trying to do? Was this the rhythm for kissing? This was the library, and so many people were watching. Junior female student, I was wrong. I was just talking nonsense. Zhiqiu chose to surrender. Zhiqiu revealed the triumphant smile of a little devil. Don't provoke me, or you'll really be eaten up completely. I'm going to the restroom. Seeing Zhiqiu leave, Zhiqiu breathed a sigh of relief. Inside the restroom, Zhiqiu's pretty face was slightly flushed, and she was panting lightly. Her heart was beating so fast. They were so close just now, it felt like they were really about to kiss. Senior male student, I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it? As expected of an iron-willed straight man. Life is not easy, Zhiqiu sighed. #46 A kiss isn't too much to ask, is it? Chapter 46, Is one kiss too much? Junior female student Zhiqiu is in the library. On the other side of the library, Zhang Linjia, who was studying for the graduate entrance exam, couldn't help but feel a surge of joy upon seeing the news in the QQ group, Campus Belle Guard Squad. The last time he saw Junior Lin meeting a guy at the West Campus sports field, he was heartbroken. So, he ordered the football players to kick the ball toward the man, only stopping because he worried it might hit Lin Zhiqiu. His mood only improved later when he learned in the group that they were not a couple. Sure enough, such an ordinary man was unworthy of Junior Lin. Only he, the only son of the Huachuang Real Estate CEO, the president of the Zhang University School of Mechanical Engineering Student Council, the department heartthrob of the Mechanical Engineering Department, and the school football team captain of Zhang University was worthy of being with Junior Lin. I must seize this opportunity and get together with Junior Lin soon. That way, the days spent studying for the exam won't be so dull with her companionship. During lunchtime, the library was relatively empty, as many people had gone to eat or returned to their dorms to rest. Zhang Linjia packed up his things and began sweeping the floors of the library. Before long, he spotted Lin Zhiqiu, but the scene was slightly different from what he had imagined. Once you get used to drinking it, it won't taste sweet anymore, right? Drinking a sip of watermelon juice followed by a sip of water seems to work well. You're still blaming me for adding too much sugar. Actually, you could just use the juicer directly, there's no need to add any ingredients. Lin Xinyu pouted her lips and bumped Zhiqiu's shoulder in dissatisfaction. Seriously, this guy takes advantage of the situation and then acts innocent. Doesn't he know that many people in the school envy him? This was juice she personally squeezed, anyone else would drink it even if it were chilly water. Zhiqiu chuckled lightly, "Junior female student, you don't need to be discouraged. If you squeeze more juice for your roommates to drink, your skill level will improve." "No way, I'll only squeeze it for you," Lin Xinyu retorted with a smile. "Speaking of which, senior male student, aren't you going to eat lunch?" "I only ate breakfast after class, so I'm not hungry now. I'll eat after classes this afternoon." "What about you?" "I already ate before I came." Sitting beside Zhiqiu, she felt especially calm and comfortable, even though she hadn't written a single word of the homework she brought. She wanted to cherish the time spent with the senior male student, the homework could wait until she returned to the dorm. At this moment, Zhang Linji's eyes were wide open, and seeing the scene of dog food before him, he suddenly felt a storehouse of anger demanding release. His carefully repaired mood shattered immediately. That was the goddess in his heart, yet she was acting so intimately with another boy. Jealousy made him furious. After being rejected by Lin Xinyu last time, he thought his sincerity wasn't enough, which was why he failed to move her. So he thought of the most formal and traditional way to confess, writing a love letter. He used the most magnificent language he had ever learned, pouring his affection for Junior Lin into the love letter. He wrote 10 full pages of A4 paper for it. He believed that when Lin Xinyu saw this love letter, she would be moved to tears and accept his pursuit. After all, he had always firmly believed that only he and Junior Lin were a perfect match at Zhang University. But what was the scene before his eyes? The aloof Lin Xinyu, who had rejected him and many other suitors, now looked like a sweet and thoughtful junior female student, and she was sitting next to the same boy from the sports field that day. Her eyes were filled with unconcealed joy and satisfaction, and she occasionally leaned closer, seemingly smelling the boy's scent. Jealousy causes plasmolysis, jealousy makes me unrecognizable. At this moment, Zhang Linji felt like he was about to crack open. The library at noon was gentle and quiet. Zhiqiu rested his face on one hand, feeling slightly drowsy. Lin Xinyu saw him close his eyes. Her heart fluttered, and she couldn't help but move closer. "Senior male student, are you asleep?" Lin Xinyu asked softly. Zhiqiu didn't reply, acting as if he were asleep. The senior male student looked so handsome from this angle. Lin Xinyu quietly gazed at Zhiqiu's sleeping profile, he looked like a drowsy little puppy. "I didn't get to kiss him just now, so one kiss now wouldn't be too much, right?" Thinking of this, Lin Xinyu's pretty face flushed slightly. If she missed an opportunity like this, she wouldn't know when the next one would come. However, when Lin Xinyu looked around, she noticed many eyes secretly watching her. Due to her persona as the aloof campus belle and a girl's natural reserve, Lin Xinyu abandoned the idea. Zhang Linji couldn't bear to watch any longer, so he walked over and sat down opposite Lin Xinyu and Zhiqiu, a confident smile on his face. "Junior female student, long time no see. How have you been lately? Since you rejected me last time, I went back and thought for a long time. I realized I was too rash back then, and my confession wasn't sincere enough." "You are, who? Do we know each other?" Lin Xinyu frowned deeply. This person, whom she barely remembered, was actually interrupting her little world with the senior male student. Hearing Lin Xinyu's words, Zhang Linji was slightly stunned. Was this a new joke Junior Lin had learned? Or was it a currently popular way to reply? "I'm Zhang Linji. The one you rejected when I confessed to you downstairs at the girls' dormitory building." "Oh. You remember? Zhang Linja was slightly excited. No. Confessions happen every day downstairs at the girls' dormitory building this month, how could she possibly remember every single one? Zhang Linja's mouth twitched awkwardly. She didn't remember him, even though it had been less than a month since she rejected his confession. How could a life winner and favored son of heaven like him be forgotten? Zhang Linja found it hard to accept. Junior female student, look closely at me. I'm the one who drove the sports car and gave you roses. Oh, I remember now. Lin Xinyu thought back carefully. You're the cringy guy. What? Cringy guy? You're the one who kept saying cringy pickup lines downstairs at the dorm building that day, making all my roommates laugh. Hearing that the heartfelt love lines he had painstakingly prepared that night were mocked as cringy pickup lines, Zhang Linja's heart shattered once more. He had always thought that even though the confession failed, his superior family background, handsome appearance, and elegant demeanor had left a deep impression. He never expected to earn the nickname cringy guy. Zhang Linja stated that he could not accept this, something must have gone wrong. He stared wide-eyed at Lin Xinyu. Junior female student, how could you not know me? You're joking, right? Why can't I not know you? Am I supposed to know everyone who confesses to me? Lin Xinyu felt like she was about to burst out laughing at his logic. But I've been thinking about you all this time. So many people miss me, you're not special. Lin Xinyu frowned. Why was this person so persistent? Junior female student, I cannot accept this. Zhang Linja's tone was agitated, and he was about to say more, but Lin Xinyu interrupted him. Hey, keep your voice down. Don't disturb the senior male student's nap. Lin Xinyu glanced anxiously at Zhiqiu sitting beside her. By now, Zhiqiu had shifted from resting his face on his hand to sleeping face down on the table. Could it be that school started recently, and he was busy with the milk tea shop's business and didn't sleep well at night? Why is this guy so inconsiderate? Loud noise is prohibited in the library, he'll wake up the senior male student. Hashtag 47 Do you already know? AI model, Gemini 2.0 Flash. Chapter 47, You already know? Junior Lin interrupted him, just so she wouldn't disturb that guy's rest. Zhang Linja was instantly overwhelmed by jealousy and humiliation. Junior female student, do you know how much I've missed you these past days? More than 20 days and nights. I don't know, and I don't want to know, Lin Xinyu pouted. But what should I do about my feelings? Zhang Linja took 10 sheets of A4 paper from his backpack. This is a love letter I wrote for you. He had already imagined the touching scene where Junior Lin would be moved to tears after reading the letter, and he couldn't help but lift his head high. Too long, didn't read. Also, don't you think you're being greasy? Zhang Linja widened his eyes. Why was Junior Lin's reaction different from what he expected? A life winner and favored son of heaven like him had garnered the titles tacky bro and greasy in half a day. But I like you. Zhang Linja's mouth twitched slightly. Lin Xinyu's pretty face grew colder. What does your liking me have to do with me? Just because you like me, do I have to respond to you? Lin Xinyu's aloof reply left Zhang Linja speechless for a moment. Meanwhile, the campus Bell Guard group chat was in an uproar. I saw that Commander Zhang couldn't hold back anymore and launched his confession charge. Do you think Commander Zhang has a chance of succeeding with his confession? I feel that Commander Zhang has the greatest hope among the nearly 100 people in our group. I think Commander Zhang can win. I don't think so. No one who confessed to the campus belle has succeeded all these days. I think it doesn't matter who the campus belle is with, as long as she is happy. As soon as this was said, the group chat went quiet for a few minutes. Isn't that too humble? But what you said seems reasonable. I actually can't refute that. Anyway, Campus Belle Lin can't possibly be with me, so I agree with your point of view. The group fell silent until news of a new development arrived. I'm here right now. Commander Zhang took out his ultimate weapon, a 10-page A4 love letter. I feel his chances of winning are high. The scene is a bit different from what we imagined. Campus Bell Lin didn't even look at Commander Jiang's love letter. Commander Zhang is probably finished. Bury him. Give our comrade a proper burial. The aloof Campus Bell is back. This is the Campus Bell Lin they are familiar with, the group members sighed. Why is it so noisy around here? What time is it? Did I oversleep? Zhiqiu rubbed his sleepy eyes and checked the time on his phone. Fortunately, it was only 1:20 p.m. Then he noticed a strange guy sitting opposite him, while junior female student beside him wore an indifferent expression. Senior male student, you're awake. Did we disturb you just now? Seeing Zhiqiu sit up, Lin Xinyu asked with concern. I'm fine. I haven't adjusted my schedule from the National Day holiday yet. So I always feel a bit sleepy during the day. Then I'll make you some lemon juice tomorrow. It helps refresh you. Junior female student, you're too kind, but I don't want to be a scumbag. I'm not pursuing you. This is just concern between friends. Zhiqiu yawned and stretched. By the way, were you two discussing something? Zhiqiu noticed that Zhang Linjia across from him was looking at him with a chilling gaze. No, I don't even know him, Lin Xinyu replied with a smile. All right then, the afternoon class is at 2 o'clock. I should probably head to the classroom. What about you, junior female student? Zhiqiu packed his books. I don't have class this afternoon. I plan to go back to the dorm. Senior male student, let's walk together. After speaking, Lin Xinyu also cleared her belongings. Hearing that he was a stranger to Lin Xinyu, and seeing the contrasting way she treated others, Zhang Linjia was petrified on the spot. By the way, junior female student, the school is full of your suitors. If you act like this, it makes things very difficult for me. South Garden and the Science Building were in the same direction. The two walked side by side on Academy Road, and Zhiqiu spoke up. Lin Xinyu looked at him with a radiant smile. What, senior male student, do you feel disadvantaged by having rumors spread about us? Very disadvantaged? I'm inexplicably watched and resented by others, Zhiqiu sighed. But I've clarified several times already that we are not dating. Hearing this, Zhiqiu suddenly thought of a possibility and was momentarily stunned. Senior male student, why are you standing there in a daze? Lin Xinyu noticed Zhiqiu had stopped walking and hadn't followed her. Junior female student, I know now why you are so good to me. Zhiqiu's eyes shone brightly, as if he had found the correct answer. Oh, is that so? You already know. Hearing Zhiqiu's words, Xinyu felt the little deer in her heart jumping wildly. Nervous, flustered, yet full of anticipation. Did he finally know? Although she had always looked forward to this day, she was used to their daily routine and wasn't mentally prepared. How should she react when he reveals the truth later? Should she blame him for discovering it so late? Or should she gently say, boyfriend, please be gentle? Should she pretend to be aloof and stand still? Or should she happily leap into his arms? For a moment, Lin Xinyu's mind was in a fierce struggle, and she remained frozen on the spot. Then tell me, why am I so good to senior male student? Lin Xinyu looked at Zhiqiu with anticipation and nervousness. Zhiqiu showed a confident smile and shouted the catchphrase of a certain famous detective. There is only one truth. Zhiqiu paused dramatically as if he had solved a mystery. Junior female student, you've constantly had suitors since you entered school, but you don't want to date. You must be very troubled. Huh? What do you mean? Lin Xinyu was a bit confused. This seemed different from what she had expected. So you found a shield for yourself, just like you said at the time. You randomly found a senior male student to tour the campus with, and then spread dating rumors with him to make those suitors give up. So I'm just your shield. After all, merely touring the campus with you isn't worth this kind of repayment. Zhiqiu smirked confidently and calmly. Lin Xinyu felt like she had gone completely blank. She had been anticipating this moment for so long, and yet the truth this guy came up with was this. If I were looking for a shield, would I need to sleep in your quilt? If I were looking for a shield, would I need to return to Zhongcheng early to meet you and your parents? Lin Xinyu lowered her head. Senior male student, you are truly too clever. I almost want to give you a thumbs up. Of course, Zhiqiu laughed heartily. Let's go, don't waste time on the road. Zhiqiu stepped forward and walked alongside Lin Xinyu. Awoo! Lin Xinyu wrinkled her delicate nose, showed her two small canines, pulled up Zhiqiu's wrist, and bit down on it. I'll bite you to death, you big genius. Humph. After biting him, Lin Xinyu fiercely stomped on Zhiqiu's foot and strode away. It was infuriating. She thought he had finally understood something, but she had been looking forward to nothing. Zhiqiu stood on the spot with a bewildered look. What kind of scene was junior female student putting on? Sure enough, the college pig-headed boy won't dream of the cute junior female student. He was still not good at dealing with this junior female student. #48 A gentle and handsome boss AI model, Gemini 2.5 Flash. Chapter 48, The Gentle and Handsome Boss. Since the incident where the truth was revealed, campus belle Lin hasn't come looking for him these past 2 days, whether she's angry or just busy. Although he was slightly unaccustomed to it, Zhiqiu was happy to see the situation. His peaceful university life had finally returned. 12 noon, Ziwan Snack Street. Although the daily milk tea shop's business didn't have the long queues it did during the half-price promotion, it was still booming. The milk tea shop was almost full, and there were quite a few people taking photos and checking in. Many Zhang University students have become loyal fans of the daily milk tea shop. Even though students from other campus districts were farther from Ziwan Snack Street, they preferred Dailu milk tea when they didn't have classes. Due to the increase in popularity, students from surrounding universities like Keida and Caida also came to buy milk tea, as did some members of society who specifically came for it. Although it was closed during the National Day holiday, after a round of promotion on Moments, Dailu milk tea has become popular in the surrounding area, and the matter of opening a branch is proceeding systematically. Many people who came because of the reputation primarily wanted to check in at this culturally rich milk tea shop, but they ultimately succumbed to the wonderful taste of the specialty milk tea. Of course, great fame also brings trouble. Many people sneakily tried to investigate the back kitchen of the daily milk tea shop. But Zhiqiu wouldn't let them succeed, as the daily milk tea shop's exclusive secret recipe was the main reason for its popularity. Around 1 o'clock, since many people had afternoon classes, the staff at the milk tea shop finally got a moment of leisure and rest. After the embarrassing incident at Zhiqiu's house, Li Fengjin has been blushing and keeping her distance whenever she sees him, which makes Zhiqiu feel helpless. Just like that, it was almost time for classes, and the 4 people began cleaning up the milk tea shop. Inside the shop, Wang Ying, Zhang Xian, and Li Fengjin were cleaning the tables, while Zhiqiu was sweeping the floor. At this moment, Zhiqiu, who was sweeping the trash near the entrance, felt a special gaze. Since acquiring the high-efficiency exercise bracelet, his senses had been greatly enhanced, which was why this barely perceptible gaze had alerted him. After looking around, he found the source of the gaze at the entrance of a barber shop on Ziwan Snack Street. It was a middle-aged woman in her 30s, dressed in professional OL attire. Because she was wearing a mask, her face was unclear, but she had excellent temperament and a good figure. In front of her was a white Maserati sedan, and the Neptune's trident emblem was particularly striking. This woman kept secretly glancing into the daily milk tea shop every few minutes, talking into an earphone while she did so, just like in a Hong Kong police movie. Although his milk tea recipe was very appealing, it shouldn't warrant this kind of attention, Zhiqiu wondered. After realizing Zhiqiu had noticed her, the woman quickly got back into the car. Before long, accompanied by the pleasing sound of the engine, the Maserati left Ziwan Snack Street. Zhiqiu felt puzzled. Had the secret about him having a system been exposed? At this moment, Li Fengjin walked up to him, her pretty face slightly flushed. "Boss, I'm sorry, that was one of my family's housekeepers. It must be someone my father sent." Although Zhiqiu had previously said she could call him a Chiu privately, since it was working hours, Li Fengjin still called Zhiqiu boss. "Your father? A housekeeper? Why are all the girls around me wealthy women?" Li Fengjin nodded. "The bricks today are especially hot, and the breeze brushes my face. I feel lost and helpless. I wish a wealthy woman would see through my feigned strength, let me drop all my disguises, and walk into her heart." Zhiqiu sighed. "Boss, what are you talking about? That's nonsense." After a brief exchange, the awkwardness between the two of them eased considerably. "So why did your father send your family's housekeeper to monitor you? Didn't I mention last time that I had a fight with him? He wanted to arrange a business marriage for me, and I refused. He probably sent someone to check on my current situation." "So that's what happened," Zhiqiu breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. It seemed his system and the milk tea shop recipe were safe for now. "Since it's your family matter, I won't get involved, as long as it doesn't affect your work." Zhiqiu delivered his capitalist statement. "Okay, thank you, boss." Li Fengjin sighed in relief. The boss was indeed as gentle and handsome as ever. Just as Li Fengjin had speculated, Li Fenghang, Li Fengjin's father, had assumed that his daughter would compromise when he cut off her living expenses and froze her credit card. But almost a month had passed, and he still hadn't received news of his daughter compromising. After an investigation, he discovered she was working part-time at a milk tea shop. That's why Father Li sent the housekeeper to monitor Li Fengjin's situation and provide help if necessary. After all, parents cherish their children, especially their own little princess. Li Fenghang wouldn't let his little cotton-padded jacket suffer. However, he couldn't bring himself to interfere, and working was also a good form of experience for Li Fengjin, so Li Fenghang didn't intervene. He just had the housekeeper check on her situation occasionally. "Wait, you were cleaning the tables inside. Why did you come out?" As if he had discovered a blind spot, Zhiqiu looked at Li Fengjin and asked. "I accidentally knocked over a few cups of milk tea today, and I came out to grab the tools to clean it up," Li Fengjin answered truthfully. Zhiqiu felt helpless. "You've been working at the milk tea shop for weeks now. How can you still be so careless?" "My brain is being careful, but my hands just aren't cooperating," Li Fengjin stuck out her little tongue. "Don't put too much pressure on yourself," Zhiqiu said with concern. "Okay." Li Fengjin was happy, it seemed the boss still cared about her. "Since knocking over the milk tea already means a deduction from your pay, don't let it ruin your mood too." "That wouldn't be worth it," Zhiqiu concluded. Li Fengjin had just been touched by the boss's words, only to realize this was the real meaning. She had even praised him as a gentle and handsome boss, yet all he ever thought about was deducting pay, deducting pay, deducting pay. Couldn't he see her beauty through all the talk of money? After she returned to school from his house last time, he hadn't even thought about inviting her to hang out during the National Day holiday. However, Li Fengjin still felt warm inside, because even though the boss always talked about deductions, he actually paid her full wages. The next morning, Zhiqiu received a WeChat message from Su Wentao during class. "Voice of the Waves, boss, the remaining 3 shops we intended to sublease have all been successfully subleased. Voice of the Waves, all 3 shops were subleased for 2 years. The repayment is 930,000 yuan, which has already been transferred. The bank message should arrive shortly. Hashtag 49 I am devoted to my boss. Chapter 49, I am completely devoted to the boss. Zhiqiu looked at his phone and confirmed he had received the bank transfer notification. His bank card balance had increased from over 380,000 to over 1.3 million. How are things progressing with the branch stores and the investment company? Zhiqiu asked via message. Voice of the Waves, the billboards, milk tea equipment and tables and chairs for the 10 branch stores have all been arranged. Voice of the Waves, currently, 3 stores have finished hiring their store managers and servers, and the remaining few are in progress. Voice of the Waves, in addition, Zhiqiu company rented a 70 square meter office building in Huijin Center, and has already hired 4 employees, making 5 of us in total, including myself. That's very well done. Zhiqiu sent an OK emoji. As expected of a professional salesman, when Su Wentao first joined him, Zhiqiu had used the Search for Business Opportunities feature to check his stats. His various indicators were excellent, and one point in the description was enthusiastic about work and loyal to the boss. Therefore, Zhiqiu accepted Su Wentao's employment application without hesitation at the time. Just as Zhiqiu was about to end the conversation, Su Wentao's WeChat message arrived again. Voice of the Waves, boss, did you forget something? Forgot what? Zhiqiu thought for a while but still had no clue, so he sent a cat question mark emoji. Voice of the Waves, boss, you said you would reimburse me after all the shops were subleased, including various expenses for the branch stores, employee salary payments, office building rent, etc. Because he was covering all these expenses, Wentao had spent most of his own commission. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Working this hard, even a capitalist would shed tears. Seeing Su Wentao's message, Zhiqiu couldn't help but laugh. He really seemed to have forgotten about this matter. Wentao, tell me your bank card number, and I'll transfer some money to you. Voice of the Waves, okay, boss, my bank card number is 621474143. Not long after, Su Wentao received 500,000 transferred by Zhiqiu. Wentao, keep up the good work. Here's 500,000 first to cover various expenses. Also, you should change your car. Go buy a BMW 3 Series or a Mercedes C-Class. I'll reimburse you once the company and branches are running smoothly. People working for Zhiqiu company still need to have a basic level of prestige when traveling. Voice of the Waves, understood, boss. Seeing Zhiqiu's message, Su Wentao was moved to tears. He truly hadn't followed the wrong person. He asked for reimbursement, and the boss transferred 500,000 without a second thought. He couldn't let down the boss's trust. In any case, he'd go buy a car first. If the boss told him to change cars, he would change. The moon was bright, the stars were sparse, and magpies flew south. When night fell, the street lights on Z1 Snack Street began to turn on, and neon signs flickered. Because Z1 Snack Street is inside Zhang University, there used to be very few cars on the Snack Street at night. After all, the main demographic consisted of students, single people, and couples coming out for dinner and shopping. But since Dailu milk tea became a phenomenon around Zhang University, the situation had changed somewhat. All sorts of private cars started appearing here. It was even difficult to find a parking spot on weekends. This indirectly showed the popularity effect of the Dailu milk tea shop. At this time, the Dailu milk tea shop was still full of people drinking milk tea and checking in. Everything was going smoothly, except for Li Fengjin. Throughout the day, she made several mistakes, such as mixing up customer orders, turning a strawberry bobo milk tea into a mango pomelo sago with coconut milk, and clumsily adding the wrong ingredients. With a sound, Li Fengjin knocked over her 5th cup of milk tea for the day. Boss, Wu. I didn't do it on purpose. Zhiqiu forced a smile. Fengjin, is this milk tea hot to the touch? No. Li Fengjin lowered her head. Then is it biting people? Alright, boss, I really know I was wrong. Li Fengjin pouted, looking wronged. She used to be a pampered young lady who was waited on hand and foot. She was still unaccustomed to doing service work like this. Why don't you take a break and watch how your roommates do it? After all, knocking over 1 cup of milk tea costs you an hour's wage. Zhiqiu chose to fake a smile and appear composed. Okay, I'll observe carefully then. Li Fengjin sat down next to Zhiqiu. That spot was in the back kitchen area but offered a clear view of the counter. Her bright and clear eyes stared quietly at her roommates working at the front, her expression extremely focused. But after watching for a while, Li Fengjin felt deflated. Wang Ying and Zhang Xian made milk tea incredibly fast, adding ingredients, sealing, and packaging in one smooth motion. Compared to them, she was practically slacking off. Li Fengjin sighed, turned her head, and looked at Zhiqiu. Boss, if you really deduct wages, how much should be deducted from me now? How many cups of milk tea have you messed up or wasted these past few days? About 5 cups, I guess. I see. That's not too bad, actually quite good for you. And how many cups of milk tea have you knocked over? Let me count. Li Fengjin started counting on her fingers, about 22 cups, I think. Zhiqiu sighed, why so many? The rate of knocking over milk tea is even higher than the rate of messing up or wasting it. I don't know what's wrong. Whenever there are too many customers and I get busy, I knock them over, Li Fengjin explained softly. Ajin, tell me honestly, are you an undercover agent sent by a competitor specifically to mess with me? Of course not. I am completely devoted to the boss. Looking at Li Fengjin's small, earnest expression as she argued her case, Zhiqiu couldn't help but want to laugh. Never mind. As long as you're okay, I won't deduct your wages. Zhiqiu took a sip of his own original flavor milk tea. Although he liked making money, he was definitely not a ruthless capitalist. Li Fengjin brought customer traffic to the daily milk tea shop, or rather, a portion of the reason why many university students and even members of the public came to buy milk tea was because of Li Fengjin. After all, who wouldn't want to drink milk tea made by a beauty on the level of the campus belle? Just watching the campus belle make milk tea for them felt warm and thoughtful. Compared to that, the small amount of money lost from knocking over a few cups of milk tea was insignificant. But Li Fengjin clearly wasn't thinking that way. She felt the boss was too gentle. She had knocked over so many cups of milk tea, yet he hadn't deducted her salary. Previously in September, she had only worked 2 weeks but was paid for the entire month, and when he saw she was in a bad mood, he even took her for a drive. It could be said that without the boss, she would definitely have bowed her head to her father by now. The boss was the type of person who was strict when necessary and gentle when appropriate. After temporarily cutting ties with her father, having lacked maternal love since childhood, she felt she had lost all familial affection. Although her roommates were also very good to her, they couldn't fill the void she felt. Thinking of this, Li Fengjin couldn't help but feel a little lost. Life is hard. Li Fengjin sighed. #50 TV dramas are all lies. Chapter 50, TV dramas are all lies. Fortunately, however, in her boss, she once again found that warm, brotherly, and fatherly feeling. Boss. Li Fengjin looked at Zhiqiu, who was scrolling through short for a specific social media, and was slightly lost in thought. What's wrong? Feeling Li Fengjin's gaze, Zhiqiu turned his head. Just say whatever you want to say, it's fine. The boss is so gentle, both in personality and tone. Li Fengjin's pretty face flushed slightly. "Can I call you Dad?" Clang. Zhiqiu, startled, dropped his phone onto the table. "Call him Dad? What the heck? What kind of shameful play is this? Or maybe a fetish project? Ajin, I am a serious person. I don't participate in these paid projects." Zhiqiu shook his head. Li Fengjin frowned slightly. "Can't I just call you that once? We're about the same age. Calling me big brother or little brother might be pushing it, let alone Dad." Zhiqiu quickly picked up his phone and moved away from Li Fengjin, but unexpectedly, Li Fengjin also moved closer to him. "Boss, I feel like you treat me better than fatherly. He ignored my feelings and made me get married for alliance. But you are different. Sometimes gentle, sometimes strict, just like the ideal father. My mother passed away early. Fatherly spoiled me since childhood, but he later started a business and rarely had a chance to come home. That's why I especially want to experience true fatherly love once." Zhiqiu felt like he had gone completely dumbfounded. He didn't know why the situation had developed like this. He had always conducted business from a capitalist's perspective, so how did he become both strict and gentle? Was this really happening to him? Why did he have no recollection of it himself? Just as the two were locked in a silent standoff, a pleasant wave of sound came from outside the milk tea shop, capturing both their attention. 3 sedans, 2 black and 1 white, stopped in the parking spots near the Daily Milk Tea Shop. Zhiqiu recognized one of them. It was the car driven by the person who had been secretly observing the milk tea shop yesterday. According to Li Fengjin's explanation yesterday, that was a female housekeeper from her family who had come to observe her current living situation. But why was she here again today, and what were the other 2 cars for? Just as Zhiqiu was speculating, the doors of the 3 cars opened one after another. The person who got out of the white car was still the female housekeeper, but she wasn't wearing a mask, revealing her attractive appearance. A middle-aged man in casual wear got out of the middle car, and the remaining car held several people dressed as bodyguards in black clothes. The man hesitated slightly while standing at the entrance of the milk tea shop, but eventually chose to leave the bodyguards and female housekeeper waiting outside, and walked toward the back kitchen himself. Wang Ying and Zhang Xian had intended to stop him, but they moved aside after realizing he was Li Fengjin's fatherly. Seeing her fatherly walk over, Li Fengjin also stepped forward, and the atmosphere was one of silent confrontation. Just like that, the tense atmosphere lasted for a few minutes. "Fengjin, fatherly was wrong," the middle-aged man finally said after a long silence. "That's it?" This sentence completely broke Zhiqiu, who was watching on the side. Given the grand scale of the entrance, he had mentally prepared for a dramatic conflict between father and daughter. Fatherly would arrange for bodyguards to forcibly take Li Fengjin away, and then he, Zhiqiu, would step in for a heroic rescue. Afterward, fatherly would toss him a bank card worth several million, demanding that he stay away from Li Fengjin. He would hold the bank card but be unable to defeat the bodyguards, forced to swallow his pride and accept the card, and then spend wildly to take revenge on fatherly. How could his little internal drama end before it even started? Meanwhile, Li Fengjin and fatherly clearly weren't concerned about the feelings of Zhiqiu, who was observing the drama. "Fengjin, fatherly was wrong. I won't arrange for you to enter into an alliance marriage anymore." Seeing that Li Fengjin didn't respond, fatherly spoke again. Li Fengjin's father Li Fenghang, chairman of Jiangan Media Group Co., Ltd. He was a billionaire worth billions, but he was completely unskilled at disciplining his daughter. The only thing he knew how to do was spoil her. But usually, he was busy with his career, so he could only provide material indulgence. The target of this commercial marriage alliance was also a promising young talent whom fatherly greatly admired, unlike other second-generation rich who only knew how to squander their family fortune. That's why Father Li wanted Li Fengjin to marry for alliance, but he failed to consider his daughter's feelings. After nearly a month of cold war with his daughter, Li Fenghang couldn't bear it anymore. His daughter could marry anyone she wanted, he couldn't let his baby daughter turn against him, could he? Anyone who had seen Li Fenghang in the workplace would surely be shocked to see his current humble appearance. After all, when had this major figure who dominated the business world ever spoken to someone in such a meek manner? Really? Hearing Father Li's last sentence, Li Fengjin finally responded, and her cold expression eased slightly. Really? You haven't been home for a month. Come home with Father Li, Father Li said with a smile intended to please his daughter. I still have work and school, Li Fengjin neither agreed nor refused. Then coming home this weekend should be fine, right? Hearing that Li Fengjin hadn't explicitly refused, Father Li suggested. Fine, but you can't interfere with my daily routine. Li Fengjin didn't want the relationship with Father Li to become too strained, so seeing him compromise, she nodded. After receiving his daughter's affirmative reply, Li Fenghang smiled with relief, then turned his gaze toward Zhiqiu, who was watching the drama unfold nearby. Mr. Ye, hello. My daughter has caused you trouble here. Thank you for taking care of her. It must be said that Li Fenghang had a knack for dealing with people and didn't hold himself aloof because of his status. He had investigated Zhiqiu and knew he was not only Li Fengjin's boss but also her classmate. Of course, he had to treat his daughter's classmate kindly. Shouldn't you be tossing a bank card at me? Zhiqiu, with a look of astonishment, voiced the confusion in his heart. What bank card? Father Li looked at him with an expression that said, Are you okay? Nothing. Zhiqiu sighed. Sure enough, TV dramas were all lies. Mr. Ye, I've looked into you. Starting a business at such a young age, the Daily Milk Tea Shop is already well known in Zhongcheng. Truly formidable young man. Father Li was a major figure who had dominated the business world for many years, so receiving such praise from him was rare. Thinking about the lack of a bank card, Zhiqiu replied perfunctorily. Seeing the two talking, Li Fengjin proactively walked over. Let me reintroduce everyone. This is my father Li. Hello, uncle. Zhiqiu's greeting sounded somewhat weak. And this is my university classmate and boss, my new dad. Hello, brother Ye. Father Li reacted halfway through his sentence, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. You want to be my daughter's new dad? Father Li's tone clearly turned much colder when he said the word dad. Holy crap! How should he answer this question? Zhiqiu fell into momentary thought. Hashtag 51 Kind Father Li. Chapter 51, The Amiable Father Li. You want to be my daughter's new father? In the back kitchen of the Daily Milk Tea Shop, Father Li's aura clearly turned cold. Zhiqiu froze on the spot, because the familiar system sound echoed in his mind. Dash. Ding, detecting that the host is currently in super normie mode. The entertainment instance has now been activated. Option 1, admit to becoming Li Fengjin's new father. Reward, 5% shares of Dawan film industry. Option 2, deny becoming Li Fengjin's new father. Reward, a copy of the major records of entertainment gossip. Although the reward for option 1 clearly looked much better, anyone with normal intelligence and a bit of survival instinct wouldn't admit it, right? If he admitted it, he would definitely be punched to death by the enraged old father, and Zhiqiu himself had no such provocative intentions. Uncle Li, Fengjin was actually just joking to lighten the mood. Zhiqiu said, winking at Li Fengjin. Ding, detecting that the host has made a choice. Rewarding 1 copy of the major records of entertainment gossip. After making the choice, Zhiqiu felt a small book appear in his pants pocket. I see. Fengjin has become humorous too. Hearing Zhiqiu's explanation, Father Li's expression softened considerably. I wasn't joking. I was serious. Li Fengjin, on the other side, ignored Ye Zhiqiu's subtle glance and stated her true thoughts. Oh, Mr. Ye, I'll give you a chance to explain, otherwise, he. Father Li revealed a kindly expression. Fengjin, explain clearly to uncle, and I'll agree to any other request you have, alright. Seeing Father Li's face turning dark, Ye Zhiqiu appealed to Li Fengjin for help. You really agree to anything? Li Fengjin was calculating whether it was worth it. Really, hurry up, or the old man is going to give me a blow of fury. Ye Zhiqiu felt the pressure was immensely great. Boss, you said that, okay. Li Fengjin nodded. Dad, I was just joking. It's your fault for hardly paying attention to me for a whole month. Li Fengjin said to Father Li. It's Dad's fault. Fengjin, have you eaten? How about I treat you and Mr. Ye to a meal? Hearing his daughter's explanation, Father Li said with a smile. This is the first time I've treated my daughter's classmate to a meal. I hope Mr. Ye will do me the honor. Also, I have a few questions I'd like to ask Mr. Ye. Ye Zhiqiu, who was standing beside them, originally wanted to refuse, but seeing Father Li's amiable expression, he could only nod in agreement. The two got into Father Li's Bentley car and arrived at a magnificent hotel. After instructing the butler and bodyguards to wait outside the door, the three entered a private room. The busy Li Fengjin was clearly exhausted and was eating with her head down. Meanwhile, Father Li and Ye Zhiqiu also began to converse. As fellow university students, compared to my Fengjin, Mr. Ye is truly young and promising. Father Li praised. Uncle Li, you flatter me. I just couldn't sit still in university, so I opened a shop for fun. Ye Zhiqiu replied modestly. Opening a phenomenal milk tea shop right away, and having 10 branches under development, Mr. Ye is playing quite well. Ye Zhiqiu chuckled softly and offered no further explanation. Sigh, Father Li sighed, looking at Li Fengjin who was desperately eating nearby. My little girl is spoiled by me. Please excuse her, Mr. Ye. I'm usually quite busy with work and don't have much time to manage her life. Although I've also made arrangements with her roommate, if Fengjin encounters difficulties at school, I hope Mr. Ye can lend a hand. Since we are classmates and friends, even without Uncle Li saying so, I wouldn't stand idly by if Fengjin had trouble. Ye Zhiqiu replied seriously. It's good to hear that from Mr. Ye. Speaking of which, what exactly is the relationship between Mr. Ye and my little girl? Father Li asked the question he most wanted answered. Fengjin and I are just friends. Ye Zhiqiu said with sincerity. Just friends, yet she calls you dad. Father Li looked amiable. I already explained that, it was just something said in anger, a joke. Ye Zhiqiu avoided Father Li's gaze. Oh, is that true? It is. In that case, I was abrupt earlier. Mr. Ye, let's have a drink together. Since Ye Zhiqiu was still a university student, the two only drank beer. Ye Zhiqiu drained the beer in his cup and couldn't help but want to laugh as he watched Li Fengjin eating with her head down. Mr. Ye, as a young person, do you have any new insights regarding the entertainment industry? As a few drinks went down, the relationship between the two deepened considerably. They began chatting about various topics. Since Father Li himself ran an entertainment company, he brought up this question. I think many artists in the entertainment circle are undeserving of their positions, and the salaries of traffic stars are somewhat outrageous. It would be better to rely heavily on some talented actors. Ye Zhiqiu offered his opinion. Dog head for safety. I admit that what Mr. Ye said makes some sense, but in today's society, traffic is everything. Even if the movies made by some traffic stars are terrible, their fans still pay for them. Clearly, Father Li still sided with traffic. Take the Spring Festival New Year film our company is planning this year, for example. We are currently in the casting selection phase. The male lead I plan to use is Zhiqiu. Although his pay is 100 million and he has no acting skills, he has a huge fan base, and his previous New Year films have done well at the box office. The box office appeal of Traffic stars is far beyond what those talented actors can compare to. Father Lee spoke at length about the benefits of Traffic stars, and Zhiqiu couldn't refute him. However, he remembered the major records of entertainment gossip he was rewarded with, so he opened it and found gossip about Zhiqiu in the first few pages. "Uncle Lee, I have something to say, but I'm not sure if I should." After finishing the gossip, Zhiqiu spoke. "Of course. Just say what you need to say. I hope Uncle Lee gives up on using Zhiqiu. His personal life is not very discreet. If something goes wrong later, the movie might not be released, and the money invested in the film will be wasted." Li Fenghang was stunned and looked at Zhiqiu with some uncertainty. What kind of joke is this? The male lead was practically finalized, and the script was written around him. How could they give up on him now? "Mr. Ye, you really like to joke." "I'm not joking. If you don't change the person, you will regret it." "Why?" "The reason is inconvenient for me to disclose, but I hope Uncle Lee considers it further." Zhiqiu's tone held no hint of joking. He couldn't directly tell Father Lee the reason. What if it was confirmed later and Father Lee came back to question him? This major records of entertainment gossip contained too much dirt. If it spread, it would affect his peaceful life. Moreover, even if he told him, Li Fenghang might not believe it. The best approach was to plant a seed of doubt in his heart. Every successful businessman has severe paranoia. When they start doubting a decision, they become cautious. #52 My status as a rich second-generation heir has been exposed. Chapter 52, The fact that I am a second-generation rich has been exposed. Mr. Ye, I appreciate your kindness. However, the matter of the male lead is crucial, and Li Mao will not change his mind easily. Seeing that Zhiqiu couldn't give a reason, Father Lee simply assumed Zhiqiu had heard some gossip somewhere. "Thank you, Mr. Ye, for taking care of Fengjin over the past month. From now on, Fengjin won't need to stay here and work." Father Lee clearly felt sorry for his daughter, worrying that studying and working part-time would be too exhausting for her. Hearing Father Lee's words, Zhiqiu was silent for a moment. "How about you let Fengjin stay here with me?" "What's the reason?" "Having her work here can be considered a form of training. After all, she needs to integrate into society eventually, and Uncle Lee can't look after her forever," Zhiqiu explained. "Are you kidding? School Beauty Lee has such a massive popularity effect. As a mature capitalist, he certainly couldn't just let her go." Father Lee's expression turned strange. "Mr. Ye, you aren't seriously thinking of becoming my daughter's new father, are you?" Zhiqiu could barely hold his chopsticks steady. "Become a father? What is going on?" Zhiqiu gave a wry smile. "I just hope Fengjin can integrate into society better, rather than staying under Uncle Lee's protection forever. What she truly needs is not material satisfaction but emotional care. The fact that she acknowledges a thief but not me as her father actually means she hopes you can genuinely care for her, rather than just compensating her materially." Li Fenghang raised his wine glass and poured himself a few drinks. "I never thought that after all these years of being a father, I wouldn't see things as clearly as Mr. Ye, an outsider. I am truly ashamed." After hearing Zhiqiu's words, Li Fenghang genuinely felt ashamed. After his wife passed away, he threw himself into the business world to numb himself, but he neglected the feelings of his baby daughter. While other children enjoyed happy childhoods under the care of their parents, she could only find a little warmth from her grandfather and grandmother. At this moment, Li Fengjin, who was focused on eating, choked up slightly. The boss had really spoken her mind. Sure enough, the boss was her real father. What a pity, I was born before father was born, and father was old when I was born. I hate that father was born late, and father hates that I was born early. After the meal, Father Li finally agreed to Zhiqiu's request, allowing Li Fengjin to continue her part-time job. After dropping the two off at the daily milk tea shop, Father Li left freely, leaving behind only the silhouette of a father. When the two returned to the milk tea shop, the daily milk tea shop was close to closing time. Zhiqiu. Because it was after work hours, Li Fengjin changed her address. What is it? Zhiqiu turned around to look at Li Fengjin behind him. Do you want to reconsider the matter of calling you father? Li Fengjin looked up, staring at him with a pair of big eyes. Zhiqiu smiled and patted Li Fengjin's head. I haven't even gotten married yet, I don't want to suddenly have a daughter, alright. Humph, cheapskate. Li Fengjin angrily returned to the milk tea shop to clean up. Immediately afterward, there was the sound of bottles and jars crashing down. Zhiqiu walked over and saw Li Fengjin cleaning up the mess with a wronged expression. Boss, I really didn't mean it, I know I made a mistake. Zhiqiu sighed. If he had known this would happen, he should have agreed to Father Li's request earlier. The man closely related to the campus belle is actually a hidden super second-generation rich. Rides a $1 million motorcycle and takes a luxury Bentley car late at night. His family definitely owns a mine. 10 p.m., Girls' Dormitory 315, Building 3, South Campus. A post pinned to the homepage of the campus forum caught the attention of the girls in the dormitory. The man the campus belle actively pursued is actually a hidden second-generation rich. The post included a picture of Zhiqiu riding a BMW HP4 race to the school gate, along with an introduction and price of the motorcycle. Another picture showed Zhiqiu getting out of the Bentley car and saying goodbye to Father Li. Wang Lu, Li Dongqing, and Zhang Suiai looked at the post on the computer, their faces full of surprise. Usually, Zhiqiu seemed very low-key, and his lifestyle was quite casual. Outsiders could tell that most of his clothes were non-branded items bought from Dobayo, yet they never expected him to be a hidden second-generation rich. The key was that despite being a second-generation rich, he never showed off, unlike some who practically wanted to write rich on their faces. Low-key luxury, what a rare quality. The three roommates felt they had underestimated the senior male student named Ye. Especially Zhang Suiai, whose heart raced as she recalled the time she spent alone with Zhiqiu. Everyone had previously been distracted by campus belle Lin's behavior, which went against her usual persona, and no one had bothered to understand what the real Zhiqiu was like. Previously, they thought Zhiqiu was just a handsome, ordinary senior male student, but now that perception was clearly invalid. Handsome, rich, and low-key, which junior female student could refuse such a high-quality, low-key luxurious senior male student? What if, besides being a second-generation rich, he also had business talent? Then the junior female students would probably rush to pursue him, letting him know that when girls take the initiative, boys don't stand a chance. They would let him know how diligent girls who were usually reserved could be in private, and at the same time, let him know that only the ox dies of exhaustion, never the field that is plowed. Inside the dorm, the gossip souls of the three girls burned fiercely. Before, I thought the senior male student wasn't good enough for Xinyu, but now it looks like Xinyu might be marrying above her station, Li Dongqing said, looking at Lin Xinyu, who was wearing a face mask. Xinyu, did you know the senior male student's true identity all along? Zhang Suiai was very curious. Otherwise, why would Xinyu keep such a close watch on the senior male student, even getting jealous when Zhang Suiai became his friend? If he's rich and handsome, the senior male student is certainly a good choice, especially since Xinyu likes him, Wang Lu summarized. The three girls were discussing hotly, but Lin Xinyu remained indifferent. She had only found out Zhiqiu was a second-generation rich a few days earlier than everyone else, and she didn't care about his money. She had been busy these past 2 days due to having many classes and student union work, so she hadn't had time to go visit the senior male student. But it had been 2 days, and that idiot senior male student hadn't even come to ask why she was angry that day. He hadn't sent a single message, but he was chatting happily with her other account. Silly dear. Thinking of this, Lin Xinyu sighed. The difficulty of conquering the senior male student must be hell level. On the other side, boys' dormitory 502, building 15, West Campus. Zhiqiu, you're being disloyal. You're clearly a second-generation rich, yet you've been hiding it from us. Tang Liguo, who valued loyalty, felt betrayed. Actually, I'm a first-generation rich, Yes Zhiqiu said truthfully. TCH, come on, Zhiqiu. Did your family receive compensation for demolition? Zhang Jun guessed the reason. When Zhiqiu changed his phone and computer last time, I told you he was a second-generation rich, but you didn't believe me. Lin Feng, whose family background was also decent, solidified his identity as a prophet. All right, my bad this time. I'll treat you guys to barbecue tomorrow night, how about that? Yes Zhiqiu suggested. Deal. Let's do it. For hiding it from us, we're going to get you hammered tomorrow. In a boys' dorm, there's nothing that one barbecue session can't fix, and if there is, then make it two. Hashtag 53 rounding down, you like me. Chapter 53, rounding up means you like me. Inside the female dormitory, Lin Xinyu looked at her pretty face in the dressing mirror, biting her lip lightly. That big idiot senior male student, he must be in the late stages of MAS, man allergy syndrome. She had thought he finally got a clue, but he concluded she just needed a shield. He almost made her laugh out of anger. Besides, when a girl gets angry and runs off, shouldn't the boy follow her? Not only did he not follow her, but 2 days later, he still hasn't asked why she was upset. Don't be angry, being angry makes you ugly, Lin Xinyu comforted herself. Just then, the screen of her phone, which was placed on the desk beside her, lit up. It was a familiar QQ message with an anime boy avatar. Yes Zhiqiu's screen name, babe, it's late, you're awake, and I'm awake. You must be thinking of me. I knew you loved me, my babe, woo woo woo. Yes Zhiqiu's screen name sent a peeking at the screen and laughing out loud meme. Ew, gross, where did you see that? Lin Xinyu, who had originally been angry, was amused. Yes Zhiqiu's screen name, I saw it while scrolling short for a specific social media. It's a simp diary entry, recommended to send to your own stinky treasure. Are you saying I stink? Silly deer sent a sulking meme. Yes Zhiqiu's screen name, no, you smell wonderful. Smooth talker. Speaking of which, how have things been between you and Campus Belle lately? Silly deer sent a checking up on you meme. Silly babe, I think something is off about you. Silly deer, what's off? I've noticed that ever since you started college. You keep asking about me and Campus Belle, as if you want me to start a harem. Silly dear, can't I want another sister? Who knows if I alone can satisfy you? What kind of outrageous words are those? Yes Zhiqiu widened his eyes. That's just a meme. Silly dear, anyway, what's been going on between you and Campus Belle lately? Yes Zhiqiu's screen name, Campus Belle? I haven't run into her much these past 2 days. I don't know if she's angry or busy, but I think I upset her earlier. You deserve it. Why are you so silly, yet think you're smart? Lin Xinyu spoke her mind. Yes Zhiqiu's screen name, actually, I'm not silly. I generally know what's going on with some things. What do you know? Lin Xinyu felt a little hopeful. Yes Zhiqiu's screen name, I exposed her shield plan right in front of her, which made her angry and embarrassed. Heh heh. Zhiqiu screen name, what's wrong? Nothing. You truly are a little clever devil. Zhiqiu screen name, of course, of course. I have great confidence in my logical abilities. I wasn't complimenting you. Since you know Campus Belle is angry, why haven't you asked for the reason? Zhiqiu screen name, I asked yesterday, but she hasn't replied to me yet. Seeing this message, Lin Xinyu widened her eyes. She switched interfaces and realized her associated QQ account did indeed have unread messages. She had been too busy these past 2 days, and since she mainly used that account to chat with senior male student, she hadn't noticed. It's fine. Go figure out why Campus Belle is angry first. I'll chat with you later. Lin Xinyu sent this final message using the Silly Deer account. Zhiqiu screen name, alright, silly babe. After switching QQ accounts, Lin Xinyu received Zhiqiu's messages. She found that the earliest one was a QQ message from 10 o'clock last night. Junior female student, are you there? Are you angry? Although I haven't figured out what I did wrong these past 2 days, I still want to apologize. Junior female student, are you asleep? If you are, I won't bother you. Good night. Lin Xinyu sighed in relief. Thank goodness, he knew to ask why. Her senior male student's MAS still had a chance to be cured. Lin Xinyu tapped her finger lightly on the phone screen and sent an MHM. That's right, she was currently angry, so she needed to be a little more aloof. Stupid senior male student. Why don't you ever respond when I take the initiative? I'll only reply with an MHM. Let's see if you try to coax me. Zhiqiu screen name, okay, good night then. What's going on? Why did he suddenly say good night? Lin Xinyu was stunned, so she quickly checked the senior male student's message again. She realized that the message he had just sent was asking if she was asleep, and her reply was MHM. Ah, wrong, wrong. She was only trying to show aloofness, not implying she was asleep. After all, her previous enthusiastic approach hadn't worked well. Maybe senior male student preferred the aloof Campus Belle? But this guy, why did he say good night after she only sent one message? As everyone knows, I'm going to eat, I'm going to shower, and good night are all ways to end a chat. They might be eating or showering, and then the person disappears. Lin Xinyu quickly continued sending messages. Senior male student. Did you look for me because of what happened the day before yesterday? Zhiqiu screen name, MHM, I was wondering if you were angry, which is why I messaged you. Senior male student, your reaction time is quite long. You waited until last night to ask about something that happened the day before yesterday. Zhiqiu felt something was wrong because junior female student's tone was noticeably colder than usual. What exactly happened to make the bright and enthusiastic junior female student become so aloof? Zhiqiu screen name, I didn't think you were angry at first. It was only after more than a day passed that I noticed something unusual and asked. Oh. Lin Xinyu felt like she was laughing out of anger again. Senior male student was good in every way, except that he was too much of a straight man. It's just like the saying goes, 80% of men don't know why a woman is angry, and the remaining 20% don't even realize she is angry. Your emotional intelligence is worrying, my senior male student. Zhiqiu screen name, junior female student, are you still angry? No, heh. Zhiqiu screen name, you're definitely still angry. Tell me the reason, and I'll change. Lin Xinyu took off her face mask, the corners of her mouth slightly curving upward. Don't you know that sometimes there's no reason to be angry? Zhiqiu was silent for a moment. Keep warm and drink more hot water. Lin Xinyu's cheeks felt slightly hot. It's not what you think. My time of the month is usually in the first few days of the month. Zhiqiu's screen name, in any case, junior female student, Please don't be angry anymore. Recover your vitality as soon as possible. Then do you prefer the aloof me or the high-spirited girl me? Lin Xinyu asked curiously. Zhiqiu's screen name, the high-spirited girl, I guess. Zhiqiu replied after thinking for a moment. You like the high-spirited girl me, so rounding up means you like me. Lin Xinyu sent a happy oh yeah meme. Zhiqiu's screen name, wait, that's possible. Zhiqiu was impressed by this move. But all in all, it seemed junior female student wasn't angry anymore, at least not right now. Why can't it be like that? Mind your own business. Zhiqiu sighed in relief. It seemed the usual junior female student was back. Zhiqiu's screen name, I'm glad you're not angry anymore, junior female student. It's getting late, let's both go to sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow. What do you mean, let's both go to sleep? Senior male student, watch your phrasing. Zhiqiu's screen name, I meant at the same time, not in the same place. Okay then, good night, senior male student. Zhiqiu's screen name, sweet dreams. Looking at the chat history on her phone, Lin Xinyu savored the moment for a while, feeling a little happy. Through the recent chat, she generally figured out how to deal with Zhiqiu, that big pig trotter, in the future. Just as Lin Xinyu was pondering, her associated QQ account received an unread message, so she switched back to Silly Deer's QQ. Thanks to the support of all the readers, this book will be featured in the free premium recommendations this weekend. Tomorrow and the day after, the author will have more free time to write more chapters. Also, in response to reader demand, the main story progression will be sped up. Hashtag 54 The boss is on the 5th floor. Chapter 54. The boss is on the 5th level. Lin Xinyu switched to Tencent QQ and received a message from Zhiqiu. Zhiqiu's screen name, silly baby, I'm back. Do you know why the campus bell was angry? Zhiqiu's screen name, I didn't figure it out, but the campus bell doesn't seem angry anymore. Is that so? It seems your campus bell is not only beautiful but also has a good personality. I love it, I love it. Zhiqiu's screen name, why do you always emphasize to me that the campus bell is very beautiful? I'm afraid you'll get used to it and forget. Zhiqiu's screen name, Nothing. Of course, someone who can be the campus belle is beautiful. I'm envious. Zhiqiu's screen name, it's fine. In my world, you are the campus belle. There you go, being cheeky again. The next day. Boss, the managers and servers for our 10 branch stores have been hired, and the business licenses have arrived. They are now operating normally. Additionally, Jinduo Company has hired 5 more employees. Including me, there are now 10 people who will invest weekly based on the business opportunities provided by the boss. Finally, this is the new car I bought, a Mercedes-Benz C260L, as requested by the boss. Su Wentao looked at the luxurious interior of the new Mercedes-Benz, his expression deeply satisfied. If he hadn't followed the boss, he wouldn't have been able to get a new car so quickly. Well done, Zhiqiu praised, leaning back in the spacious rear seat. Boss, what is our next step? It was clear that Su Wentao was very passionate about his work. However, anyone would be motivated following a boss who is so generous and has ample funds. Therefore, slacking off at work isn't the employee's fault, it's the boss not paying enough. As long as the money is sufficient, the company is my home. Our next step is to advertise the daily milk tea shop, Zhiqiu stated his plan. Advertise? Su Wentao looked confused. On television? No. With the popularization of smartphones and personal computers, advertising on TV is less effective. Zhiqiu pointed to the phone in his hand. We should advertise on high-traffic platforms, such as short video apps, or page advertisements that pop up after reading 2 or 3 pages of a free novel. We can also sponsor esports competitions. After all, the target demographic for milk tea is mainly young people and middle-aged people, so we should cater to their preferences. Boss, are you sure? Su Wentao was somewhat puzzled. Very sure. Do you have any questions? Managing 10 branches is already complicated enough, and our milk tea shops are doing excellent business, so the effect of advertising might not be very noticeable. Moreover, advertising fees on high-traffic platforms are not cheap. Some internet celebrities charge hundreds of thousands for a short video ad. I don't think advertising is very cost-effective. Su Wentao stated his opinion with a frown. What you said makes sense. Zhiqiu nodded. But I still decided to advertise. Su Wentao was confused. If the effect wasn't significant, the boss would just be burning money for nothing. His loyalty wasn't blind obedience, he genuinely cared for the company's welfare. As if sensing his confusion, Zhiqiu coughed. Although milk tea shops are highly profitable, our energy is limited after all. Wentao, you need to broaden your vision. Don't limit yourself to Zhongcheng. We must open daily milk tea shops nationwide. Boss, are you saying we should open franchised stores? Su Wentao understood immediately. Smart. The corner of Zhiqiu's mouth lifted slightly. After advertising, our milk tea shops will gain fame. Coupled with good business, people will naturally come to inquire about franchising. Anyone who wants to open a daily milk tea shop needs to pay a series of franchising fees totaling 150,000 yuan, including the franchise fee, franchise deposit, brand management fee, and store training fee. We will provide them with the ingredients for all types of Dailu milk tea shop beverages and uniformly charge a material fee. This way, our stores can open all across the country. Moreover, the franchise fees and material fees provide us with significant liquid capital, which can be used for Jinduoduo Company's investments. Therefore, our primary task right now is to boost the reputation of the daily milk tea shop. After hearing Zhiqiu's complete business plan, Su Wentao's eyes widened. As expected of the boss. I only saw the second level and thought the boss was on the first, but he's actually on the 5th level. A series of franchising fees for one store is 150,000 yuan, for 100 stores, that's 15 million yuan. This is much less hassle than opening stores oneself, and the money comes in faster. Using the fame gained from advertising, followed by franchising and nationwide expansion, the daily milk tea shop can become a major milk tea brand. As expected of the boss, your business acumen is exceptional, Su Wentao flattered him. Actually, it's not entirely due to my foresight. It's mainly because many people have asked me about franchising before. Zhiqiu paused. Our main business is Jinduoduo Investment Company, the milk tea shop is just our sideline. Wentao, you need to distinguish between the primary and secondary goals. We aim to be the major financial backer behind many enterprises. Just as Zhiqiu was about to continue speaking, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has proposed a nationwide commercial plan, achieving a super real-life status and unlocking the business rookie achievement. Reward, 3 million commercial promotion funds. Note, this fund can only be used for advertising and promotion. Well done, System Daddy. Zhiqiu had originally planned to wait for the 10 branches to generate returns before investing in advertising in batches, and then reinvesting the franchise fees into further advertising. With the system's help, this complicated process was no longer necessary. Zhiqiu stretched. Wentao, it looks like we're going to be busy again. I'll give you 3 million in basic promotion funds. First, register the Dailu milk tea registered trademark and place it under Jinduoduo's name. Also, bring the operation of the 10 branches under the company's umbrella. If the advertising budget runs low, reinvest the returns from the milk tea shops. Thus, Zhiqiu, seeking an easy life, only kept the daily milk tea shop at Zhang University for himself to manage. Understood, boss. I'll arrange it immediately. Su Wentao nodded. Additionally, select 3 people out of your 10 to be specifically responsible for the franchised stores. Received. Su Wentao listened intently, noting the tasks assigned by the boss in the pinned section of his phone's memo app. Meanwhile, Lin Xinyu, who was on a class break, received a call from Shanghai. What is it, Aunt Li? Calling so suddenly, Lin Xinyu asked curiously. Miss, you returned to school early last time and didn't stay home for many days. Madam Mrs. Yuan has already booked a ticket to Zhongcheng. I just wanted to notify you, as Madam never gives notice when she acts. Ah, my mom is coming to Zhongcheng? All right, I understand. Lin Xinyu was slightly surprised. So, is mom coming to Zhongcheng just to see me this time? Or is she taking the opportunity to visit her parental home? Lin Xinyu looked curious. Free premium content tomorrow. The author is furiously typing. #55 I want you to meet her. Chapter 55, I want you to meet her. Noon, Starbucks, Zhang University branch. Lin Xinyu was sitting opposite a middle-aged woman in her 40s. This woman bore a strong resemblance to Lin Xinyu, even their expressions were somewhat similar. She was Lin Xinyu's mother, Hu Kaiyukan. Mom, why did you suddenly come to Zhongcheng without even saying hello? Lin Xinyu asked with a smile. Can't your mother Lin miss you and come see you? Mother Lin was in a good mood upon seeing her daughter. You were doing so well at home during the National Day holiday, why did you come back to Zhongcheng early? Because I wanted to go back to school earlier. Studying makes me happy. Lin Xinyu had an expression that screamed I love studying. My roommates are all on National Day vacation, so I came back to school early to outcompete them. Mother Lin didn't believe Lin Xinyu's explanation, she knew her daughter too well. Xinyu would avert her gaze and avoid eye contact when lying, and that's exactly what she was doing now. Are you dating a boyfriend? Mother Lin offered her guess, which was also one of her purposes for this trip. They say a mother knows her daughter best. Father Lin might be slow and hadn't noticed anything. During the National Day holiday, Mother Lin grew suspicious watching Lin Xinyu's sweet, silly smiles while holding her phone. When her daughter returned to school early, she was basically certain. This girl clearly missed her boyfriend and returned early. Ah, no, I'm not. Lin Xinyu looked surprised, not expecting her mother to be so direct. Tell me the truth. Mother Lin had an I know everything expression. Lin Xinyu's pretty face flushed slightly. Since she couldn't hide it from Mother Lin, she might as well admit it openly. What kind of person is he? Seeing her daughter's shy, girlish expression, Mother Lin was very curious. He's my senior, and he's very good to me, though his emotional intelligence is like a block of wood. After a moment of thought, Lin Xinyu summarized. Since that's the case, then bring him to meet me. This was her daughter's first romance, and there were too many scumbags in society these days. To prevent her baby daughter from being deceived, Mother Lin decided to personally vet him. Hearing Mother Lin's words, Lin Xinyu was slightly stunned. Now, should she bring her senior directly? But they were still in a senior-junior female student relationship, he didn't know she was his online girlfriend. Bringing a senior to meet a junior female student's mother, that seemed like the wrong vibe. What, didn't you say he's good to you? He doesn't even dare to meet his girlfriend's mother. Mother Lin took a sip of coffee. A man like that definitely has issues. Hearing Mother Lin's words, Lin Xinyu bit her lip lightly. She certainly didn't want her senior to be spoken of like that by her mother. Okay, I'll go bring him to see you. Hearing her daughter's reply, Mother Lin became interested. Really? Anyway, you'll meet sooner or later. I'm just worried he's not mentally prepared and will be too nervous at once. Lin Xinyu opened her phone and switched to Lin Xinyu's nicknames QQ. Meanwhile, in his dorm, Zhiqiu, who was binge-watching a drama, received a QQ message. Lin Xinyu's nickname, Senior, have you taken your nap yet? I need your help with something. Yes, I have, Zhiqiu replied. What's up with Junior Lin in the middle of the day again? She's interrupting my drama, it's at an important plot point. Lin Xinyu, who was eagerly awaiting a reply, saw the message and her mouth twitched slightly. Lin Xinyu's nickname, Senior, do you really have to be so playful? This is really important. Alright, what is it? Reluctantly, Zhiqiu gave up on his drama. Lin Xinyu's nickname, my mom came to see me today. Oh, I see. Then you two have a good chat. You don't need to bring me juice today. This guy, still thinking about juice. Does he really see her as just a beautiful girl who delivers juice? Lin Xinyu's nickname, Senior, I want you to meet her. Zhiqiu was stunned, me? Meet your mom. Lin Xinyu's nickname, yes, because I lied and told her I found a boyfriend, and she doesn't believe me, she insists on meeting him. You mean for me to pretend to be your boyfriend and meet Auntie? Zhiqiu felt a bit uneasy. So, this wasn't a meeting the mother-in-law scenario, was it? Lin Xinyu's nickname, yes, she's worried I'll be lonely living alone in Zhongcheng, so I want to reassure her. How about I read a few chapters of an actor's self-cultivation first? Lin Xinyu's nickname, Senior, if you keep being playful, we'll only meet on the forum. Lin Xinyu's nickname, besides, I usually buy you milk tea and bring you juice. How can you stand by when your junior female student is in trouble? I can't stand by, but I'm worried my acting isn't good enough and I'll be exposed. What then? Lin Xinyu's nickname, don't worry about that, with me here, you won't be exposed. Lin Xinyu sent and it's fine, I got this meme. With your words, I'm relieved. Lin Xinyu's nickname, it's at Starbucks in Kunguang Plaza next to the school. Come quickly. After getting Zhiqiu's affirmative reply, Lin Xinyu breathed a sigh of relief. With her there, it naturally wouldn't be exposed. With how well her mother knew her, she would naturally see that what she was saying was true. Because I really like you, Senior. While Lin Xinyu was sending messages, Mother Lin wasn't idle either. As a former Zhongcheng local, another purpose for her return to Zhongcheng was to catch up with her good friends and girlfriends. So, Mother Lin opened her WeChat and clicked on a 6-person WeChat group called Sunset Red Square Dance Troupe. At this time, the group was discussing how to maintain one's appearance. Lucky Grass, Mother Lin's sisters, Xinyu has found a boyfriend, and she's planning to bring him to meet me now. Lucky Grass, what should I ask when meeting my prospective son-in-law for the first time? Lucky Grass, no experience, waiting online, urgent. Soon, the Sunset Red Square Dance Troupe was ignited by this news. What? Xinyu found a boyfriend. Didn't university just start a month ago? Isn't that too fast? Xinyu has such high standards, I'm curious who she's taken a liking to. It's been years since we last met, Xinyu has grown up without us realizing it. Do you have photos? Satisfy our curiosity. Lucky Grass, so what should I ask to determine if he's a reliable boy? Ask about his family background. Is he from a scholarly family? That's not very accurate, is it? Many second-generation rich have good family backgrounds but bad character, and asking that at the beginning feels too snobbish. Ask about his grades. Being a top student is a bonus, right? But being a top student doesn't mean good character. Even a top university like Yan University had someone who poisoned their roommate. They're all from Zhang University, so their grades are probably similar anyway. The group fell into discussion for a while, unable to reach a conclusion, until the last message caught everyone's attention. I think you can ask him if he likes Ultraman. Duyan says that boys who like Ultraman are simple-minded, especially those who are older and still like Ultraman. It shows they retain a pure heart. This suggestion seems good. My child, who likes Ultraman, is quite simple-minded. Young people who believe in light are indeed quite reliable. Lucky Grass, I'm not listening to your nonsense anymore, I'm sending the location to the group. Lucky Grass, those of you who have time in Zhongcheng, come over and help me vet him for Xinyu.